Chapter 11. The Punishment of Marizanii, leave Lugano Irin M. Dubois at Parma-Leghorn the Duke of Orloff Pisa, Stratico Siena the Marchioness, Chigimai departure from Siena with an Englishwoman. These unforeseen, haphazard meetings with old friends have always been the happiest moments of my life. We all remained for some time dumb with delight. M. de R. was the first to break the silence by giving me a cordial embrace. We burst out into mutual excuses, he for having imagined that there might be other Casanovas in Italy, and I for not having ascertained his name. He made me take potluck with him the same day, and we seemed as if we had never parted. The Republic had given him this employa very lucrative one end, he was only sorry that it would expire in 2 years. He told me he was delighted to be able to be of use to me, and begged me to consider he was wholly at my service. He was delighted to hear that I should be engaged in seeing my work through the press for 3 or 4 months, and seemed vexed when I told him that I could not accept his hospitality more than once a week, as my labors would be incessant. Madame de R. could scarcely recover from her surprise. It was 9 years since I had seen her at Soleure, and then I thought her beauty must be at its zenith. But I was wrong, she was still more beautiful, and I told her so. She showed me her only child, who had been born 4 years after my departure. She cherished the child as the apple of her eye, and seemed likely to spoil it, but I heard, a few years ago, that this child is now an amiable and accomplished man. In a quarter of an hour Madame de R. informed me of all that had happened at Soleure since my departure. Lebel had gone to Besançon, where he lived happily with his charming wife. She happened to observe in a casual way that I no longer looked as young as I had done at Soleure, and this made me regulate my conduct in a manner I might not otherwise have done. I did not let her beauty carry me away. I resisted the effect of her charms, and I was content to enjoy her friendship, and to be worthy of the friendship of her good husband. The work on which I was engaged demanded all my care and attention, and a love affair would have wasted most of my time. I began work the next morning, and save for an hour's visit from M. de R. I wrote on till nightfall. The next day I had the first proof sheet with which I was well enough pleased. I spent the whole of the next month in my room, working assiduously, and only going out to Mass on feast days, to dine with M. de R., and to walk with his wife and her child. At the end of a month, my first volume was printed and stitched, and the manuscript of the second volume was ready for the press. Towards the end of October the printer sent in the entire work in 3 volumes, and in less than a year the edition was sold out. My object was not so much to make money as to appease the wrath of the Venetian inquisitors. I had gone all over Europe, and experienced a violent desire to see my native land once more. Amilat de la House had written his book from the point of view of an enemy of Venice. His history was rather a satire, containing learned and slanderous observations mingled together. It had been published for 70 years, but hitherto no one had taken the trouble to refute it. If a Venetian had attempted to do so, he would not have obtained permission from his government to print it in the States of Venice, for the state policy is to allow no one to discuss the actions of the authorities, whether in praise or blame. Consequently, no writer had attempted to refute the French history, as it was well known that the refutation would be visited with punishment and not with reward. My position was an exceptional one. I had been persecuted by the Venetian government, so no one could accuse me of being partial. And by my exposing the calumnies of Amilat before all Europe, I hoped to gain a reward, which after all would only be an act of justice. I had been in exile for 14 years, and I thought the inquisitors would be glad to repair their injustice on the pretext of rewarding my patriotism. My readers will see that my hopes were fulfilled, but I had to wait for 5 more years instead of receiving permission to return at once. M. de Bragadin was dead, and Dandolo and Barbero were the only friends I had left at Venice, and with their aid I contrived to subscribe 50 copies of my book in my native town. Throughout my stay at Lugano, I only frequented the house of M. de R., where I saw the Abbé Riva, a learned and discreet man, to whom I had been commended by M. Querini, his relation. The abbé enjoyed such a reputation for wisdom amongst his fellow countrymen that he was a kind of arbiter in all disputes, and thus the expenses of the law were saved. It was no wonder that the gentleman of the long robe hated him most cordially. His nephew, Jean-Baptiste Riva, was a friend of the muses of Bacchus and of Venus. He was also a friend of mine, though I could not match him with the bottles. He lent me all the nymphs he had initiated into the mysteries, and they liked him all the better, as I made them some small presents. With him and his two pretty sisters I went to the Borromean Isles. I knew that Count Borromeo, who had honored me with his friendship at Turin, was there, and from him I felt certain of a warm welcome. One of the two sisters had to pass for Riva's wife, and the other for his sister-in-law. Although the Count was a ruined man, he lived in his isles like a prince. It would be impossible to describe these islands of the blessed. They must be seen to be imagined. The inhabitants enjoy an everlasting spring. There is neither heat nor cold. The Count regaled us choicely, and amused the two girls by giving them rods and lines and letting them fish. Although he was ugly, old, and ruined, he still possessed the art of pleasing. On the way back to Lugano, as I was making place for a carriage in a narrow road, my horse slipped and fell down a slope 10 feet high. My head went against a large stone, and I thought my last hour was come as the blood poured out of the wound. However, I was well again in a few days. This was my last ride on horseback. During my stay at Lugano, the inspectors of the Swiss cantons came there in its turn. The people dignified them with the magnificent title of ambassadors, but M. de R. was content to call them aviers. These gentlemen stayed at my inn, and I had my meals with them throughout their stay. The avier of Bern gave me some news of my poor friend M.F. His charming daughter Sarah had become the wife of M. de V. and was happy. A few days after these pleasant and cultured men had left, I was startled one morning by the sudden appearance of the wretched Marizani in my room. I seized him by his collar, threw him out, and before he had time to use his cane or his sword, I had kicked, beaten, and boxed him most soundly. He defended himself to the best of his ability, and the landlord and his men ran up at the noise and had some difficulty in separating us. "Don't let him go," I cried. "Send for the Bargello and have him away to prison." I dressed myself hastily, and as I was going out to see M. de R., the Bargello met me and asked me on what charge I gave the man into custody. "You will hear that at M. de Ars, where I shall await you." I must now explain my anger. You may remember, reader, that I left the wretched fellow in the prison of Buen Retiro. I heard afterwards that the King of Spain, Jerusalem, and the Canary Islands had given him a small post in a galley off the coast of Africa. He had done me no harm, and I pitied him, but not being his intimate friend, and having no power to mitigate the hardship of his lot, I had well-nigh forgotten him. 8 months after, I met at Barcelona Madame Bellucci, a Venetian dancer, with whom I had had a small intrigue. She gave an exclamation of delight on seeing me, and said she was glad to see me delivered from the hard fate to which a tyrannous government had condemned me. "What fate is that?" I asked. "I have seen a good deal of misfortune since I left you." "I mean the Presidio." "But that has never been my lot, thank God. Who told you such a story?" "A Count Marizani, who was here 3 weeks ago, and told me he had been luckier than you, as he had made his escape. He's a liar and a scoundrel, and if ever I meet him again, he shall pay me dearly." From that moment, I never thought of the rascal without feeling a lively desire to give him a thrashing, but I never thought that chance would bring about so early a meeting. Under the circumstances, I think my behavior will be thought only natural. I had beaten him, but that was not enough for me. I seemed to have done nothing, and indeed, I had got as good as I gave. In the meantime, he was in prison, and I went to M. de R. to see what he could do for me. As soon as M. de R. heard my statement, he said he could neither keep him in prison nor drive him out of the town unless I laid a plea before him, craving protection against this man, whom I believed to have come to Lugano with the purpose of assassinating me. "You can make the document more effective," he added, "by placing your actual grievance in a strong light and laying stress on his sudden appearance in your room without sending in his name. That's what you had better do, and it remains to be seen how I shall answer your plea. I shall ask him for his passport and delay the case and order him to be severely treated, but in the end I shall only be able to drive him out of the town unless he can find good bail." I could ask no more. I sent in my plea, and the next day I had the pleasure of seeing him brought into the court bound hand and foot. M. de R. began to examine him, and Marizani swore he had no evil intentions in calling on me. As to the calumny, he protested he had only repeated common rumor, and professed his joy at finding it had been mistaken. This ought to have been enough for me, but I continued obdurate. M. de R. said the fact of my being sent to the galleys having been rumored was no justification for his repeating it. And furthermore, he proceeded, M. Casanova's suspicion that you were going to assassinate him is justified by your giving a false name, for the plaintiff maintains that you are not Count Marizani at all. He offers to furnish surety on this behalf, and if M. Casanova does you wrong, his bail will escheat to you as damages. In the meantime, you will remain in prison till we have further information about your real status. He was taken back, and as the poor devil had not a penny in his pocket, it would have been superfluous to tell the Bargello to treat him severely. M. de R. wrote to the Swiss agent at Parma to obtain the necessary information, but as the rascal knew this would be against him, he wrote me a humble letter, in which he confessed that he was the son of a poor shopkeeper of Bobbio, and although his name was really Marizani, he had nothing to do with the Marizanis of Plaisance. He begged me to set him at liberty. I showed the letter to M. de R., who let him out of prison with orders to leave Lugano in 24 hours. I thought I had been rather too harsh with him, and gave the poor devil some money to take him to Augsburg, and also a letter for M. de Selentin, who was recruiting there for the Prussian king. We shall hear of Marizani again. The Chevalier de Brech came to the Lugano fair to buy some horses and stopped a fortnight. I often met him at M. de Ars, for whose wife he had a great admiration, and I was sorry to see him go. I left Lugano myself a few days later, having made up my mind to winter in Turin, where I hoped to see some pleasant society. Before I left, I received a friendly letter from Prince Lubomirski, with a bill for 100 ducats in payment of 50 copies of my book. The prince had become Lord High Marshal on the death of Count Bielinski. When I got to Turin, I found a letter from the noble Venetian M. Girolamo Zulian, the same that had given me an introduction to Mosnigo. His letter contained an enclosure to M. Berlendis, the representative of the Republic at Turin, who thanked me for having enabled him to receive me. The ambassador, a rich man and a great lover of the fair sex, kept up a splendid establishment, and this was enough for his government, for intelligence is not considered a necessary qualification for a Venetian ambassador. Indeed, it is a positive disadvantage, and a witty ambassador would no doubt fall into disgrace with the Venetian Senate. However, Berlendis ran no risk whatever on this score. The realm of wit was an unknown land to him. I got this ambassador to call the attention of his government to the work I had recently published, and the answer the state inquisitors gave may astonish my readers, but it did not astonish me. The secretary of the famous and accursed tribunal wrote to say that he had done well to call the attention of the inquisitors to this work, as the author's presumption appeared on the title page. He added that the work would be examined, and in the meantime the ambassador was instructed to show me no signal marks of favor, lest the court should suppose he was protecting me as a Venetian. Nevertheless, it was the same tribunal that had facilitated my access to the ambassador to Madrid Mosnigo. I told Berlendis that my visits should be limited in number and free from all ostentation. I was much interested in his son's tutor. He was a priest, a man of letters, and a poet. His name was Andres, and he is now resident in England, where he enjoys full liberty, the greatest of all blessings. I spent my time at Turin very pleasantly, in the midst of a small circle of Epicureans. There were the old Chevalier Rayberty, the Comte de la Pérouse, a certain Abbé Raubian, a delightful man, the voluptuous Comte de Riva, and the English ambassador. To the amusements which this society afforded I added a course of reading, but no love affairs whatever. While I was at Turin, a milliner, Pérouse's mistress, feeling herself in articulo mortis, swallowed the portrait of her lover instead of the Eucharist. This incident made me compose 2 sonnets, which pleased me a good deal at the time, and with which I am still satisfied. No doubt some will say that every poet is pleased with his own handiwork, but as a matter of fact, the severest critic of a sensible author is himself. The Russian squadron, under the command of Count Alexis Orloff, was then at Leghorn. This squadron threatened Constantinople, and would probably have taken it if an Englishman had been in command. As I had known Count Orloff in Russia, I imagined that I might possibly render myself of service to him and at the same time make my fortune. The English ambassador having given me a letter for the English consul, I left Turin with very little money in my purse and no letter of credit on any banker. An Englishman named Acton commended me to an English banker at Leghorn, but this letter did not empower me to draw any supplies. Acton was just then involved in a curious complication. When he was at Venice, he had fallen in love with a pretty woman, either a Greek or a Neapolitan. The husband, by birth a native of Turin and by profession a good-for-nothing, placed no obstacle in Acton's way, as the Englishman was generous with his money, but he had a knack of turning up at those moments when his absence would have been most desirable. The generous but proud and impatient Englishman could not be expected to bear this for long. He consulted with the lady and determined to show his teeth. The husband persisted in his untimely visits, and one day Acton said, dryly, "Do you want 1,000 guineas? You can have them if you like, on the condition that your wife travels with me for 3 years without our having the pleasure of your society." The husband thought the bargain a good one, and signed an agreement to that effect. After the 3 years were over, the husband wrote to his wife, who was at Venice, to return to him, and to Acton to put no obstacle in the way. The lady replied that she did not want to live with him any more, and Acton explained to the husband that he could not be expected to drive his mistress away against her will. He foresaw, however, that the husband would complain to the English ambassador, and determined to be beforehanded with him. In due course, the husband did apply to the English ambassador, requesting him to compel Acton to restore to him his lawful wife. He even asked the Chevalier Raeburty to write to the Commendator Camerana, the Sardinian ambassador at Venice, to apply pressure on the Venetian government, and he would doubtless have succeeded if M. Raeburty had done him this favor. However, as it was, he did nothing of the sort, and even gave Acton a warm welcome when he came to Turin to look into the matter. He had left his mistress at Venice under the protection of the English consul. The husband was ashamed to complain publicly, as he would have been confronted with the disgraceful agreement he had signed, but Berlendis maintained that he was in the right and argued the question in the most amusing manner. On the one hand, he urged the sacred and inviolable character of the marriage rite, and on the other he showed how the wife was bound to submit to her husband in all things. I argued the matter with him myself, showing him his disgraceful position in defending a man who traded on his wife's charms, and he was obliged to give in when I assured him that the husband had offered to renew the lease for the same time and on the same terms as before. 2 years later, I met Acton at Bologna and admired the beauty whom he considered and treated as his wife. She held on her knees a fine little Acton. I left Turin for Parma with a Venetian who, like myself, was an exile from his country. He had turned actor to gain a livelihood and was going to Parma with 2 actresses, one of whom was interesting. As soon as I found out who he was, we became friends, and he would have gladly made me a partner in all his amusements, by the way, if I had been in the humor to join him. This journey to Leghorn was undertaken under the influence of chimerical ideas. I thought I might be useful to Count Orloff in the conquest he was going to make, as it was said, of Constantinople. I fancied that it had been decreed by fate that without me he could never pass through the Dardanelles. In spite of the wild ideas with which my mind was occupied, I conceived a warm friendship for my traveling companion, whose name was Angelo Bentivoglio. The government never forgave him a certain crime, which to the philosophically eye appears a mere trifle. In 4 years later, when I describe my stay at Venice, I shall give some further account of him. About noon we reached Parma, and I bade adieu to Bentivoglio and his friends. The court was at Colorno, but having nothing to gain from this mockery of a court, and wishing to leave for Bologna the next morning, I asked Dubois Chatelarax, chief of the Mint, and a talented though vain man, to give me some dinner. The reader will remember that I had known him 22 years before, when I was in love with Henriette. He was delighted to see me, and seemed to set great store by my politeness in giving him the benefit of my short stay at Parma. I told him that Count Orloff was waiting for me at Leghorn, and that I was obliged to travel day and night. "He will be setting sail before long," said he. I have advices from Leghorn to that effect. I said in a mysterious tone of voice that he would not sail without me, and I could see that my host treated me with increased respect after this. He wanted to discuss the Russian expedition, but my air of reserve made him change the conversation. At dinner, we talked a good deal about Henriette, whom he said he had succeeded in finding out. But though he spoke of her with great respect, I took care not to give him any information on the subject. He spent the whole afternoon in uttering complaints against the sovereigns of Europe, the King of Prussia excepted, as he had made him a baron, though I never could make out why. He cursed the Duke of Parma, who persisted in retaining his services, although there was no mint in existence in the duchy, and his talents were consequently wasted there. I listened to all his complaints and agreed that Louis Roman XV had been ungrateful in not conferring the Order of St. Michael on him, that Venice had rewarded his services very shabbily, that Spain was stingy, and Naples devoid of honesty, etc., etc. When he had finished, I asked him if he could give me a bill on a banker for 50 sequins. He replied in the most friendly manner that he would not give me the trouble of going to a banker for such a wretched sum as that. He would be delighted to oblige me himself. I took the money, promising to repay him at an early date, but I have never been able to do so. I do not know whether he is alive or dead, but if he were to attain the age of Methuselah, I should not entertain any hopes of paying him, for I get poorer every day and feel that my end is not far off. The next day I was in Bologna, and the day after in Florence, where I met the Chevalier Morosini, nephew of the Venetian procurator, a young man of 19 who was traveling with Count Stratico, professor of mathematics at the University of Padua. He gave me a letter for his brother, a Jacobin monk and professor of literature at Pisa, where I stopped for a couple of hours on purpose to make the celebrated monk's acquaintance. I found him even greater than his fame, and promised to come again to Pisa and make a longer stay for the purpose of enjoying his society. I stopped an hour at the Wells, where I made the acquaintance of the pretender to the throne of Great Britain, and from there went on to Leghorn, where I found Count Orloff still waiting, but only because contrary winds kept him from sailing. The English consul, with whom he was staying, introduced me at once to the Russian admiral, who received me with expressions of delight. He told me he would be charmed if I would come on board with him. He told me to have my luggage taken off at once, as he would set sail with the first fair wind. When he was gone, the English consul asked me what would be my status with the admiral. That's just what I mean to find out before embarking my effects. You won't be able to speak to him till tomorrow. Next morning, I called on Count Orloff and sent him in a short note, asking him to give me a short interview before I embarked my mails. An officer came out to tell me that the admiral was writing in bed and hoped I would wait. Certainly. I had been waiting a few minutes when Delaglio, the Polish agent at Venice and an old friend of mine, came in. "What are you doing here, my dear Casanova?" said he. "I am waiting for an interview with the admiral. He is very busy." After this, Delaglio coolly went into the admiral's room. This was impertinent of him. It was as if he said in so many words that the admiral was too busy to see me, but not too busy to see him. A moment after, Marquis Manucci came in with his Order of St. Anne and his formal air. He congratulated me on my visit to Leghorn, and then said he had read my work on Venice and had been surprised to find himself in it. He had some reason for surprise, for there was no connection between him and the subject matter, but he should have discovered before that the unexpected often happens. He did not give me time to tell him so, but went into the admiral's room as Delaglio had done. I was vexed to see how these gentlemen were admitted while I danced attendance, and the project of sailing with Orloff began to displease me. In 5 hours, Orloff came out followed by a numerous train. He told me pleasantly that we could have our talk at table or after dinner. "After dinner, if you please," I said. He came in and sat down at 2 o'clock, and I was among the guests. Orloff kept on saying, "Eat away, gentlemen, eat away," and read his correspondence and gave his secretary letters all the time. After dinner, he suddenly glanced up at me, and taking me by the hand led me to the window, and told me to make haste with my luggage, as he should sail before the morning if the wind kept up. "Quite so, but kindly tell me, Count, what is to be my status or employment on board your ship? At present, I have no special employ to give you. That will come in time. Come on board as my friend. The offer is an honorable one so far as you are concerned, but all the other officers might treat me with contempt. I should be regarded as a kind of fool, and I should probably kill the first man who dared to insult me. Give me a distinct office, and let me wear your uniform. I will be useful to you. I know the country for which you are bound, I can speak the language, and I am not wanting in courage. My dear sir, I really have no particular office to give you. Then, Count, I wish you a pleasant sail. I am going to Rome. I hope you may never repent of not taking me, for without me you will never pass the Dardanelles. Is that a prophecy? It's an oracle. We will test its veracity, my dear Calchas. Such was the short dialogue I had with the worthy Count, who, as a matter of fact, did not pass the Dardanelles. Whether he would have succeeded if I had been on board is more than I can say. Next day, I delivered my letters to M. Riverola and the English banker. The squadron had sailed in the early morning. The day after, I went to Pisa and spent a pleasant week in the company of Father Stratico, who was made a bishop 2 or 3 years after by means of a bold stroke that might have ruined him. He delivered a funeral oration over Father Rixai, the last general of the Jesuits. The Pope, Ganganelli, had the choice of punishing the writer and increasing the odium of many of the faithful, or of rewarding him handsomely. The sovereign pontiff followed the latter course. I saw the bishop some years later, and he told me in confidence that he had only written the oration because he felt certain, from his knowledge of the human heart, that his punishment would be a great reward. This clever monk initiated me into all the charms of Pisan society. He had organized a little choir of ladies of rank, remarkable for their intelligence and beauty, and had taught them to sing extempore to the guitar. He had them instructed by the famous Corilla, who was crowned Poetess Laureate at the Capitol by night, 6 years later. She was crowned where our great Italian poets were crowned, and though her merit was no doubt great, it was, nevertheless, more tinsel than gold, and not of that order to place her on a par with Petrarch or Tasso. She was satirized most bitterly after she had received the bays, and the satirists were even more in the wrong than the profaners of the Capitol, for all the pamphlets against her laid stress on the circumstance that chastity, at all events, was not one of her merits. All poetesses, from the days of Homer to our own, have sacrificed on the altar of Venus. No one would have heard of Gorilla if she had not had the sense to choose her lovers from the ranks of literary men, and she would never have been crowned at Rome if she had not succeeded in gaining over Prince Gonzaga Solferino, who married the pretty Mdile Rangoni, daughter of the Roman consul, whom I knew at Marseille, and of whom I have already spoken. This coronation of Gorilla is a blot on the pontificate of the present pope. For henceforth, no man of genuine merit will accept the honor which was once so carefully guarded by the giants of human intellect. 2 days after the coronation, Gorilla and her admirers left Rome, ashamed of what they had done. The Abbé Pizzi, who had been the chief promoter of her apotheosis, was so inundated with pamphlets and satires that for some months he dared not show his face. This is a long digression, and I will now return to Father Stratico, who made the time pass so pleasantly for me. Though he was not a handsome man, he possessed the art of persuasion to perfection, and he succeeded in inducing me to go to Siena, where he said I should enjoy myself. He gave me a letter of introduction for the Marchioness Chigi and also one for the Abbé Chiacari, and as I had nothing better to do, I went to Siena by the shortest way, not caring to visit Florence. The Abbé Chiacari gave me a warm welcome and promised to do all he could to amuse me, and he kept his word. He introduced me himself to the Marchioness Chigi, who took me by storm as soon as she had read the letter of the Abbé Stratico, her dear abbé, as she called him, when she read the superscription in his writing. The Marchioness was still handsome, though her beauty had begun to wane, but with her the sweetness, the grace, and the ease of manner supplied the lack of youth. She knew how to make a compliment of the slightest expression, and was totally devoid of any affection of superiority. "Sit down," she began. "So you are going to stay a week, I see, from the dear Abbé's letter. That's a short time for us, but perhaps it may be too long for you. I hope the Abbé has not painted us in too rosy colors. He only told me that I was to spend a week here, and that I should find with you all the charms of intellect and sensibility. Stratico should have condemned you to a month without mercy. Why mercy? What hazard do I run? Of being tired to death, or of leaving some small morsel of your heart at Siena? All that might happen in a week, but I am ready to dare the danger, for Stratico has guarded me from the first by counting on you, and from the second by counting on myself. You will receive my pure and intelligent homage. My heart will go forth from Siena as free as it came, for I have no hope of victory, and defeat would make me wretched. Is it possible that you are amongst the despairing? Yes, and to that fact I owe my happiness. It would be a pity for you if you found yourself mistaken. Not such a pity as you may think, madam. Carpe diem is my motto. 'Tis likewise the motto of that finished voluptuary, Horace, but I only take it because it suits me. The pleasure which follows desires is the best, for it is the most acute. True, but it cannot be calculated on and defies the philosopher. May God preserve you, madam, from finding out this painful truth by experience. The highest good lies in enjoyment. Desire, too, often remains unsatisfied. If you have not yet found out the truth of Horace's maxim, I congratulate you. The amiable Marchioness smiled pleasantly and gave no positive answer. Chiacchiere now opened his mouth for the first time and said that the greatest happiness he could wish us was that we should never agree. The Marchioness assented, rewarding Chiacchiere with a smile, but I could not do so. I had rather contradict you, I said, than renounce all hopes of pleasing you. The abbé has thrown the apple of discord between us, but if we continue as we have begun, I shall take up my abode at Siena. The Marchioness was satisfied with the sample of her wit which she had given me, and began to talk commonplaces, asking me if I should like to see company and enjoy society of the fair sex. She promised to take me everywhere. Pray do not take the trouble, I replied. I want to leave Siena with the feeling that you are the only lady to whom I have done homage, and that the Abbé Chiacchiere has been my only guide. The Marchioness was flattered, and asked the abbé and myself to dine with her on the following day in a delightful house she had at 100 paces from the town. The older I grew, the more I became attached to the intellectual charms of women. With the sensualist, the contrary takes place. He becomes more material in his old age, requires women well taught in Venus's shrines, and flies from all mention of philosophy. As I was leaving her, I told the abbé that if I stayed at Siena I would see no other woman but her, come what might, and he agreed that I was very right. The abbé showed me all the objects of interest in Siena and introduced me to the literati, who in their turn visited me. The same day Chiacchiere took me to a house where the learned society assembled. It was the residence of two sisters, the elder extremely ugly and the younger very pretty, but the elder sister was accounted, and very rightly, the coroner of the place. She asked me to give her a specimen of my skill, promising to return the compliment. I recited the first thing that came into my head, and she replied with a few lines of exquisite beauty. I complimented her, but Chiacchiere, who had been her master, guessed that I did not believe her to be the author, and proposed that we should try Bout's rhymes. The pretty sister gave out the rhymes, and we all set to work. The ugly sister finished first, and when the verses came to be read, hers were pronounced the best. I was amazed and made an improvisation on her skill, which I gave her in writing. In 5 minutes she returned it to me. The rhymes were the same, but the turn of the thought was much more elegant. I was still more surprised, and took the liberty of asking her name, and found her to be the famous shepherdess, Maria Fortuna, of the Academy of Arcadians. I had read the beautiful stanzas she had written in praise of Metastasio. I told her so, and she brought me the poet's reply in manuscript. Full of admiration, I addressed myself to her alone, and all her plainness vanished. I had had an agreeable conversation with the Marchioness in the morning, but in the evening I was literally in an ecstasy. I kept on talking of Fortuna, and asked the abbé if she could improvise in the manner of Gorilla. He replied that she had wished to do so, but that he had disallowed it, and he easily convinced me that this improvisation would have been the ruin of her fine talent. I also agreed with him when he said that he had warned her against making impromptus too frequently, as such hasty verses are apt to sacrifice wit to rhyme. The honor in which improvisation was held amongst the Greeks and Romans is due to the fact that Greek and Latin verse is not under the dominion of rhyme. But as it was, the great poets seldom improvised, knowing as they did that such verses were usually feeble and commonplace. Horace often passed a whole night searching for a vigorous and elegantly turned phrase. When he had succeeded, he wrote the words on the wall and went to sleep. The lines which cost him nothing are generally prosaic. They may easily be picked out in his epistles. The amiable and learned Abbé Chiacari confessed to me that he was in love with his pupil despite her ugliness. He added that he had never expected it when he began to teach her to make verses. "I can't understand that," I said. "Sublata lucerna, you know." "Not at all," said he with a laugh. "I love her for her face, since it is inseparable from my idea of her." A Tuscan has certainly more poetic riches at his disposal than any other Italian, and the Sienese dialect is sweeter and more energetic than that of Florence, though the latter claims the title of the classic dialect, on account of its purity. This purity, together with its richness and copiousness of diction, it owes to the Academy. From the great richness of Italian, we can treat a subject with far greater eloquence than a French writer. Italian abounds in synonyms, while French is lamentably deficient in this respect. Voltaire used to laugh at those who said that the French tongue could not be charged with poverty, as it had all that was necessary. A man may have necessaries, and yet be poor. The obstinacy of the French Academy in refusing to adopt foreign words skews more pride than wisdom. This exclusiveness cannot last. As for us, we take words from all languages and all sources, provided they suit the genius of our own language. We love to see our riches increase. We even steal from the poor, but to do so is the general characteristic of the rich. The amiable Marchioness gave us a delicious dinner in a house designed by Palladio. Chiacari had warned me to say nothing about the shepherdess Fortuna, but at dinner she told him she was sure he had taken me to her house. He had not the face to deny it, and I did not conceal the pleasure I had received. "Stradico admires Fortuna," said the Marchioness, "and I confess that her writings have great merit, but it's a pity one cannot go to the house, except under an incognito." "Why not?" I asked in some astonishment. "What?" said she to the abbé, "you did not tell him whose house it is." I did not think it necessary. Her father and mother rarely show themselves. "Well, it's of no consequence." "But what is her father?" I asked. "The hangman, perhaps." "Worse, he's the Bargello, and you must see that a stranger cannot be received into good society here if he goes to such places as that." Chiacari looked rather hurt, and I thought it my duty to say that I would not go there again till the eve of my departure. "I saw her sister once," said the Marchioness. "She is really charmingly pretty, and it's a great pity that with her beauty and irreproachable morality, she should be condemned to marry a man of her father's class." "I once knew a man named Coltellini," I replied. "He is the son of the Bargello of Florence, and is poet in ordinary to the Empress of Russia. I shall try to make a match between him and Fortuna's sister. He is a young man of the greatest talents." The Marchioness thought my idea an excellent one, but soon after I heard that Coltellini was dead. The Bargello is a cordially detested person all over Italy, if you except Modena, where the weak nobility make much of the Bargello, and do justice to his excellent table. This is a curious fact, for as a rule these Bargellos are spies, liars, traitors, cheats, and misanthropes, for a man despised hates his despisers. At Siena I was shewn a Count Piccolomini, a learned and agreeable man. He had a strange whim, however, of spending 6 months in the year in the strictest seclusion in his own house, never going out and never seeing any company, reading and working the whole time. He certainly did his best to make up for his hibernation during the other 6 months in the year. The Marchioness promised she would come to Rome in the course of the summer. She had there an intimate friend in Bianconi who had abandoned the practice of medicine and was now the representative of the court of Saxony. On the eve of my departure, the driver who was to take me to Rome came and asked me if I would like to take a traveling companion and save myself 3 sequins. "I don't want anyone." "You are wrong, for she is very beautiful." "Is she by herself?" "No, she is with a gentleman on horseback, who wishes to ride all the way to Rome." "Then how did the girl come here?" "On horseback, but she is tired out and cannot bear it any longer." The gentleman has offered me 4 sequins to take her to Rome, and as I am a poor man, I think you might let me earn the money. I suppose he will follow the carriage. He can go as he likes, that can't make much difference to either of us. You say she is young and pretty. I have been told so, but I haven't seen her myself. What sort of a man is her companion? He's a fine man, but he can speak very little Italian. Has he sold the lady's horse? No, it was hired. He has only one trunk, which will go behind the carriage. This is all very strange. I shall not give any decision before speaking to this man. I will tell him to wait on you. Directly afterwards, a brisk-looking young fellow, carrying himself well enough and clad in a fancy uniform, came in. He told me the tale I had heard from the coachman, and ended by saying that he was sure I would not refuse to accommodate his wife in my carriage. Your wife, sir? I saw he was a Frenchman, and I addressed him in French. God be praised, you can speak my native tongue. Yes, sir, she is an Englishwoman and my wife. I am sure she will be no trouble to you. Very good, I don't want to start later than I had arranged. Will she be ready at 5 o'clock? Certainly. The next morning when I got into my carriage, I found her already there. I paid her some slight compliment and sat down beside her, and we drove off. Chapter 12. Miss Betty the Comte de l'Elserby, M. reassured. This was the 4th adventure I had of this kind. There is nothing particularly out of the common in having a fellow traveler in one's carriage. This time, however, the affair had something decidedly romantic about it. I was 45, and my purse contained 200 sequins. I still loved the fair sex, though my ardor had decreased, my experience had ripened, and my caution increased. I was more like a heavy father than a young lover, and I limited myself to pretensions of the most modest character. The young person beside me was pretty and gentle-looking. She was neatly though simply dressed in the English fashion. She was fair and small, and her budding breast could be seen outlined beneath the fine muslin of her dress. She had all the appearances of modesty and noble birth, and something of virginal innocence, which inspired one with attachment and respect at the same time. I hope you can speak French, madam, I began. Yes, and a little Italian too. I congratulate myself on having you for my traveling companion. I think you should congratulate me. I heard you came to Siena on horseback. Yes, but I will never do such a foolish thing again. I think your husband would have been wise to sell his horse and buy a carriage. He hired it, it does not belong to him. From Rome we are going to drive to Naples. You like traveling. Very much, but with greater comfort. With these words, the English girl, whose white skin did not look as if it could contain a drop of blood, blushed most violently. I guessed something of her secret and begged pardon, and for more than an hour I remained silent, pretending to gaze at the scenery, but in reality thinking of her, for she began to inspire me with a lively interest. Though the position of my young companion was more than equivocal, I determined to see my way clearly before I took any decisive step, and I waited patiently till we got to Bon Couvent, where we expected to dine and meet the husband. We got there at 10 o'clock. In Italy, the carriages never go faster than a walk. A man on foot can outstrip them, as they rarely exceed 3 miles an hour. The tedium of a journey under such circumstances is something dreadful, and in the hot months one has to stop 5 or 6 hours in the middle of the day to avoid falling ill. My coachman said he did not want to go beyond St. Quirico, where there was an excellent inn, that night, so he proposed waiting at Bon Couvent till 4 o'clock. We had therefore 6 hours wherein to rest. The English girl was astonished at not finding her husband and looked for him in all directions. I noticed her and asked the landlord what had become of him. He informed us that he had breakfasted and baited his horse, and had then gone on, leaving word that he would await us at St. Quirico and order supper there. I thought it all very strange, but I said nothing. The poor girl begged me to excuse her husband's behavior. He has given me a mark of his confidence, madam, and there is nothing to be offended at. The landlord asked me if the vetturino paid my expenses, and I answered in the negative. And the girl then told him to ask the vetturino if he was paying for her. The man came in, and to convince the lady that providing her with meals was not in the contract, He gave her a paper which she handed to me to read. It was signed, Comte de L'Ettle. When she was alone with me, my young companion begged me only to order dinner for myself. I understood her delicacy, and this made her all the dearer to me. "Madame," said I, "you must please look upon me as an old friend. I guess you have no money about you, and that you wish to fast from motives of delicacy. Your husband shall repay me, if he will have it so. If I told the landlord to only prepare dinner for myself, I should be dishonoring the Count, yourself possibly, and myself most of all. I feel you are right, sir. Let dinner be served for two, then, but I cannot eat, for I feel ill, and I hope you will not mind my lying on the bed for a moment. Pray do not let me disturb you. This is a pleasant room, and they can lay the table in the next. Lie down and sleep if you can, and I will order dinner to be ready by 2. I hope you will be feeling better by then." I left her without giving her time to answer, and went to order dinner. I had ceased to believe the Frenchman to be the beautiful Englishwoman's husband, and began to think I should have to fight him. The case, I felt certain, was one of elopement and seduction, and, superstitious as usual, I was sure that my good genius had sent me in the nick of time to save her and care for her, and in short to snatch her from the hands of her infamous deceiver. Thus I fondled my growing passion. I laughed at the absurd title the rascal had given himself, and when the thought struck me that he had possibly abandoned her to me altogether, I made up my mind that he deserved hanging. Nevertheless, I resolved never to leave her. I lay down on the bed, and as I built 1,000 castles in the air, I fell asleep. The landlady awoke me softly, saying that 3 o'clock had struck. "Wait a moment before you bring in the dinner. I will go and see if the lady is awake." I opened the door gently, and saw she was still asleep, but as I closed the door after me the noise awoke her, and she asked if I had dined. "I shall not take any dinner, madam, unless you do me the honor to dine with me. You have had a 5 hours' rest, and I hope you are better. I will sit down with you to dinner, as you wish it. That makes me happy, and I will order dinner to be served forthwith." She ate little, but what little she did eat was taken with a good appetite. She was agreeably surprised to see the beefsteaks and plum pudding, which I had ordered for her. When the landlady came in, she asked her if the cook was an Englishman, and when she heard that I had given directions for the preparation of her national dishes, she seemed full of gratitude. She cheered up and congratulated me on my appetite, while I encouraged her to drink some excellent Montepulciano and Montefiascone. By dessert she was in good spirits, while I felt rather excited. She told me, in Italian, that she was born in London, and I thought I should have died with joy. In reply to my question whether she knew Madame Cornélie's, she replied that she had known her daughter as they had been at school together. "Has Sophie grown tall?" "No, she is quite small, but she is very pretty and so clever." "She must now be 17. "Exactly, we are of the same age." As she said this, she blushed and lowered her eyes. "Are you ill?" "Not at all. I scarcely like to say it, but Sophie is the very image of you." "Why should you hesitate to say so? It has been remarked to me before. No doubt it is a mere coincidence. How long ago is it since you have seen her?" 18 months. She went back to her mother S. to be married, as it was said, but I don't know to whom." "Your news interests me deeply." The landlord brought me the bill, and I saw a note of 3 pains, which her husband had spent on himself and his horse. "He said you would pay," observed the landlord. The Englishwoman blushed. I paid the bill and we went on. I was delighted to see her blushing. It proved she was not a party to her husband's proceedings. I was burning with the desire to know how she had left London and had met the Frenchman, and why they were going to Rome. But I did not want to trouble her by my questions, and I loved her too well already to give her any pain. We had a 3 hours' drive before us, so I turned the conversation to Sophie, with whom she had been at school. "Was Miss Nancy staying there when you left?" said I. The reader may remember how fond I had been of this young lady, who had dined with me, and whom I had covered with kisses, though she was only 12. My companion sighed at hearing the name of Nancy, and told me that she had left. "Was she pretty when you knew her?" "She was a beauty, but her loveliness was a fatal gift to her. Nancy was a close friend of mine, we loved each other tenderly, and perhaps our sympathy arose from the similarity of the fate in store for us. Nancy, too loving and too simple, is now, perhaps, even more unhappy than myself. More unhappy? What do you mean? Alas, is it possible that fate has treated you harshly? Is it possible that you can be unhappy with such a letter of commendation as nature has given you? Alas, let us speak of something else. Her countenance was suffused with emotion. I pitied her in secret and led the conversation back to Nancy. Tell me why you think Nancy is unhappy. She ran away with a young man she loved. They despaired of gaining the parents' consent to the match. Since her flight, nothing has been heard of her, and you see I have some reason to fear that she is unhappy. You are right. I would willingly give my life if it could be the saving of her. Where did you know her? In my own house. She and Sophie dined with me, and her father came in at the end of the meal. Now I know who you are. How often have I heard Sophie talking of you? Nancy loved you as well as her father. I heard that you had gone to Russia and had fought a duel with a general in Poland. Is this true? How I wish I could tell dear Sophie all this, but I may not entertain such hopes now. You have heard the truth about me, but what should prevent you writing what you like to England? I take a lively interest in you, trust in me, and I promise you that you shall communicate with whom you please. I am vastly obliged to you. With these words she became silent, and I left her to her thoughts. At 7 o'clock we arrived at St. Quirico, and the so-called Comte de L'Edel came out and welcomed his wife in the most loving fashion, kissing her before everybody, no doubt with the object of giving people to understand that she was his wife and I her father. The girl responded to all his caresses, looking as if a load had been lifted off her breast, and without a word of reproach she went upstairs with him, having apparently forgotten my existence. I set that down to love, youth, and the forgetfulness natural to that early age. I went upstairs in my turn with my carpet bag, and supper was served directly, as we had to start very early the next morning if we wished to reach Radicofani before the noonday heat. We had an excellent supper, as the Count had preceded us by 6 hours, and the landlord had had plenty of time to make his preparations. The English girl seemed as much in love with de L'Edel as he with her, and I was left completely out in the cold. I cannot describe the high spirits, the somewhat risky sallies, and the outrageous humors of the young gentleman. The girl laughed with all her heart, and I could not help laughing too. I considered that I was present at a kind of comedy, and not a gesture, not a word, not a laugh did I allow to escape me. He may be merely a rich and feather-brained young officer, I said to myself, who treats everything in this farcical manner. He won't be the first of the species I have seen. They are amusing, but frivolous and sometimes dangerous, wearing their honor lightly and too apt to carry it at the sword's point. On this hypothesis, I was ill pleased with my position. I did not much like his manner towards myself. He seemed to be making a dupe of me, and behaved all the while as if he were doing me an honor. On the supposition that the Englishwoman was his wife, his treatment of myself was certainly not warranted, and I was not the man to play zero. I could not disguise the fact, however, that any onlooker would have pronounced me to be playing an inferior part. There were 2 beds in the room where we had our supper. When the chambermaid came to put on the sheets, I told her to give me another room. The Count politely begged me to sleep in the same room with them, and the lady remained neutral, but I did not much care for their company and insisted on leaving them alone. I had my carpet bag taken to my room, wished them a good night, and locked myself in. My friends had only one small trunk, whence I concluded that they had sent on their luggage by another way, but they did not even have the trunk brought up to their room. I went to bed tranquilly, feeling much less interested about the lady than I had been on the journey. I was roused early in the morning and made a hasty toilette. I could hear my neighbors dressing, so I half opened my door and wished them good day without going into their room. In a quarter of an hour I heard the sound of a dispute in the courtyard, and on looking out, there were the Frenchman and the Vetturino arguing hotly. The Vetturino held the horse's bridle, and the pretended Count did his best to snatch it away from him. I guessed the bone of contention. The Frenchman had no money, and the Vetturino asked in vain for his due. I knew that I should be drawn into the dispute, and was making up my mind to do my duty without mercy, when the Count de L'Ettle came in and said, "This blockhead does not understand what I say to him, but as he may have right on his side, I must ask you to give him 2 sequins. I will return you the money at Rome. By an odd chance, I happen to have no money about me, but the fellow might trust me as he has got my trunk. However, he says he must be paid, so will you kindly oblige me? You shall hear more of me at Rome." Without waiting for me to reply, the rascal went out and ran down the stairs. The vetturino remained in the room. I put my head out of the window and saw him leap on horseback and gallop away. I sat down on my bed and turned the scene over in my mind, rubbing my hands gently. At last, I went off into a mad roar of laughter. It struck me as so whimsical and original an adventure. "Laugh too," said I to the lady. "Laugh or I will never get up. I agree with you that it's laughable enough, but I have not the spirit to laugh." "Well, sit down at all events." I gave the poor devil of a vetturino 2 sequins, telling him that I should like some coffee and to start in a quarter of an hour. I was grieved to see my companion's sadness. "I understand your grief," said I, "but you must try to overcome it. I have only one favor to ask of you, and if you refuse to grant me that, I shall be as sad as you, so we shall be rather a melancholy couple. What can I do for you? You can tell me on your word of honor whether that extraordinary character is your husband or only your lover. I will tell you the simple truth. He is not my husband, but we are going to be married at Rome. I breathe again. He never shall be your husband, and so much the better for you. He has seduced you, and you love him, but you will soon get over that. Never, unless he deceives me. He has deceived you already. I am sure he has told you that he is rich, that he is a man of rank, and that he will make you happy, and all that is a lie. How can you know all this? Experience is my great teacher. Your lover is a young feather brain, a man of no worth. He might possibly marry you, but it would be only to support himself by the sale of your charms. He loves me, I am sure of it. Yes, he loves you, but not with the love of a man of honor. Without knowing my name, or my character, or anything about me, he delivered you over to my tender mercies. A man of any delicacy would never abandon his loved one thus. He is not jealous, you know Frenchmen are not. A man of honor is the same in France, and England, and Italy, and all the world over. If he loved you, would he have left you penniless in this fashion? What would you do if I were inclined to play the brutal lover? You may speak freely. I should defend myself. Very good, then I should abandon you here, and what would you do then? You are pretty, you are a woman of sensibility, but many men would take but little account of your virtue. Your lover has left you to me. For all he knew, I might be the vilest wretch. But as it is, cheer up, you have nothing to fear. How can you think that adventurer loves you? He is a mere monster. I am sorry that what I say makes you weep, but it must be said. I even dare tell you that I have taken a great liking to you, but you may feel quite sure that I shall not ask you to give me so much as a kiss, and I will never abandon you. Before we get to Rome, I shall convince you that the Count, as he calls himself, not only does not love you, but is a common swindler as well as a deceiver. You will convince me of that. Yes, on my word of honor. Dry your eyes, and let us try to make this day pass as pleasantly as yesterday. You cannot imagine how glad I feel that chance has constituted me your protector. I want you to feel assured of my friendship, and if you do not give me a little love in return, I will try and bear it patiently. The landlord came in and brought the bill for the Count and his mistress as well as for myself. I had expected this, and paid it without a word, and without looking at the poor wandering sheep beside me. I recollected that 2 strong medicines kill and do not cure, and I was afraid I had said almost too much. I longed to know her history, and felt sure I should hear it before we reached Rome. We took some coffee and departed, and not a word passed between us till we got to the inn at La Scala, where we got down. The road from La Scala to Radicofani is steep and troublesome. The vetturino would require an extra horse, and even then would have taken 4 hours. I decided, therefore, to take 2 post horses and not to begin the journey till 10 o'clock. "Would it not be better to go on now?" said the English girl. "It will be very hot from 10 till noon." Yes, but the Comte de L'Etoile, whom we should be sure to meet at Radicofani, would not like to see me. Why not? I am sure he would. If I had told her my reason, she would have wept anew, so in pity I spared her. I saw that she was blinded by love and could not see the true character of her lover. It would be impossible to cure her by gentle and persuasive argument. I must speak sharply, the wound must be subjected to the actual cautery. But was virtue the cause of all this interest? Was it devotion to a young and innocent girl that made me willing to undertake so difficult and so delicate a task? Doubtless these motives went for something, but I will not attempt to strut in borrowed plumes, and must freely confess that if she had been ugly and stupid, I should probably have left her to her fate. In short, selfishness was at the bottom of it all, so let us say no more about virtue. My true aim was to snatch this delicate morsel from another's hand that I might enjoy it myself. I did not confess as much to myself, for I could never bear to calmly view my own failings, but afterwards I came to the conclusion that I acted a part throughout. Is selfishness, then, the universal motor of our actions? I am afraid it is. I made Betty, such was her name, take a country walk with me, and the scenery there is so beautiful that no poet nor painter could imagine a more delicious prospect. Betty spoke Tuscan with English idioms and an English accent, but her voice was so silvery and clear that her Italian was delightful to listen to. I longed to kiss her lips as they spoke so sweetly, but I respected her and restrained myself. We were walking along engaged in agreeable converse, when all at once we heard the church bells peal out. Betty said she had never seen a Catholic service, and I was glad to give her that pleasure. It was the feast day of some local saint, and Betty assisted at high mass with all propriety, imitating the gestures of the people, so that no one would have taken her for a Protestant. After it was over, she said she thought the Catholic rite was much more adapted to the needs of loving souls than the Anglican. She was astonished at the southern beauty of the village girls, whom she pronounced to be much handsomer than the country lasses in England. She asked me the time, and I replied without thinking that I wondered she had not got a watch. She blushed and said the Count had asked her to give it him to leave in pawn for the horse he hired. I was sorry for what I had said, for I had put Betty, who was incapable of a lie, to great pain. We started at 10 o'clock with 3 horses, and as a cool wind was blowing, we had a pleasant drive, arriving at Radicofani at noon. The landlord, who was also the postmaster, asked if I would pay 3 paoli, which the Frenchman had expended for his horse and himself, assuring the landlord that his friend would pay. For Betty's sake I said I would pay, but this was not all. "The gentleman," added the man, "has beaten 3 of my postilions with his naked sword. One of them was wounded in the face, and he has followed his assailant, and will make him pay dearly for it. The reason of the assault was that they wanted to detain him till he had paid. You were wrong to allow violence to be used. He does not look like a thief, and you might have taken it for granted that I should pay. You are mistaken. I was not obliged to take anything of the sort for granted. I have been cheated in this sort many times before. Your dinner is ready if you want any." Poor Betty was in despair. She observed a distressed silence, and I tried to raise her spirits and to make her eat a good dinner and to taste the excellent muscat, of which the host had provided an enormous flask. All my efforts were in vain, so I called the vetturino to tell him that I wanted to start directly after dinner. This order acted on Betty like magic. "You mean to go as far as Centino, I suppose," said the man. "We had better wait there till the heat is over." "No, we must push on, as the lady's husband may be in need of help. The wounded postilion has followed him, and as he speaks Italian very imperfectly, there's no knowing what may happen to him." "Very good, we will go off." Betty looked at me with the utmost gratitude, and by way of proving it, she pretended to have a good appetite. She had noticed that this was a certain way of pleasing me. While we were at dinner, I ordered up one of the beaten postilions and heard his story. He was a frank rogue. He said he had received some blows with the flat of the sword, but he boasted of having sent a stone after the Frenchman, which must have made an impression on him. I gave him a paolo, and promised to make it a crown if he would go to Centino to bear witness against his comrade, and he immediately began to speak up for the Count, much to Betty's amusement. He said the man's wound in the face was a mere scratch, and that he had brought it on himself, as he had no business to oppose a traveler as he had done. By way of comfort, he told us that the Frenchman had only been hit by 2 or 3 stones. Betty did not find this very consoling, but I saw that the affair was more comic than tragic and would end in nothing. The postilion went off, and we followed him in half an hour. Betty was tranquil enough till we got there, and heard that the Count had gone on to a quapendent with the 2 postilions at his heels. She seemed quite vexed. I told her that all would be well, that the Count knew how to defend himself, but she only answered me with a deep sigh. I suspected that she was afraid we should have to pass the night together, and that I would demand some payment for all the trouble I had taken. "Would you like us to go on to a quapendent?" I asked her. At this question her face beamed all over. She opened her arms, and I embraced her. I called the vetterino, and told him I wanted to go on to a quapendent immediately. The fellow replied that his horses were in the stable, and that he was not going to put them in, but that I could have post horses if I liked. "Very good, get me 2 horses immediately." It is my belief that, if I had liked, Betty would have given me everything at that moment, for she let herself fall into my arms. I pressed her tenderly and kissed her, and that was all. She seemed grateful for my self-restraint. The horses were put in, and after I had paid the landlord for the supper, which he swore he had prepared for us, we started. We reached a quapendent in 3/4 of an hour, and we found the madcap Count in high spirits. He embraced his Dulcinea with transports, and Betty seemed delighted to find him safe and sound. He told us triumphantly that he had beaten the rascally postilions and had warded their stones off. "Where's the slashed postilion?" I asked. "He is drinking to my health with his comrade. They have both begged my pardon." "Yes," said Betty, "this gentleman gave him a crown." "What a pity, you shouldn't have given them anything." Before supper, the Comte de L'Edel showed us the bruises on his thighs and side. The rascal was a fine, well-made fellow. However, Betty's adoring airs irritated me, though I was consoled at the thought of the earnest I had received from her. Next day, the impudent fellow told me that he would order us a good supper at Viterbo, and that of course I would lend him a sequin to pay for his dinner at Montefiascone. So saying, he showed me in an offhand way a bill of exchange on Rome for 3,000 crowns. I did not trouble to read it, and gave him the sequin, though I felt sure I should never see it again. Betty now treated me quite confidentially, and I felt I might ask her almost any questions. When we were at Montefiascone, she said, "You see, my lover is only without money by chance. He has a bill of exchange for a large amount. I believe it to be a forgery." "You are really too cruel." "Not at all. I only wish I were mistaken, but I am sure of the contrary. 20 years ago I should have taken it for a good one, but now it's another thing, and if the bill is a good one, why did he not negotiate it at Siena, Florence, or Leghorn? It may be that he had not the time, he was in such a hurry to be gone. Ah, if you knew all. I only want to know what you like to tell me, but I warn you again that what I say is no vague suspicion, but hard fact. Then you persist in the idea that he does not love me. Nay, he loves you, but in such a fashion as to deserve hatred in return. How do you mean? Would you not hate a man who loved you only to traffic in your charms? I should be sorry for you to think that of him. If you like, I will convince you of what I say this evening. You will oblige me, but I must have some positive proof. It would be a sore pain to me, but also a true service. And when you are convinced, will you cease to love him? Certainly, if you prove him to be dishonest, my love will vanish away. You are mistaken, you will still love him, even when you have had proof positive of his wickedness. He has evidently fascinated you in a deadly manner, or you would see his character in its true light before this. All this may be true, but do you give me your proofs, and leave to me the care of showing that I despise him? I will prove my assertions this evening, but tell me how long you have known him. About a month, but we have only been together for 5 days. And before that time, you never accorded him any favors. Not a single kiss. He was always under my windows, and I had reason to believe that he loved me fondly. Oh, yes, he loves you, who would not? But his love is not that of a man of honor, but that of an impudent profligate. But how can you suspect a man of whom you know nothing? Would that I did not know him. I feel sure that not being able to visit you, he made you visit him, and then persuaded you to fly with him. Yes, he did. He wrote me a letter which I will show you. He promises to marry me at Rome. And who is to answer for his constancy? His love is my surety. Do you fear pursuit? No. Did he take you from a father, a lover, or a brother? From a lover, who will not be back at Leghorn for a week or 10 days. Where has he gone? To London on business. I was under the charge of a woman whom he trusted. That's enough. I pity you, my poor Betty. Tell me if you love your Englishman, and if he is worthy of your love. Alas, I loved him dearly till I saw this Frenchman, who made me unfaithful to a man I adored. He will be in despair at not finding me when he returns. Is he rich? Not very. He is a businessman and is comfortably off. Is he young? No, he is a man of your age and a thoroughly kind and honest person. He was waiting for his consumptive wife to die to marry me. Poor man, have you presented him with a child? No, I am sure God did not mean me for him, for the Count has conquered me completely. Everyone whom love leads astray says the same thing. Now you have heard everything, and I am glad I told you, for I am sure you are my friend. I will be a better friend to you, dear Betty, in the future than in the past. You will need my services, and I promise not to abandon you. I love you, as I have said, but so long as you continue to love the Frenchman, I shall only ask you to consider me as your friend. I accept your promise, and in return I promise not to hide anything from you. Tell me why you have no luggage. I escaped on horseback, but my trunk, which is full of linen and other effects, will be at Rome 2 days after us. I sent it off the day before my escape, and the man who received it was sent by the Count. Then goodbye to your trunk. Why, you foresee nothing but misfortune. Well, dear Betty, I only wish my prophecies may not be accomplished. Although you escaped on horseback, I think you should have brought a cloak and a carpet bag with some linen. All that is in the small trunk. I shall have it taken into my room tonight. We reached Viterbo at 7 o'clock and found the Count very cheerful. In accordance with the plot I had laid against the Count, I began by showing myself demonstratively fond of Betty, envying the fortunate lover, praising his heroic behavior in leaving her to me, and so forth. The silly fellow proceeded to back me up in my extravagant admiration. He boasted that jealousy was utterly foreign to his character, and maintained that the true lover would accustom himself to see his mistress inspire desires in other men. He proceeded to make a long dissertation on this theme, and I let him go on, for I was waiting till after supper to come to the conclusive point. During the meal, I made him drink, and applauded his freedom from vulgar prejudices. At dessert, he enlarged on the duty of reciprocity between lovers. Thus, he remarked, Betty ought to procure me the enjoyment of Fanny, if she has reason to think I have taken a fancy to her. And per contra, as I adore Betty, if I found that she loved you, I should procure her the pleasure of sleeping with you. Betty listened to all this nonsense in silent astonishment. I confess, my dear Count, I replied, that, theoretically speaking, your system strikes me as sublime and calculated to bring about the return of the golden age, but I am afraid it would prove absurd in practice. No doubt you are a man of courage, but I am sure you would never let your mistress be enjoyed by another man. Here are 25 sequins. I will wager that amount that you will not allow me to sleep with your wife. Ha, ha, you are mistaken in me, I assure you. I'll bet 50 sequins that I will remain in the room a calm spectator of your exploits. My dear Betty, we must punish this skeptic. Go to bed with him. You are joking. Not at all. To bed with you, I shall love you all the more. You must be crazy. I shall do nothing of the kind. The Count took her in his arms, and caressing her in the tenderest manner begged her to do him this favor, not so much for the 25 louis, as to convince me that he was above vulgar prejudices. His caresses became rather free, but Betty repulsed him gently though firmly, saying that she would never consent, and that he had already won the bet, which was the case. In fine, the poor girl besought him to kill her rather than oblige her to do a deed which she thought infamous. Her words, and the pathetic voice with which they were uttered, should have shamed him, but they only put him into a furious rage. He repulsed her, calling her the vilest names, and finally telling her that she was a hypocrite, and he felt certain she had already granted me all a worthless girl could grant. Betty grew pale as death, and furious in my turn, I ran for my sword. I should probably have run him through if the infamous scoundrel had not fled into the next room, where he locked himself in. I was in despair at seeing Betty's distress, of which I had been the innocent cause, and I did my best to soothe her. She was in an alarming state. Her breath came with difficulty, her eyes seemed ready to start out of her head, her lips were bloodless and trembling, and her teeth shut tight together. Everyone in the inn was asleep. I could not call for help, and all I could do was to dash water in her face and speak soothing words. At last she fell asleep, and I remained beside her for more than 2 hours, attentive to her least movements, and hoping that she would awake strengthened and refreshed. At daybreak I heard Elettle going off, and I was glad of it. The people of the inn knocked at our door, and then Betty awoke. "Are you ready to go, my dear Betty?" "I am much better, but I should so like a cup of tea." The Italians cannot make tea, so I took what she gave me and went to prepare it myself. When I came back, I found her inhaling the fresh morning air at the window. She seemed calm, and I hoped I had cured her. She drank a few cups of tea, of which beverage the English are very fond, and soon regained her good looks. She heard some people in the room where we had supped, and asked me if I had taken up the purse which I had placed on the table. I had forgotten it completely. I found my purse and a piece of paper bearing the words, "Bill of exchange for 3,000 crowns." The impostor had taken it out of his pocket in making his bet, and had forgotten it. It was dated at Bordeaux, drawn on a wine merchant at Paris to Elettle's order. It was payable at sight, and was for 6 months. The whole thing was utterly irregular. I took it to Betty, who told me she knew nothing about bills, and begged me to say nothing more about that infamous fellow. She then said, in a voice of which I can give no idea, "For pity's sake, do not abandon a poor girl, more worthy of compassion than blame." I promised her again to have all a father's care for her, and soon after we proceeded on our journey. The poor girl fell asleep, and I followed her example. We were awoke by the vetturino, who informed us, greatly to our astonishment, that we were at Monterosi. We had slept for 6 hours and had done 18 miles. We had to stay at Monterosi till 4 o'clock, and we were glad of it, for we needed time for reflection. In the first place, I asked about the wretched deceiver, and was told that he had made a slight meal, paid for it, and said he was going to spend the night at L'Astorga. We made a good dinner, and Betty, plucking up a spirit, said we must consider the case of her infamous betrayer, but for the last time. "Be a father to me," said she. "Do not advise, but command. You may reckon on my obedience. I have no need to give you any further particulars, for you have guessed all except the horror with which the thought of my betrayer now inspires me. If it had not been for you, he would have plunged me into an abyss of shame and misery. Can you reckon on the Englishman forgiving you?" "I think so." "Then we must go back to Leghorn. Are you strong enough to follow this counsel? I warn you that if you approve of it, it must be put into execution at once. Young, pretty, and virtuous as you are, you need not imagine that I shall allow you to go by yourself, or in the company of strangers. If you think I love you, and find me worthy of your esteem, that is sufficient regard for me. I will live with you like a father, if you are not in a position to give me marks of a more ardent affection. Be sure I will keep faith with you, for I want to redeem your opinion of men, and to show you that there are men as honorable as your seducer was vile." Betty remained for a quarter of an hour in profound silence, her head resting on her elbows and her eyes fixed on mine. She did not seem either angry or astonished, but as far as I could judge was lost in thought. I was glad to see her reflective, for thus she would be able to give me a decided answer. At last she said, "You need not think, my dear friend, that my silence proceeds from irresolution. If my mind were not made up already, I should despise myself. I am wise enough at any rate to appreciate the wisdom of your generous counsels. I thank Providence that I have fallen into the hands of such a man who will treat me as if I were his daughter. Then we will go back to Leghorn and start immediately. My only doubt is how to manage my reconciliation with Sir B.M. I have no doubt he will pardon me eventually, but though he is tender and good-hearted, he is delicate where a point of honor is concerned, and subject to sudden fits of violence. This is what I want to avoid, for he might possibly kill me, and then I should be the cause of his ruin. You must consider it on the way, and tell me any plans you may think of. He is an intelligent man, and it would be hopeless to endeavor to dupe him by a lie. I must make a full confession in writing without hiding a single circumstance, for if he thought he was being duped, his fury would be terrible. If you will write to him, you must not say that you think me worthy of forgiveness. You must tell him the facts and leave him to judge for himself. He will be convinced of my repentance when he reads the letter I shall bedew with my tears, but he must not know of my whereabouts till he has promised to forgive me. He is a slave to his word of honor, and we shall live together all our days without my ever hearing of this slip. I am only sorry that I have behaved so foolishly. You must not be offended if I ask you whether you have ever given him like cause for complaint before. Never. What is his history? He lived very unhappily with his first wife, and he was divorced from his second wife for sufficient reasons. 2 years ago, he came to our school with Nancy's father and made my acquaintance. My father died, his creditors seized everything, and I had to leave the school, much to Nancy's distress and that of the other pupils. At this period, Sir B.M. took charge of me and gave me a sum which placed me beyond the reach of want for the rest of my days. I was grateful and begged him to take me with him when he told me he was leaving England. He was astonished and, like a man of honor, said he loved me too well to flatter himself that we could travel together without his entertaining more ardent feelings for me than those of a father. He thought it out of the question for me to love him, save as a daughter. This declaration, as you may imagine, paved the way for a full agreement. However you love me, I said, I shall be well pleased, and if I can do anything for you, I shall be all the happier. He then gave me of his own free will a written promise to marry me on the death of his wife. We started on our travels, and till my late unhappy connection, I never gave him the slightest cause for complaint. Dry your eyes, dear Betty, he is sure to forgive you. I have friends at Leghorn, and no one shall find out that we have made acquaintance. I will put you in good hands, and I shall not leave the town till I hear you are back with Sir B.M. If he prove inexorable, I promise never to abandon you, and to take you back to England if you like. But how can you spare the time? I will tell you the truth, my dear Betty. I have nothing particular to do at Rome or anywhere else. London and Rome are alike to me. How can I show my gratitude to you? I summoned the vetturino and told him we must return to Viterbo. He objected, but I convinced him with a couple of piasters, and by agreeing to use the post horses and to spare his own animals. We got to Viterbo by 7 o'clock and asked anxiously if no one had found a pocketbook which I pretended I had lost. I was told no such thing had been found, so I ordered supper with calmness, although bewailing my loss. I told Betty that I acted in this sort to obviate any difficulties which the vetturino might make about taking us back to Siena, as he might feel it his duty to place her in the hands of her supposed husband. I had up the small trunk, and after we had forced the lock, Betty took out her cloak and the few effects she had in it, and we then inspected the adventurer's properties, most likely all he possessed in the world. A few tattered shirts, 2 or 3 pairs of mended silk stockings, a pair of breeches, a hare's foot, a pot of grease, and a score of little booksplays or comic operas, and lastly a packet of letters. Such were the contents of the trunk. We proceeded to read the letters, and the first thing we noted was the address. To M. L'Ettle, actor at Marseille, Bordeaux, Bayonne, Montpellier, etc. I pitied Betty. She saw herself the dupe of a vile actor, and her indignation and shame were great. We will read it all tomorrow, said I. Today we have something else to do. The poor girl seemed to breathe again. We got over our supper hastily, and then Betty begged me to leave her alone for a few moments for her to change her linen and go to bed. If you like, said I will have a bed made up for me in the next room. No, dear friend, ought I not to love your society? What would have become of me without you? I went out for a few minutes, and when I returned and came to her bedside to wish her good night, she gave me such a warm embrace that I knew my hour was come. Reader, you must take the rest for granted. I was happy, and I had reason to believe that Betty was happy also. In the morning, we had just fallen asleep, when the vetturino knocked at the door. I dressed myself hastily to see him. Listen, I said, it is absolutely necessary for me to recover my pocketbook, and I hope to find it at Aquapendent. Very good, sir, very good, said the rogue, a true Italian. Pay me as if I had taken you to Rome, and a sequin a day for the future, and if you like, I will take you to England on those terms." The vetturino was evidently what is called wide awake. I gave him his money, and we made a new agreement. At 7 o'clock we stopped at Montefiascone to write to Sir B.M., she in English and I in French. Betty had now an air of satisfaction and assurance which I found charming. She said she was full of hope, and seemed highly amused at the thought of the figure which the actor would cut when he arrived at Rome by himself. She hoped that we should come across the man in charge of her trunk, and that we should have no difficulty in getting it back. He might pursue us. He dare not do so. I expect not, but if he does, I will give him a warm welcome. If he does not take himself off, I will blow out his brains. Before I began my letter to Sir B.M., Betty again warned me to conceal nothing from him. "Not even the reward you gave me." "Oh yes, that is a little secret between ourselves." In less than 3 hours the letters were composed and written. Betty was satisfied with my letter, and her own, which she translated for my benefit, was a perfect masterpiece of sensibility, which seemed to me certain of success. I thought of posting from Siena, to ensure her being in a place of safety before the arrival of her lover. The only thing that troubled me was the bill of exchange left behind by Elettle, for whether it were true or false, I felt bound to deal with it in some way, but I could not see how it was to be done. We set out again, after dinner in spite of the heat, and arrived at Aquapendent in the evening, and spent the night in the delights of mutual love. As I was getting up in the morning I saw a carriage in front of the inn, just starting for Rome. I imagined that amidst the baggage Betty's trunk might be discovered, and I told her to get up, and see if it were there. We went down, and Betty recognized the trunk she had confided to her seducer. We begged the vetturino to restore it to us, but he was inflexible, and as he was in the right we had to submit. The only thing he could do was to have an embargo laid on the trunk at Rome, the said embargo to last for a month. A notary was called, and our claim properly drawn up. The vetturino, who seemed an honest and intelligent fellow, assured us he had received nothing else belonging to the Comte de Elettle, so we were assured that the actor was a mere beggar on the lookout for pickings, and that the rags in the small trunk were all his possessions. After this business had been dispatched, Betty brightened up amazingly. "Heaven," she exclaimed, "is arranging everything. My mistake will serve as a warning to me for the future, for the lesson has been a severe one and might have been much worse if I had not had the good fortune of meeting you." "I congratulate you," I replied, "on having cured yourself so quickly of a passion that had deprived you of your reason." "Ah, a woman's reason is a fragile thing. I shudder when I think of the monster, but I verily believe that I should not have regained my senses if he had not called me a hypocrite and said that he was certain I had already granted you my favors. These infamous words opened my eyes and made me see my shame. I believe I would have helped you to pierce him to the heart if the coward had not run away. But I am glad he did run away, not for his sake but for ours, for we should have been in an unpleasant position if he had been killed. You are right, he escaped my sword because he is destined for the rope. Let him look to that himself, but I am sure he will never dare to show his face before you or me again." We reached Radicofani at 10 o'clock and proceeded to write postscripts to our letters to Sir B.M. We were sitting at the same table, Betty opposite to the door and I close to it, so that anyone coming in could not have seen me without turning round. Betty was dressed with all decency and neatness, but I had taken off my coat on account of the suffocating heat. Nevertheless, though I was in shirt sleeves, I should not have been ashamed of my attire before the most respectable woman in Italy. All at once I heard a rapid step coming along the passage, and the door was dashed open. A furious-looking man came in, and, seeing Betty, cried out, "Ah, there you are." I did not give him time to turn round and see me, but leapt upon him and seized him by the shoulders. If I had not done so, he would have shot me dead on the spot. As I leapt upon him, I had involuntarily closed the door, and as he cried, "Let me go, traitor!" Betty fell on her knees before him, exclaiming, "No, no, he is my preserver." Sir B.M. was too mad with rage to pay any attention to her, and kept on. "Let me go, traitors." As may be imagined, I did not pay much attention to this request so long as the loaded pistol was in his hand. In our struggles, he at last fell to the ground and I on top of him. The landlord and his people had heard the uproar and were trying to get in, but as we had fallen against the door, they could not do so. Betty had the presence of mind to snatch the pistol from his hand, and I then let him go, calmly observing, "Sir, you are laboring under a delusion." Again, Betty threw herself on her knees, begging him to calm himself, as I was her preserver, not her betrayer. "What do you mean by preserver?" said B.M. Betty gave him the letter, saying, "Read that." The Englishman read the letter through without rising from the ground, and as I was certain of its effect, I opened the door and told the landlord to send his people away, and to get dinner for 3, as everything had been settled. Episode 28, Return to Rome. Chapter 13. Rome, the actors, punishment, Lord Baltimore, Naples, Sarah, Goudar, departure, of Betty Agatha Medina Albergoni, Miss, Chudley the Prince of Francavilla, the swimmers. As I fell over the Englishman, I had struck my hand against a nail, and the fourth finger of my left hand was bleeding as if a vein had been opened. Betty helped me to tie a handkerchief around the wound, while Sir B.M. read the letter with great attention. I was much pleased with Betty's action. It showed she was confident and sure of her lover's forgiveness. I took up my coat and carpet bag and went into the next room to change my linen and dress for dinner. Any distress at the termination of my intrigue with Betty was amply compensated for by my joy at the happy ending of a troublesome affair which might have proved fatal for me. I dressed myself and then waited for half an hour, as I heard Betty and Sir B.M. speaking in English calmly enough, and I did not care to interrupt them. At last the Englishman knocked at my door and came in looking humble and mortified. He said he was sure I had not only saved Betty, but had effectually cured her of her folly. "You must forgive my conduct, sir," said he, "for I could not guess that the man I found with her was her savior and not her betrayer. I thank heaven which inspired you with the idea of catching hold of me from behind, as I should certainly have killed you the moment I set eyes on you, and at this moment I should be the most wretched of men. You must forgive me, sir, and become my friend." I embraced him cordially, telling him that if I had been in his place, I should have acted in a precisely similar manner. We returned to the room, and found Betty leaning against the bed and weeping bitterly. The blood continuing to flow from my wound, I sent for a surgeon who said that a vein had been opened, and that a proper ligature was necessary. Betty still wept, so I told Sir B.M. that in my opinion she deserved his forgiveness. "Forgiveness," said he, "you may be sure I have already forgiven her, and she well deserves it. Poor Betty repented directly you showed her the path she was treading, and the tears she is shedding now are tears of sorrow at her mistake. I am sure she recognizes her folly and will never be guilty of such a slip again." Emotion is infectious. Betty wept, Sir B.M. wept, and I wept to keep them company. At last nature called a truce, and by degrees our sobs and tears ceased and we became calmer. Sir B.M., who was evidently a man of the most generous character, began to laugh and jest, and his caresses had great effect in calming Betty. We made a good dinner, and the choice muscat put us all in the best of spirits. Sir B.M. said we had better rest for a day or two. He had journeyed 15 stages in hot haste and felt in need of repose. He told us that on arriving at Leghorn, and finding no Betty there, he had discovered that her trunk had been booked to Rome, and that the officer to whom it belonged had hired a horse, leaving a watch as a pledge for it. Sir B.M. recognized Betty's watch, and feeling certain that she was either on horseback with her seducer or in the wagon with her trunk, he immediately resolved to pursue. "I provided myself," he added, "with 2 good pistols, not with the idea of using one against her, for my first thought about her was pity and my second forgiveness, but I determined to blow out the scoundrel's brains, and I mean to do it yet. We will start for Rome tomorrow." Sir B.M.'s concluding words filled Betty with joy, and I believe she would have pierced her perfidious lover to the heart if he had been brought before her at that moment. "We shall find him at Roland S.," said I. Sir B.M. took Betty in his arms and gazed at me with an air of content, as if he would have shewn me the greatness of an English hearta greatness which more than atones for its weakness. "I understand your purpose," I said, but you shall not execute your plans without me. Let me have the charge of seeing that justice is done you. If you will not agree, I shall start for Rome directly. I shall get there before you, and shall give the wretched actor warning of your approach. If you had killed him before, I should have said nothing, but at Rome it is different, and you would have reason to repent of having indulged your righteous indignation. You don't know Rome and priestly justice. Come, give me your hand, and your word to do nothing without my consent, or else I shall leave you directly. Sir B.M. was a man of my own height but somewhat thinner, and 5 or 6 years older. The reader will understand his character without my describing it. My speech must have rather astonished him, but he knew that my disposition was benevolent, and he could not help giving me his hand and his pledge. "Yes, dearest," said Betty, "leave vengeance to the friend whom heaven has sent us. I consent to do so, provided everything is done in concert between us." After this we parted, and Sir B.M. being in need of rest, I went to tell the vetturino that we should start for Rome again on the following day. "For Rome, then you have found your pocketbook. It seems to me, my good sir, that you would have been wiser not to search for it." The worthy man, seeing my hand done up in lint, imagined I had fought a duel, and indeed everybody else came to the same conclusion. Sir B.M. had gone to bed, and I spent the rest of the day in the company of Betty, who was overflowing with the gratitude. She said we must forget what had passed between us, and be the best of friends for the rest of our days, without a thought of any further amorous relations. I had not much difficulty in assenting to this condition. She burned with the desire for vengeance on the scoundrelly actor who had deceived her. But I pointed out that her duty was to moderate Sir B.M.'s passions, as if he attempted any violence in Rome, it might prove a very serious matter for him, besides its being to the disadvantage of his reputation to have the affair talked of. "I promise you," I added, "to have the rogue imprisoned as soon as we reach Rome, and that ought to be sufficient vengeance for you. Instead of the advantages he proposed for himself, he will receive only shame and all the misery of a prison." Sir B.M. slept 7 or 8 hours, and rose to find that a good deal of his rage had evaporated. He consented to abide by my arrangements if he could have the pleasure of paying the fellow a visit, as he wanted to know him. After this sensible decision and a good supper, I went to my lonely couch without any regret, for I was happy in the consciousness of having done a good action. We started at daybreak the next morning, and when we reached Aquapendent, we resolved to post to Rome. By the post, the journey took 12 hours, otherwise we should have been 3 days on the road. As soon as we reached Rome, I went to the custom house and put in the document relating to Betty's trunk. The next day, it was duly brought to our inn and handed over to Betty. As Sir B.M. had placed the case in my hands, I went to the Bargello, an important person at Rome, and an expeditious officer when he sees a case clearly and feels sure that the plaintiffs do not mind spending their money. The Bargello is rich and lives well. He has an almost free access to the cardinal vicar, the governor, and even the Holy Father himself. He gave me a private interview directly, and I told him the whole story, finally saying that all we asked for was that the rogue should be imprisoned and afterwards expelled from Rome. "You see," I added, "that our demand is a very moderate one, and we could get all we want by the ordinary channels of the law, but we are in a hurry, and I want you to take charge of the whole affair. If you care to do so, we shall be prepared to defray legal expenses to the extent of 50 crowns. The Bargello asked me to give him the bill of exchange and all the effects of the adventurer, including the letters. I had the bill in my pocket and gave it him on the spot, taking a receipt in exchange. I told him to send to the inn for the rest. "As soon as I have made him confess the facts you allege against him," said the Bargello, "we shall be able to do something. I have already heard that he is at Roland's and has been trying to get the Englishwoman's trunk. If you like to spend 100 crowns instead of 50, we could send him to the galleys for a couple of years." "We will see about that," said I. "For the present we will have him into prison." He was delighted to hear that the horse was not Elettel's property, and said that if I liked to call at 9 o'clock, he would have further news for me. I said I would come. I really had a good deal to do at Rome. I wanted to see Cardinal Bernice in the first place, but I postponed everything to the affair of the moment. I went back to the inn and was told by a valet de place, whom Sir B.M. had hired, that the Englishman had gone to bed. We were in need of a carriage, so I summoned the landlord and was astonished to find myself confronted by Roland in person. "How's this?" I said. "I thought you were still at the Place d'Espagne." "I have given my old house to my daughter, who has married a prosperous Frenchman, while I have taken this palace where there are some magnificent rooms." "Has your daughter many foreigners staying at her house now?" "Only one Frenchman, the Comte de L'Ettle, who is waiting for his equipage to come on. He has an excellent horse, and I am thinking of buying it from him." "I advise you to wait till tomorrow, and to say nothing about the advice I have given you." "Why should I wait?" "I can't say any more just now." This Roland was the father of the Therese, whom I had loved 9 years before, and whom my brother Jean had married in 1762, a year after my departure. Roland told me that my brother was in Rome with Prince Bolesław, the Russian ambassador to the court of Saxony. I understood that my brother could not come to Rome. He came with a safe conduct which the Dowager Electress of Saxony obtained for him from the Holy Father. He wants his case to be retried, and there he makes a mistake, for if it were heard 100 times, the sentence would continue the same. No one will see him, everyone avoids him, even Mengs will have nothing to say to him. Mengs is here, is he? Though he had been at Madrid. He has got leave of absence for a year, but his family remains in Spain. After hearing all this news, which was far from pleasant to me, as I did not wish to see Mengs or my brother, I went to bed, leaving orders that I was to be roused in time for dinner. In an hour's time, I was awakened by the tidings that someone was waiting to give me a note. It was one of the Bargello's men, who had come to take over L'Ettle's effects. At dinner, I told Sir B.M. what I had done, and we agreed that he should accompany me to the Bargello's in the evening. In the afternoon, we visited some of the principal palaces, and after taking Betty back to the inn, we went to the Bargello, who told us our man was already in prison, and that it would cost very little to send him to the galleys. "Before making up my mind, I should like to speak to him," said Sir B.M. "You can do so tomorrow." He confessed everything without any trouble and made a jest of it, saying he was not afraid of any consequences, as the young lady had gone with him of her own free will. I showed him the bill of exchange, but he evinced no emotion whatever. He told me that he was an actor by profession, but also a man of rank. As to the horse, he said he was at perfect liberty to sell it, as the watch he had left in pledge was worth more than the beast. I had forgotten to inform the Bargello that the watch aforesaid belonged to Betty. We gave the worthy official 50 crowns, and supped with Betty, who had, as I have remarked, recovered her trunk, and had been busying herself in putting her things to rights. She was glad to hear that the rascal was in prison, but she did not seem to wish to pay him a visit. We went to see him in the afternoon of the next day. The Bargello had assigned us an advocate, who made out a document demanding payment by the prisoner of the expenses of the journey, and of his arrest, together with a certain sum as compensation to the person whom he had deceived, unless he could prove his right to the title of count in the course of 6 weeks. We found L'Ettle with this document in his hand. Someone was translating it for him into French. As soon as the rascal saw me, he said, with a laugh, that I owed him 25 louis as he had left Betty to sleep with me. The Englishman told him he lied. It was he that had slept with her. "Are you Betty's lover?" asked L'Ettle. "Yes, and if I had caught you with her, I should have blown out your brains, for you have deceived her doubly. You're only a beggarly actor." "I have 3,000 crowns. I will pay 6,000 if the bill proves to be a good one. In the meanwhile you will stay here, and if it be false, as I expect it is, you will go to the galleys." "Very good. I shall speak to my counsel." We went out and called on the advocate, for Sir B.M. had a lively desire to send the impudent rascal to the galleys. However, it could not be done, for L'Ettle said he was quite ready to give up the bill, but that he expected Sir B.M. to pay 1 crown a day for his keep while he remained in prison. Sir B.M. thought he would like to see something of Rome, as he was there, and was obliged to buy almost everything as he had left his belongings behind him, while Betty was well provided for as her trunk was of immense capacity. I went with them everywhere. It was not exactly the life I liked, but there would be time for me to please myself after they had gone. I loved Betty without desiring her, and I had taken a liking to the Englishman who had an excellent heart. At first he wanted to stay a fortnight at Rome, and then to return to Leghorn. But his friend Lord Baltimore, who had come to Rome in the meanwhile, persuaded him to pay a short visit to Naples. This nobleman, who had with him a very pretty Frenchwoman and 2 servants, said he would see to the journey, and that I must join the party. I had made his acquaintance at London. I was glad to have the opportunity of seeing Naples again. We lodged at the Croziels at Chioggia, or Chioggia, as the Neapolitans call it. The first news I heard was the death of the Duke of Madelon and the marriage of his widow with Prince Caramanica. This circumstance put an end to some of my hopes, and I only thought of amusing myself with my friends, as if I had never been at Naples before. Lord Baltimore had been there several times, but his mistress, Betty, and Sir B.M. were strangers and wanted to see everything. I accordingly acted as cicerone, for which part one and my lord, too, were much better qualified than the tedious and ignorant fellows who had an official right to that title. The day after our arrival I was unpleasantly surprised to see the notorious Chevalier Gaudar, whom I had known at London. He called on Lord Baltimore. This famous rout had a house at Posilippo, and his wife was none other than the pretty Irish girl Sarah, formerly a drawer in a London tavern. The reader has been already introduced to her. Gaudar knew I had met her, so he told me who she was, inviting us all to dine with him the next day. Sarah showed no surprise nor confusion at the sight of me, but I was petrified. She was dressed with the utmost elegance, received company admirably, spoke Italian with perfect correctness, talked sensibly, and was exquisitely beautiful. I was stupefied. The metamorphosis was so great. In a quarter of an hour 5 or 6 ladies of the highest rank arrived, with 10 or 12 dukes, princes, and marquises, to say nothing of a host of distinguished strangers. The table was laid for 30, but before dinner, Madame Gaudar seated herself at the piano and sang a few airs with the voice of a siren, and with a confidence that did not astonish the other guests as they knew her, but which astonished me extremely, for her singing was really admirable. Gaudar had worked this miracle. He had been educating her to be his wife for 6 or 7 years. After marrying her, he had taken her to Paris, Vienna, Venice, Florence, Rome, etc., everywhere seeking fortune, but in vain. Finally, he had come to Naples, where he had brought his wife into the fashion of obliging her to renounce in public the errors of the Anglican heresy. She had been received into the Catholic Church under the auspices of the Queen of Naples. The amusing part in all this was that Sarah, being an Irishwoman, had been born a Catholic, and had never ceased to be one. All the nobility, even to the court, went to see Sarah, while she went nowhere, for no one invited her. This kind of thing is a characteristic of nobility all the world over. Gaudar told me all these particulars, and confessed that he only made his living by gaming. Pharaoh and Biribai were the only pillars of his house, but they must have been strong ones, for he lived in great style. He asked me to join with him, and I did not care to refuse. My purse was fast approaching total depletion, and if it were not for this resource, I could not continue living in the style to which I had been accustomed. Having taken this resolution, I declined returning to Rome with Betty and Sir B.M., who wanted to repay me all I had spent on her account. I was not in a position to be ostentatious, so I accepted his generous offer. 2 months later, I heard that Elettle had been liberated by the influence of Cardinal Bernice and had left Rome. Next year, I heard at Florence that Sir B.M. had returned to England, where no doubt he married Betty as soon as he became a widower. As for the famous Lord Baltimore, he left Naples a few days after my friends and traveled about Italy in his usual way. 3 years later, he paid for his British bravado with his life. He committed the wild imprudence of traversing the Maremma in August and was killed by the poisonous exhalations. I stopped at Croziels, as all the rich foreigners came to live there. I was thus enabled to make their acquaintance and put them in the way of losing their money at Gaudar's. I did not like my task, but circumstances were too strong for me. 5 or 6 days after Betty had left, I chanced to meet the Abbé Gama, who had aged a good deal, but was still as gay and active as ever. After we had told each other our adventures, he informed me that, as all the differences between the Holy See and the Court of Naples had been adjusted, he was going back to Rome. Before he went, however, he said he should like to present me to a lady whom he was sure I should be very glad to see again. The first persons I thought of were Donna Leonilda or Donna Lucrezia, her mother. But what was my surprise to see Agatha, the dancer with whom I had been in love at Turin after abandoning the Corticelli. Our delight was mutual, and we proceeded to tell each other the incidents of our lives since we had parted. My tale only lasted a quarter of an hour, but Agatha's history was a long one. She had only danced a year at Naples. An advocate had fallen in love with her, and she showed me 4 pretty children she had given him. The husband came in at supper time, and as she had often talked to him about me, he rushed to embrace me as soon as he heard my name. He was an intelligent man, like most of the pagealty of Naples. We supped together like old friends, and the Abbé Gama going soon after supper I stayed with them till midnight, promising to join them at dinner the next day. Although Agatha was in the very flower of her beauty, the old fires were not rekindled in me. I was 10 years older. My coolness pleased me, for I should not have liked to trouble the peace of a happy home. After leaving Agatha, I proceeded to Goudar's, in whose bank I took a strong interest. I found a dozen gamesters round the table, but what was my surprise to recognize in the holder of the bank Count Medini. 3 or 4 days before this, Medini had been expelled from the house of M. de Choiseul, the French ambassador. He had been caught cheating at cards. I had also my reason to be incensed against him, and, as the reader may remember, we had fought a duel. On glancing at the bank, I saw that it was at the last gasp. It ought to have held 600 ounces, and there were scarcely 100. I was interested to the extent of a third. On examining the face of the punter who had made these ravages, I guessed the game. It was the first time I had seen the rascal at Goudar's. At the end of the deal, Goudar told me that this punter was a rich Frenchman who had been introduced by Medini. He told me I should not mind his winning that evening, as he would be sure to lose it all and a good deal more another time. "I don't care who the punter is," said I. "It is not of the slightest consequence to me, as I tell you plainly that as long as Medini is the banker I will have nothing to do with it. I have told Medini about it and wanted to take a third away from the bank, but he seemed offended and said he would make up any loss to you, but that he could not have the bank touched." "Very good, but if he does not bring me my money by tomorrow morning, there will be trouble. Indeed, the responsibility lies with you, for I have told you that as long as Medini deals I will have nothing to do with it. Of course you have a claim on me for 200 ounces, but I hope you will be reasonable. It would be rather hard for me to lose 2/3. Knowing Goudar to be a greater rascal than Medini, I did not believe a word he said, and I waited impatiently for the end of the game. At 1 o'clock it was all over. The lucky punter went off with his pockets full of gold, and Medini, affecting high spirits, which were very much out of place, swore his victory should cost him dear. "Will you kindly give me my 200 ounces, said I, "for, of course, Goudar told you that I was out of it. I confess myself indebted to you for that amount, as you absolutely insist, but pray tell me why you refuse to be interested in the bank when I am dealing." "Because I have no confidence in your luck. You must see that your words are capable of a very unpleasant interpretation. I can't prevent your interpreting my words as you please, but I have a right to my own opinion. I want my 200 ounces, and I am quite willing to leave you any moneys you propose to make out of the conqueror of tonight. You must make your arrangements with M. Goudar, and by noon tomorrow, you, M. Goudar, will bring me that sum. I can't remit you the money till the Count gives it me, for I haven't got any money. I am sure you will have some money by 12 o'clock tomorrow morning. Good night." I would not listen to any of their swindling arguments, and went home without the slightest doubt that they were trying to cheat me. I resolved to wash my hands of the whole gang as soon as I had got my money back by fair means or foul. At 9 the next morning I received a note from Medini, begging me to call on him and settle the matter. I replied that he must make his arrangements with Goudar, and I begged to be excused calling on him. In the course of an hour he paid me a visit, and exerted all his eloquence to persuade me to take a bill for 200 ounces, payable in a week. I gave him a sharp refusal, saying that my business was with Goudar and Goudar only, and that unless I received the money by noon I should proceed to extremities. Medini raised his voice, and told me that my language was offensive. And forthwith I took up a pistol and placed it against his cheek, ordering him to leave the room. He turned pale and went away without a word. At noon, I went to Gaudar's without my sword, but with 2 good pistols in my pocket. Medini was there, and began by reproaching me with attempting to assassinate him in my own house. I took no notice of this, but told Gaudar to give me my 200 ounces. Gaudar asked Medini to give him the money. There would undoubtedly have been a quarrel, if I had not been prudent enough to leave the room, threatening Gaudar with ruin if he did not send on the money directly. Just as I was leaving the house, the fair Sarah put her head out of the window and begged me to come up by the back stairs and speak to her. I begged to be excused, so she said she would come down, and in a moment she stood beside me. "You are in the right about your money," she said, "but just at present my husband has not got any. You really must wait 2 or 3 days. I will guarantee the payment." "I am really sorry," I replied, "not to be able to oblige such a charming woman, but the only thing that will pacify me is my money. Until I have had it, you will see me no more in your house, against which I declare war." Thereupon she drew from her finger a diamond ring, worth at least 400 ounces, and begged me to accept it as a pledge. I took it and left her after making my bow. She was doubtless astonished at my behavior, for in her state of déshabille she could not have counted on my displaying such firmness. I was very well satisfied with my victory, and went to dine with the advocate, Agatha's husband. I told him the story, begging him to find someone who would give me 200 ounces on the ring. "I will do it myself," said he, and he gave me an acknowledgment and 200 ounces on the spot. He then wrote in my name a letter to Gaudar, informing him that he was the depositary of the ring. This done, I recovered my good temper. Before dinner, Agatha took me into her boudoir, and showed me all the splendid jewels I had given her when I was rich and in love. "Now I am a rich woman," said she, "and my good fortune is all you're making, so take back what you gave me. Don't be offended. I am so grateful to you, and my good husband and I agreed on this plan this morning." To take away any scruples I might have, she showed me the diamonds her husband had given her. They had belonged to his first wife and were worth a considerable sum. My gratitude was too great for words. I could only press her hand and let my eyes speak the feelings of my heart. Just then her husband came in. It had evidently been concerted between them, for the worthy man embraced me and begged me to accede to his wife's request. We then joined the company, which consisted of a dozen or so of their friends, but the only person who attracted my attention was a very young man, whom I set down at once as in love with Agatha. His name was Don Pascal Latilla, and I could well believe that he would be successful in love, for he was intelligent, handsome, and well-mannered. We became friends in the course of the meal. Amongst the ladies I was greatly pleased with one young girl. She was only 14, but she looked 18. Agatha told me she was studying singing, intending to go on the stage as she was so poor. So pretty and yet poor. Yes, for she will have all or nothing, and lovers of that kind are rare in Naples. But she must have some lover. If she has, no one has heard of him. You had better make her acquaintance and go and see her. You will soon be friends. What's her name? Kalimna. The lady who is speaking to her is her aunt, and I expect they are talking about you. We sat down to the enjoyment of a delicate and abundant meal. Agatha, I could see, was happy, and delighted to show me how happy she was. The old Abbé Gama congratulated himself on having presented me. Don Pascal Latilla could not be jealous of the attentions paid me by his idol, for I was a stranger, and they were my due, while her husband prided himself on his freedom from those vulgar prejudices to which so many Neapolitans are subject. In the midst of all this gaiety I could not help stealing many a furtive glance towards Kalimna. I addressed her again and again, and she answered me politely, but so briefly as to give me no opportunity of displaying my powers in the way of persiflage. I asked if her name was her family name or a pseudonym. "It is my baptismal name." "It is Greek, but of course you know what it means." "No." "Mad Beauty or Fair Moon." "I am glad to say that I have nothing in common with my name." "Have you any brothers or sisters?" "I have only one married sister, with whom you may possibly be acquainted." What is her name, and who is her husband? Her husband is a Piedmontese, but she does not live with him. Is she the Madame Slopies who travels with Estan? Exactly. I can give you good news of her. After dinner I asked Agatha how she came to know Calimna. My husband is her godfather. What is her exact age? 14. She's a simple prodigy. What loveliness. Her sister is still handsomer. I have never seen her. A servant came in and said M. Gaudar would like to have a little private conversation with the advocate. The advocate came back in a quarter of an hour and informed me that Gaudar had given him the 200 ounces and that he had returned him the ring. Then that's all settled, and I am very glad of it. I have certainly made an eternal enemy of him, but that doesn't trouble me much. We began playing, and Agatha made me play with Calimna, the freshness and simplicity of whose character delighted me. I told her all I knew about her sister and promised I would write to Turin to inquire whether she were still there. I told her that I loved her and that if she would allow me, I would come and see her. Her reply was extremely satisfactory. The next morning I went to wish her good day. She was taking a music lesson from her master. Her talents were really of a moderate order, but love made me pronounce her performance to be exquisite. When the master had gone, I remained alone with her. The poor girl overwhelmed me with apologies for her dress, her wretched furniture, and for her inability to give me a proper breakfast. All that makes you more desirable in my eyes, and I am only sorry that I cannot offer you a fortune. As I praised her beauty, she allowed me to kiss her ardently, but she stopped my further progress by giving me a kiss as if to satisfy me. I made an effort to restrain my ardor, and told her to tell me truly whether she had a lover. Not one. And have you never had one? Never. Not even a fancy for anyone? No, never. What, with your beauty and sensibility, is there no man in Naples who has succeeded in inspiring you with desire? No one has ever tried to do so. No one has spoken to me as you have, and that is the plain truth. I believe you, and I see that I must make haste to leave Naples, if I would not be the most unhappy of men. What do you mean? I should love you without the hope of possessing you, and thus I should be most unhappy. Love me then and stay. Try and make me love you. Only you must moderate your ecstasies, for I cannot love a man who cannot exercise self-restraint. As just now, for instance. Yes, if you calm yourself, I shall think you do so for my sake, and thus love will tread close on the heels of gratitude. This was as much as to tell me that though she did not love me, yet I had only to wait patiently, and I resolved to follow her advice. I had reached an age which knows nothing of the impatient desires of youth. I gave her a tender embrace, and as I was getting up to go I asked her if she were in need of money. This question made her blush, and she said I had better ask her aunt, who was in the next room. I went in, and was somewhat astonished to find the aunt seated between two worthy Capuchins, who were talking small talk to her while she worked at her needle. At a little distance, 3 young girls sat sewing. The aunt would have risen to welcome me, but I prevented her, asked her how she did, and smilingly congratulated her on her company. She smiled back, but the Capuchins sat as firm as 2 stocks, without honoring me with as much as a glance. I took a chair and sat down beside her. She was near her 50th year, though some might have doubted whether she would ever see it again. Her manner was good and honest, and her features bore the traces of the beauty that time had ruined. Although I am not a prejudiced man, the presence of the 2 evil-smelling monks annoyed me extremely. I thought the obstinate way in which they stayed little less than an insult. True, they were men like myself, in spite of their goats, beards, and dirty frocks, and consequently were liable to the same desires as I, but for all that I found them wholly intolerable. I could not shame them without shaming the lady, and they knew it. Monks are adepts at such calculations. I have traveled all over Europe, but France is the only country in which I saw a decent and respectable clergy. At the end of a quarter of an hour I could contain myself no longer, and told the aunt that I wished to say something to her in private. I thought the 2 satyrs would have taken the hint, but I counted without my host. The aunt arose, however, and took me into the next room. I asked my question as delicately as possible, and she replied, Alas, I have only too great a need of 20 ducats, about 80 francs, to pay my rent. I gave her the money on the spot, and I saw that she was very grateful, but I left her before she could express her feelings. Here I must tell my readers, if I ever have any, of an event which took place on that same day. As I was dining in my room by myself, I was told that a Venetian gentleman who said he knew me wished to speak to me. I ordered him to be shewn in, and though his face was not wholly unknown to me, I could not recollect who he was. He was tall, thin, and wretched, misery and hunger showing plainly in his every feature. His beard was long, his head shaven, his robe a dingy brown and bound about him with a coarse cord, whence hung a rosary and a dirty handkerchief. In the left hand he bore a basket, and in the right a long stick. His form is still before me, but I think of him not as a humble penitent, but as a being in the last state of desperation, almost an assassin. "Who are you?" I said at length. "I think I have seen you before, and yet—" "I will soon tell you my name and the story of my woes, but first give me something to eat, for I am dying of hunger. I have had nothing but bad soup for the last few days." "Certainly, go downstairs and have your dinner, and then come back to me. You can't eat and speak at the same time." My man went down to give him his meal, and I gave instructions that I was not to be left alone with him, as he terrified me. I felt sure that I ought to know him, and longed to hear his story. In 3/4 of an hour he came up again, looking like someone in a high fever. "Sit down," said I, "and speak freely." "My name is Albergoni." "What?" Albergoni was a gentleman of Padua, and one of my most intimate friends 25 years before. He was provided with a small fortune, but an abundance of wit, and had a great leaning towards pleasure and the exercise of satire. He laughed at the police and the cheated husbands, indulged in Venus and Bacchus to excess, sacrificed to the god of pederasty, and gamed incessantly. He was now hideously ugly, but when I knew him first he was a very Antinous. He told me the following story. A club of young rakes, of whom I was one, had a casino at the Zueca. We passed many a pleasant hour there without hurting anyone. Someone imagined that these meetings were the scenes of unlawful pleasures. The engines of the law were secretly directed against us, and the casino was shut up, and we were ordered to be arrested. All escaped except myself and a man named Branzandi. We had to wait for our unjust sentence for 2 years, but at last it appeared. My wretched fellow was condemned to lose his head, and afterwards to be burnt, while I was sentenced to 10 years' imprisonment in Carcere Duro. In 1765 I was set free, and went to Padua hoping to live in peace, but my persecutors gave me no rest, and I was accused of the same crime. I would not wait for the storm to burst, so I fled to Rome, and 2 years afterwards the Council of 10 condemned me to perpetual banishment. I might bear this if I had the wherewithal to live, but a brother-in-law of mine has possessed himself of all I have, and the unjust tribunal winks at his misdeeds. A Roman attorney made me an offer of an annuity of 2 paoli a day on the condition that I should renounce all claims on my estate. I refused this iniquitous condition, and left Rome to come here and turn hermit. I have followed this sorry trade for 2 years, and can bear it no more. Go back to Rome, you can live on 2 paoli a day. I would rather die. I pitied him sincerely, and said that though I was not a rich man, he was welcome to dine every day at my expense while I remained in Naples, and I gave him a sequin. 2 or 3 days later, my man told me that the poor wretch had committed suicide. In his room were found 5 numbers, which he bequeathed to Medini and myself out of gratitude for our kindness to him. These 5 numbers were very profitable to the lottery of Naples, for everyone, myself excepted, rushed to get them. Not a single one proved a winning number, but the popular belief that numbers given by a man before he commits suicide are infallible is too deeply rooted among the Neapolitans to be destroyed by such a misadventure. I went to see the wretched man's body, and then entered a café. Someone was talking of the case, and maintaining that death by strangulation must be most luxurious, as the victim always expires with a strong erection. It might be so, but the erection might also be the result of an agony of pain, and before anyone can speak dogmatically on the point, he must first have had a practical experience. As I was leaving the café, I had the good luck to catch a handkerchief thief in the act. It was about the 20th I had stolen from me in the month I had spent at Naples. Such petty thieves abound there, and their skill is something amazing. As soon as he felt himself caught, he begged me not to make any noise, swearing he would return all the handkerchiefs he had stolen from me, which, as he confessed, amounted to 7 or 8. "You have stolen more than 20 from me." "Not I, but some of my mates. If you come with me, perhaps we shall be able to get them all back." "Is it far off?" "In the Largo del Casello. Let me go, people are looking at us." The little rascal took me to an evil-looking tavern and showed me into a room where a man asked me if I wanted to buy any old things. As soon as he heard I had come for my handkerchiefs, he opened a big cupboard full of handkerchiefs, amongst which I found a dozen of mine and bought them back for a trifle. A few days after I bought several others, though I knew they were stolen. The worthy Neapolitan dealer seemed to think me trustworthy, and 3 or 4 days before I left Naples, he told me that he could sell me, for 10 or 12,000 ducats, commodities which would fetch 4 times that amount at Rome or elsewhere. What kind of commodities are they? Watches, snuff-boxes, rings, and jewels, which I dare not sell here. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Not much, I don't tell everyone of my business. I thanked him, but I would not look at his trinkets, as I was afraid the temptation of making such a profit would be too great. When I got back to my inn, I found some guests had arrived, of whom a few were known to me. Bartholdi had arrived from Dresden with 2 young Saxons, whose tutor he was. These young noblemen were rich and handsome, and looked fond of pleasure. Bartholdi was an old friend of mine. He had played Harlequin at the King of Poland's Italian theater. On the death of the monarch, he had been placed at the head of the opera buffa by the Dowager Electress, who was passionately fond of music. Amongst the other strangers were Miss Chudley, now Duchess of Kingston, with a nobleman and a knight whose names I have forgot. The Duchess recognized me at once and seemed pleased that I paid my court to her. An hour afterwards Mr. Hamilton came to see her, and I was delighted to make his acquaintance. We all dined together. Mr. Hamilton was a genius, and yet he ended by marrying a mere girl who was clever enough to make him in love with her. Such a misfortune often comes to clever men in their old age. Marriage is always a folly, but when a man marries a young woman at a time of life when his physical strength is running low, he is bound to pay dearly for his folly, and if his wife is amorous of him, she will kill him. 7 years ago, I had a narrow escape myself from the same fate. After dinner, I presented the 2 Saxons to the Duchess. They gave her news of the Dowager Electress, of whom she was very fond. We then went to the play together. As chance would have it, Madame Gaudar occupied the box next to ours, and Hamilton amused the Duchess by telling the story of the handsome Irishwoman, but her Grace did not seem desirous of making Sarah's acquaintance. After supper, the Duchess arranged a game of quins with the 2 Englishmen and the 2 Saxons. The stakes were small, and the Saxons proved victorious. I had not taken any part in the game, but I resolved to do so the next evening. The following day we dined magnificently with the Prince of Francavilla, and in the afternoon he took us to the bath by the seashore, where we saw a wonderful sight. A priest stripped himself naked, leapt into the water, and without making the slightest movement floated on the surface like a piece of deal. There was no trick in it, and the marvel must be assigned to some special quality in his organs of breathing. After this, the prince amused the Duchess still more pleasantly. He made all his pages, lads of 15 to 17, go into the water, and their various evolutions afforded us great pleasure. They were all the sweethearts of the prince, who preferred Ganymede to Hebe. The Englishmen asked him if he would give us the same spectacle, only substituting nymphs for the Amyini. And he promised to do so the next day at his splendid house near Portici, where there was a marble basin in the midst of the garden. Chapter 14. My amours with Galaimna journey to Sorrento Medini Gaudar Miss Chudley the Marquis Pettina Gitano Madam, Cornelius's son and anecdote of Sarah Gaudar the Florentines, mocked by the king my journey to Salerno, return to Naples, and arrival at Rome. The Prince of Francavilla was a rich Epicurean, whose motto was Favit et Favit. He was in favor in Spain, but the king allowed him to live at Naples, as he was afraid of his initiating the Prince of Asturias, his brothers, and perhaps the whole court, into his peculiar vices. The next day, he kept his promise, and we had the pleasure of seeing the marble basin filled with 10 or 12 beautiful girls who swam about in the water. Miss Chudley and the two other ladies pronounced this spectacle tedious. They no doubt preferred that of the previous day. In spite of this gay company, I went to see Calamna twice a day. She still made me sigh in vain. Agatha was my confidante. She would gladly have helped me to attain my ends, but her dignity would not allow of her giving me any overt assistance. She promised to ask Calamna to accompany us on an excursion to Sorrento, hoping that I should succeed in my object during the night we should have to spend there. Before Agatha had made these arrangements, Hamilton had made similar ones with the Duchess of Kingston, and I succeeded in getting an invitation. I associated chiefly with the two Saxons and a charming Abbé Giuliani, with whom I afterwards made a more intimate acquaintance at Rome. We left Naples at 4 o'clock in the morning, in a felucca with 12 oars, and at 9 we reached Sorrento. We were 15 in number, and all were delighted with this earthly paradise. Hamilton took us to a garden belonging to the Duke of Serra Capriola, who chanced to be there with his beautiful Piedmontese wife, who loved her husband passionately. The Duke had been sent there 2 months before for having appeared in public in an equipage, which was adjudged too magnificent. The minister Tanucci called on the king to punish this infringement of the sumptuary laws, and as the king had not yet learnt to resist his ministers, the Duke and his wife were exiled to this earthly paradise. But a paradise which is a prison is no paradise at all. They were both dying of ennui, and our arrival was balm in Gilead to them. A certain Abbé Bettany, whose acquaintance I had made 9 years before at the late Duke of Madelon's, had come to see them, and was delighted to meet me again. The abbé was a native of Brescia, but he had chosen Sorrento as his residence. He had 3,000 crowns a year and lived well, enjoying all the gifts of Bacchus, Ceres, Camuse, and Venus, the latter being his favorite divinity. He had only to desire to attain, and no man could desire greater pleasure than he enjoyed at Sorrento. I was vexed to see Count Medini with him. We were enemies, and gave each other the coldest of greetings. We were 22 at table, and enjoyed delicious fare, for in that land everything is good. The very bread is sweeter than elsewhere. We spent the afternoon in inspecting the villages, which are surrounded by avenues finer than the avenues leading to the grandest castles in Europe. Abbé Bettany treated us to lemon, coffee, and chocolate ices, and some delicious cream cheese. Naples excels in these delicacies, and the abbé had everything of the best. We were waited on by 5 or 6 country girls of ravishing beauty, dressed with exquisite neatness. I asked him whether that were his seraglio, and he replied that it might be so, but that jealousy was unknown, as I should see for myself if I cared to spend a week with him. I envied this happy man, and yet I pitied him, for he was at least 12 years older than I, and I was by no means young. His pleasures could not last much longer. In the evening we returned to the Duke S., and sat down to a supper composed of several kinds of fish. The air of Sorrento gives an untiring appetite, and the supper soon disappeared. After supper, my lady proposed a game at faro, and Bettany, knowing Medini to be a professional gamester, asked him to hold the bank. He begged to be excused, saying he had not enough money, so I consented to take his place. The cards were brought in, and I emptied my poor purse on the table. It only held 400 ounces, but that was all I possessed. The game began, and on Medini asking me if I would allow him a share in the bank, I begged him to excuse me on the score of inconvenience. I went on dealing till midnight, and by that time I had only 40 ounces left. Everybody had won except Sir Rosebery, who had punted in English bank notes, which I had put into my pocket without counting. When I got to my room, I thought I had better look at the bank notes, for the depletion of my purse disquieted me. My delight may be imagined. I found I had got £450 more than double what I had lost. I went to sleep well pleased with my day's work, and resolved not to tell anyone of my good luck. The Duchess had arranged for us to start at 9, and Madame de Serra Capriola begged us to take coffee with her before going. After breakfast, Medini and Bettany came in, and the former asked Hamilton whether he would mind his returning with us. Of course, Hamilton could not refuse, so he came on board, and at 2 o'clock I was back at my inn. I was astonished to be greeted in my antechamber by a young lady who asked me sadly whether I remembered her. She was the eldest of the 5 Hanoverians, the same that had fled with the Marquis della Patina. I told her to come in and ordered dinner to be brought up. "If you are alone," she said, "I should be glad to share your repast." "Certainly, I will order dinner for 2." Her story was soon told. She had come to Naples with her husband, whom her mother refused to recognize. The poor wretch had sold all he possessed, and 2 or 3 months after he had been arrested on several charges of forgery. His poor mate had supported him in prison for 7 years. She had heard that I was at Naples, and wanted me to help her, not as the Marquis della Patina wished, by lending him money, but by employing my influence with the Duchess of Kingston to make that lady take her to England with her in her service. "Are you married to the Marquis?" "No." "Then how could you keep him for 7 years?" "Alas, you can think of 100 ways, and they would all be true." "I see. Can you procure me an interview with the Duchess?" "I will try, but I warn you that I shall tell her the simple truth." "Very good. Come again tomorrow." At 6 o'clock, I went to ask Hamilton how I could exchange the English notes I had won, and he gave me the money himself. Before supper, I spoke to the Duchess about the poor Hanoverian. My lady said she remembered seeing her, and that she would like to have a talk with her before coming to any decision. I brought the poor creature to her the next day and left them alone. The result of the interview was that the Duchess took her into her service in the place of a Roman girl, and the Hanoverian went to England with her. I never heard of her again, but a few days after Patina sent to beg me to come and see him in prison, and I could not refuse. I found him with a young man whom I recognized as his brother, though he was very handsome and the Marquis very ugly. But the distinction between beauty and ugliness is often hard to point out. This visit proved a very tedious one, for I had to listen to a long story which did not interest me in the least. As I was going out, I was met by an official, who said another prisoner wanted to speak to me. "What's his name?" "His name is Gaetano, and he says he is a relation of yours." My relation and Gaetano, I thought it might be the abbé. I went up to the first floor, and found a score of wretched prisoners sitting on the ground roaring an obscene song in chorus. Such gaiety is the last resource of men condemned to imprisonment on the galleys. It is nature giving her children some relief. One of the prisoners came up to me and greeted me as gossip. He would have embraced me, but I stepped back. He told me his name, and I recognized in him that Gaetano who had married a pretty woman under my auspices as her godfather. The reader may remember that I afterwards helped her to escape from him. "I am sorry to see you here, but what can I do for you?" "You can pay me the 100 crowns you owe me, for the goods supplied to you at Paris by me." This was a lie, so I turned my back on him, saying I supposed imprisonment had driven him mad. As I went away, I asked an official why he had been imprisoned, and was told it was for forgery, and that he would have been hanged if it had not been for a legal flaw. He was sentenced to imprisonment for life. I dismissed him from my mind, but in the afternoon, I had a visit from an advocate who demanded 100 crowns on Gaetano's behalf, supporting his claim by the production of an immense ledger, where my name appeared as debtor on several pages. "Sir," said I, "the man is mad. I don't owe him anything, and the evidence of this book is utterly worthless." "You make a mistake, sir," he replied. "This ledger is good evidence, and our laws deal very favorably with imprisoned creditors. I am retained for them, and if you do not settle the matter by tomorrow, I shall serve you with a summons." I restrained my indignation and asked him politely for his name and address. He wrote it down directly, feeling quite certain that his affair was as good as settled. I called on Agatha, and her husband was much amused when I told my story. He made me sign a power of attorney, empowering him to act for me, and he then advised the other advocate that all communications in the case must be made to him alone. The Paglietti, who abound in Naples, only live by cheating, and especially by imposing on strangers. Sir Rosebery remained at Naples, and I found myself acquainted with all the English visitors. They all lodged at Croziel's, for the English are like a flock of sheep. They follow each other about, always go to the same place, and never care to show any originality. We often arranged little trips in which the two Saxons joined, and I found the time pass very pleasantly. Nevertheless, I should have left Naples after the fair if my love for Calimna had not restrained me. I saw her every day and made her presents, but she only granted me the slightest of favors. The fair was nearly over, and Agatha was making her preparations for going to Sorrento as had been arranged. She begged her husband to invite a lady whom he had loved before marrying her, while she invited Paschal Latilla for herself and Calimna for me. There were thus 3 couples, and the 3 gentlemen were to defray all expenses. Agatha's husband took the direction of everything. A few days before the party I saw, to my surprise, Joseph, son of Madame Cornélie's and brother of my dear Sophie. "How did you come to Naples? Whom are you with?" "I am by myself. I wanted to see Italy, and my mother gave me this pleasure. I have seen Turin, Milan, Genoa, Florence, Venice, and Rome, and after I have done Italy I shall see Switzerland and Germany, and then return to England by way of Holland." "How long is this expedition to take?" 6 months. "I suppose you will be able to give a full account of everything when you go back to London." I hope to convince my mother that the money she spent was not wasted. "How much do you think it will cost you?" "The 500 guineas she gave me, no more." "Do you mean to say you are only going to spend 500 guineas in 6 months? I can't believe it." "Economy works wonders." "I suppose so. How have you done as to letters of introduction in all these countries of which you now know so much?" "I have had no introductions. I carry an English passport and let people think that I am English." "Aren't you afraid of getting into bad company?" "I don't give myself the chance. I don't speak to anyone, and when people address me I reply in monosyllables. I always strike a bargain before I eat a meal or take a lodging. I only travel in public conveyances." "Very good. Here you will be able to economize. I will pay all your expenses and give you an excellent cicerone, one who will cost you nothing." "I am much obliged, but I promised my mother not to accept anything from anybody." "I think you might make an exception in my case." "No, I have relations in Venice, and I would not take so much as a single dinner from them. When I promise, I perform." Knowing his obstinacy, I did not insist. He was now a young man of 23, of a delicate order of prettiness, and might easily have been taken for a girl in disguise if he had not allowed his whiskers to grow. Although his grand tour seemed an extravagant project, I could not help admiring his courage and desire to be well informed. I asked him about his mother and daughter, and he replied to my questions without reserve. He told me that Madame Cornélie's was head over ears in debts, and spent about half the year in prison. She would then get out by giving fresh bills and making various arrangements with her creditors, who knew that if they did not allow her to give her balls, they could not expect to get their money. My daughter, I heard, was a pretty girl of 17, very talented, and patronized by the first ladies in London. She gave concerts, but had to bear a good deal from her mother. I asked him to whom she was to have been married when she was taken from the boarding school. He said he had never heard of anything of the kind. "Are you in any business?" "No, my mother is always talking of buying a cargo and sending me with it to the Indies, but the day never seems to come, and I am afraid it never will come. To buy a cargo one must have some money, and my mother has none." In spite of his promise, I induced him to accept the services of my man, who showed him all the curiosities of Naples in the course of a week. I could not make him stay another week. He set out for Rome and wrote to me from there that he had left 6 shirts and a great coat behind him. He begged me to send them on, but he forgot to give me his address. He was a hair-brained fellow, and yet with the help of 2 or 3 sound maxims, he managed to traverse half Europe without coming to any grief. I had an unexpected visit from Gaudor, who knew the kind of company I kept, and wanted me to ask his wife and himself to dinner to meet the 2 Saxons and my English friends. I promised to oblige him on the understanding that there was to be no play at my house, as I did not want to be involved in any unpleasantness. He was perfectly satisfied with this arrangement, as he felt sure his wife would attract them to his house, where, as he said, one could play without being afraid of anything. As I was going to Sorrento the next day, I made an appointment with him for a day after my return. This trip to Sorrento was my last happy day. The advocate took us to a house where we were lodged with all possible comfort. We had 4 rooms. The first was occupied by Agatha and her husband, the second by Calimna and the advocate's old sweetheart, the third by Pascal Latilla, and the fourth by myself. After supper we went early to bed, and rising with the sun we went our several ways, the advocate with his old sweetheart, Agatha with Pascal, and I with Calimna. At noon we met again to enjoy a delicious dinner, and then the advocate took his siesta, while Pascal went for a walk with Agatha and her husband's sweetheart, and I wandered with Calimna under the shady alleys where the heat of the sun could not penetrate. Here it was that Calimna consented to gratify my passion. She gave herself for love's sake alone, and seemed sorry she had made me wait so long. On the 4th day, we returned to Naples in 3 carriages, as there was a strong wind. Calimna persuaded me to tell her aunt what had passed between us, that we might be able to meet without any restraint for the future. I approved of her idea, and, not fearing to meet with much severity from the aunt, I took her apart and told her all that had passed, making her reasonable offers. She was a sensible woman, and heard what I had to say with great good humor. She said that as I seemed inclined to do something for her niece, she would let me know as soon as possible what she wanted most. I remarked that as I should soon be leaving for Rome, I should like to sup with her niece every evening. She thought this a very natural wish on my part, and so we went to Calimna, who was delighted to hear the result of our interview. I lost no time, but supped and passed that night with her. I made her all my own by the power of my love, and by buying her such things as she most needed, such as linen, dresses, etc. It cost me about 100 louis, and in spite of the smallness of my means, I thought I had made a good bargain. Agatha, whom I told of my good luck, was delighted to have helped me to procure it. 2 or 3 days after I gave a dinner to my English friends, the 2 Saxons, Bartholdi their governor, and Gaudar and his wife. We were all ready, and only waiting for M. and Madame Gaudar, when I saw the fair Irishwoman come in with Count Medini. This piece of insolence made all the blood in my body rush to my head. However, I restrained myself till Gaudar came in, and then I gave him a piece of my mind. It had been agreed that his wife should come with him. The rascally fellow prevaricated, and tried hard to induce me to believe that Medini had not plotted the breaking of the bank, but his eloquence was in vain. Our dinner was a most agreeable one, and Sarah cut a brilliant figure, for she possessed every pleasing quality that can make a woman attractive. In good truth, this tavern girl would have filled a throne with any queen, but fortune is blind. When the dinner was over, M. de Buterlin, a distinguished Russian and a great lover of pretty women, paid me a visit. He had been attracted by the sweet voice of the fair Sarah, who was singing a Neapolitan air to the guitar. I shone only with a borrowed light, but I was far from being offended. Buterlin fell in love with Sarah on the spot, and a few months after I left, he got her for 500 louis, which Gaudar required to carry out the order he had received, namely, to leave Naples in 3 days. This stroke came from the queen, who found out that the king met Madame Gaudar secretly at Procida. She found her royal husband laughing heartily at a letter which he would not show her. The queen's curiosity was excited, and at last the king gave in, and her majesty read the following. Ti espetero nel medicimo luogo, ed alla stessa ora, call impazienza medicima chi ha una vacaci desidera elevacinamento del toro. Kai infamia, cried the queen, and her majesty gave the cow's husband to understand that in 3 days he would have to leave Naples, and look for bulls in other countries. If these events had not taken place, M. de Buterlin would not have made so good a bargain. After my dinner, Gaudar asked all the company to sup with him the next evening. The repast was a magnificent one, but when Medini sat down at the end of a long table behind a heap of gold and a pack of cards, no punters came forward. Madame Gaudar tried in vain to make the gentlemen take a hand. The Englishmen and the Saxons said politely that they should be delighted to play if she or I would take the bank, but they feared the Count's extraordinary fortune. Thereupon Gaudar had the impudence to ask me to deal for a 4th share. I will not deal under a half share, I replied, though I have no confidence in my luck. Gaudar spoke to Medini, who got up, took away his share, and left me the place. I had only 200 ounces in my purse. I placed them beside Gaudar's 200, and in 2 hours my bank was broken, and I went to console myself with my kalimna. Finding myself penniless, I decided to yield to the pressure of Agatha's husband, who continued to beg me to take back the jewelry I had given his wife. I told Agatha I would never have consented if fortune had been kinder to me. She told her husband, and the worthy man came out of his closet and embraced me as if I had just made his fortune. I told him I should like to have the value of the jewels, and the next day I found myself once more in possession of 15,000 francs. From that moment, I decided to go to Rome, intending to stop there for 8 months. But before my departure, the advocate said he must give me a dinner at a casino which he had at Portisai. I had plenty of food for thought when I found myself in the house, where I had made a small fortune by my trick with the mercury 25 years ago. The king was then at Portisai with his court, and our curiosity attracting us, we were witnesses of a most singular spectacle. The king was only 19 and loved all kinds of frolics. He conceived a desire to be tossed in a blanket. Probably few crowned heads have wished to imitate Sancho Panza in this manner. His Majesty was tossed to his heart's content, but after his aerial journeys, he wished to laugh at those whom he had amused. He began by proposing that the Queen should take part in the game. On her replying by shrieks of laughter, His Majesty did not insist. The old courtiers made their escape, greatly to my regret, for I should have liked to see them cutting capers in the air, specially Prince Paul Nicander, who had been the king's tutor, and had filled him with all his own prejudices. When the king saw that his old followers had fled, he was reduced to asking the young nobles present to play their part. I was not afraid for myself, as I was unknown, and not of sufficient rank to merit such an honor. After 3 or 4 young noblemen had been tossed, much to the amusement of the queen and her ladies, the king cast his eyes on 2 young Florentine nobles who had lately arrived at Naples. They were with their tutor, and all 3 had been laughing heartily at the disport of the king and his courtiers. The monarch came up and accosted them very pleasantly, proposing that they should take part in the game. The wretched Tuscans had been baked in a bad oven. They were undersized, ugly, and humpbacked. His Majesty's proposal seemed to put them on thorns. Everybody listened for the effects of the king's eloquence. He was urging them to undress and saying that it would be unmannerly to refuse. There could be no humiliation in it, he said, as he himself had been the first to submit. The tutor felt that it would not do to give the king a refusal, and told them that they must give in, and thereupon the 2 Florentines took off their clothes. When the company saw their figures and doleful expressions, the laughter became general. The king took one of them by the hand, observing in an encouraging manner that there would be no danger, and as a special honor, he held one of the corners of the blanket himself. But for all that, big tears rolled down the wretched young man's cheeks. After 3 or 4 visits to the ceiling, and amusing everyone by the display of his long, thin legs, he was released, and the younger brother went to the torture smilingly, for which he was rewarded by applause. The governor, suspecting that His Majesty destined him for the same fate, had slipped out, and the king laughed merrily when he heard of his departure. Such was the extraordinary spectacle. We enjoyed a spectacle in every way unique. Don Pascal Latilla, who had been lucky enough to avoid His Majesty's notice, told us a number of pleasant anecdotes about the king. All showed him in the amiable light of a friend of mirth and an enemy to all pomp and stateliness, by which kings are hedged in generally. He assured us that no one could help liking him, because he always preferred to be treated as a friend rather than a monarch. "He is never more grieved," said Pascal, "than when his minister Tanucci shows him that he must be severe, and his greatest joy is to grant a favor." Ferdinand had not the least tincture of letters, but as he was a man of good sense, he honored lettered men most highly. Indeed, anyone of merit was sure of his patronage. He revered the minister Marco. He had the greatest respect for the memory of Lelio Carafa and of the Dukes of Madelon, and he had provided handsomely for a nephew of the famous man of letters Genovesi, in consideration of his uncle's merits. Games of chance were forbidden, and one day he surprised a number of the officers of his guard playing at faro. The young men were terrified at the sight of the king, and would have hidden their cards and money. "Don't put yourselves out," said the kindly monarch. "Take care that Tanucci doesn't catch you, but don't mind me." His father was extremely fond of him up to the time when he was obliged to resist the paternal orders in deference to state reasons. Ferdinand knew that though he was the king of Spain's son, he was none the less king of the two Sicilies, and his duties as king had the prerogative over his duties as son. Some months after the suppression of the Jesuits, he wrote his father a letter, beginning, "There are 4 things which astonish me very much. The first is that though the Jesuits were said to be so rich, not a penny was found upon them at the suppression. The second, that though the Scrivani of Naples are supposed to take no fees, yet their wealth is immense. The third, that while all the other young couples have children sooner or later, we have none. And the fourth, that all men die at last, except Tanucci, who, I believe, will live on in saecula saeculorum." The King of Spain showed this letter to all the ministers and ambassadors, that they might see that his son was a clever man, and he was right, for a man who can write such a letter must be clever. 2 or 3 days later, the Chevalier de Morosini, the nephew of the procurator and sole heir of the illustrious house of Morosini, came to Naples accompanied by his tutor Stratico, the professor of mathematics at Padua, and the same that had given me a letter for his brother, the Pisan professor. He stayed at the Crocielles, and we were delighted to see one another again. Morosini, a young man of 19, was traveling to complete his education. He had spent 3 years at Turin Academy and was now under the superintendence of a man who could have introduced him to the whole range of learning, but unhappily the will was wanting in the pupil. The young Venetian loved women to excess, frequented the society of young rakes, and yawned in good company. He was a sworn foe to study, and spent his money in a lavish manner, less from generosity than from a desire to be revenged on his uncle's economies. He complained of being still kept in tutelage. He had calculated that he could spend 800 sequins a month, and thought his allowance of 200 sequins a month an insult. With this notion, he set himself to sow debts broadcast, and only laughed at his tutor when he mildly reproached him for his extravagance, and pointed out that if he were saving for the present, he would be able to be all the more magnificent on his return to Venice. His uncle had made an excellent match for him. He was to marry a girl who was extremely pretty, and also the heiress of the house of Grimani de Cervi. The only redeeming feature in the young man's character was that he had a mortal hatred of all kinds of play. Since my bank had been broken, I had been at Goudar's, but I would not listen to his proposal that I should join them again. Medini had become a sworn foe of mine. As soon as I came, he would go away, but I pretended not to notice him. He was at Goudar's when I introduced Morosini and his mentor, and thinking the young man good game, he became very intimate with him. When he found out that Morosini would not hear of gaming, his hatred of me increased, for he was certain that I had warned the rich Venetian against him. Morosini was much taken with Sarah's charms and only thought of how he could possess her. He was still a young man, full of romantic notions, and she would have become odious in his eyes if he could have guessed that she would have to be bought with a heavy price. He told me several times that if a woman proposed payment for her favors, his disgust would expel his love in a moment. As he said, and rightly, he was as good a man as Madame Gaudar was a woman. This was distinctly a good point in his character. No woman who gave her favors in exchange for presents received could hope to dupe him. Sarah's maxims were diametrically opposed to his. She looked on her love as a bill of exchange. Stratico was delighted to see him engaged in this intrigue, for the chief point in dealing with him was to keep him occupied. If he had no distractions, he took refuge in bad company or furious riding. He would sometimes ride 10 or 12 stages at full gallop, utterly ruining the horses. He was only too glad to make his uncle pay for them, as he swore he was an old miser. After I had made up my mind to leave Naples, I had a visit from Don Pascal Latilla, who brought with him the Abbé Gallieni, whom I had known at Paris. It may be remembered that I had known his brother at St. Agatha's, where I had stayed with him, and left him Donna Lucrezia Caselli. I told him that I had intended to visit him, and asked if Lucrezia were still with him. "She lives at Salerno," said he, "with her daughter the Marchioness C." I was delighted to hear the news. If it had not been for the abbé's visit, I should never have heard what had become of these ladies. I asked him if he knew the Marchioness C. "I only know the Marquis," he replied. "He is old and very rich." That was enough for me. A couple of days afterwards, Morosini invited Sarah, Gaudar, two young gamesters, and Medini to dinner. The latter had not yet given up hopes of cheating the Chevalier in one way or another. Towards the end of dinner, it happened that Medini differed in opinion from me, and expressed his views in such a peremptory manner that I remarked that a gentleman would be rather more choice in his expressions. "Maybe," he replied, "but I am not going to learn manners from you." I constrained myself and said nothing, but I was getting tired of his insolence, and as he might imagine that my resentment was caused by fear, I determined on disabusing him. As he was taking his coffee on the balcony overlooking the sea, I came up to him with my cup in my hand and said that I was tired of the rudeness with which he treated me in company. "You would find me ruder still," he replied, "if we could meet without company. I think I could convince you of your mistake if we could have a private meeting. I should very much like to see you do it. When you see me go out, follow me, and don't say a word to anyone." "I will not fail." I rejoined the company and walked slowly towards Posillipo. I looked back and saw him following me, and as he was a brave fellow and we both had our swords, I felt sure the thing would soon be settled. As soon as I found myself in the open country, where we should not be interrupted, I stopped short. As he drew near, I attempted a parley, thinking that we might come to a more amicable settlement, but the fellow rushed on me with his sword in one hand and his hat in the other. I lunged out at him, and instead of attempting to parry, he replied in quarte. The result was that our blades were caught in each other's sleeves, but I had slit his arm, while his point had only pierced the stuff of my coat. I put myself on guard again to go on, but I could see he was too weak to defend himself, so I said if he liked I would give him quarter. He made no reply, so I pressed on him, struck him to the ground, and trampled on his body. He foamed with rage, and told me that it was my turn this time, but that he hoped I would give him his revenge. "With pleasure, at Rome, and I hope the third lesson will be more effectual than the two I have already given you." He was losing a good deal of blood, so I sheathed his sword for him and advised him to go to Gaudar's house, which was close at hand, and have his wound attended to. I went back to Crociel's as if nothing had happened. The Chevalier was making love to Sarah, and the rest were playing cards. I left the company an hour afterwards without having said a word about my duel, and for the last time I supped with Calimna. 6 years later, I saw her at Venice, displaying her beauty and her talents on the boards of St. Benedict's Theatre. I spent a delicious night with her, and at 8 o'clock the next day I went off in a postchaise without taking leave of anyone. I arrived at Salerno at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and as soon as I had taken a room, I wrote a note to Donna Lucrezia Caselli at the Marquis's. I asked her if I could pay her a short visit, and begged her to send a reply while I was taking my dinner. I was sitting down to table when I had the pleasure of seeing Lucrezia herself come in. She gave a cry of delight and rushed to my arms. This excellent woman was exactly my own age, but she would have been taken for 15 years younger. After I had told her how I had come to hear about her, I asked for news of our daughter. "She is longing to see you, and her husband too. He is a worthy old man and will be so glad to know you." "How does he know of my existence?" "Leonilda has mentioned your name 1,000 times during the 5 years they have been married. He is aware that you gave her 5,000 ducats. We shall sup together." "Let us go directly. I cannot rest till I have seen my Leonilda and the good husband God has given her. Have they any children?" "No, unluckily for her, as after his death the property passes to his relations. But Leonilda will be a rich woman for all that. She will have 100,000 ducats of her own." "You have never married?" "No." "You are as pretty as you were 26 years ago, and if it had not been for the Abbé Gallieni, I should have left Naples without seeing you." I found Leonilda had developed into a perfect beauty. She was at that time 23 years old. Her husband's presence was no constraint upon her. She received me with open arms and put me completely at my ease. No doubt she was my daughter, but in spite of our relationship and my advancing years, I still felt within my breast the symptoms of the tenderest passion for her. She presented me to her husband, who suffered dreadfully from gout, and could not stir from his armchair. He received me with smiling face and open arms, saying, "My dear friend, embrace me." I embraced him affectionately, and in our greeting I discovered that he was a brother Mason. The Marquis had expected as much, but I had not. For a nobleman of 60 who could boast that he had been enlightened was a rara avis in the domains of his Sicilian Majesty 30 years ago. I sat down beside him, and we embraced each other again, while the ladies looked on amazed, wondering to see us so friendly to each other. Donna Leonilda fancied that we must be old friends and told her husband how delighted she was. The old man burst out laughing, and Lucrezia, suspecting the truth, bit her lips and said nothing. The fair Marchioness reserved her curiosity for another reason. The Marquis had seen the whole of Europe. He had only thought of marrying on the death of his father, who had attained the age of 90. Finding himself in the enjoyment of 30,000 ducats a year, he imagined that he might yet have children in spite of his advanced age. He saw Leonilda, and in a few days he made her his wife, giving her a dowry of 100,000 ducats. Donna Lucrezia went to live with her daughter. Though the Marquis lived magnificently, he found it difficult to spend more than half his income. He lodged all his relations in his immense palace. There were 3 families in all, and each lived apart. Although they were comfortably off, they were awaiting with impatience the death of the head of the family, as they would then share his riches. The Marquis had only married in the hope of having an heir, and these hopes he could no longer entertain. However, he loved his wife nonetheless, while she made him happy by her charming disposition. The Marquis was a man of liberal views like his wife, but this was a great secret, as free thought was not appreciated at Salerno. Consequently, any outsider would have taken the household for a truly Christian one, and the Marquis took care to adopt in appearance all the prejudices of his fellow countrymen. Donna Lucrezia told me all this 3 hours after, as we walked in a beautiful garden, where her husband had sent us after a long conversation on subjects which could not have been of any interest to the ladies. Nevertheless, they did not leave us for a moment, so delighted were they to find that the Marquis had met a congenial spirit. About 6 o'clock, the Marquis begged Donna Lucrezia to take me to the garden and amuse me till the evening. His wife he asked to stay, as he had something to say to her. It was in the middle of August, and the heat was great, but the room on the ground floor, which we occupied, was cooled by a delicious breeze. I looked out of the window and noticed that the leaves on the trees were still, and that no wind was blowing. And I could not help saying to the Marquis that I was astonished to find his room as cool as spring in the heats of summer. "Your sweetheart will explain it to you," said he. We went through several apartments, and at last reached a closet, in one corner of which was a square opening. From it rushed a cold and even violent wind. From the opening, one could go down a stone staircase of at least 100 steps, and at the bottom was a grotto where was the source of a stream of water as cold as ice. Donna Lucrezia told me it would be a great risk to go down the steps without excessively warm clothing. I have never cared to run risks of this kind. Lord Baltimore, on the other hand, would have laughed at the danger, and gone, maybe, to his death. I told my old sweetheart that I could imagine the thing very well from the description, and that I had no curiosity to see whether my imagination were correct. Lucrezia told me I was very prudent, and took me to the garden. It was a large place, and separated from the garden common to the 3 other families who inhabited the castle. Every flower that can be imagined was there, fountains threw their glittering sprays, and grottos afforded a pleasing shade from the sun. The alleys of this terrestrial paradise were formed of vines, and the bunches of grapes seemed almost as numerous as the leaves. Lucrezia enjoyed my surprise, and I told her that I was not astonished at being more moved by this than by the vines of Tivoli and Frascati. The immense rather dazzles the eyes than moves the heart. She told me that her daughter was happy, and that the Marquis was an excellent man, and a strong man except for the gout. His great grief was that he had no children. Amongst his dozen of nephews, there was not one worthy of succeeding to the title. They are all ugly, awkward lads, more like peasants than noblemen. All their education has been given them by a pack of ignorant priests, and so it is not to be wondered that the Marquis does not care for them much. But is Leonilda really happy? She is, though her husband cannot be quite so ardent as she would like at her age. He doesn't seem to me to be a very jealous man. He is entirely free from jealousy, and if Leonilda would take a lover, I am sure he would be his best friend. And I feel certain he would be only too glad to find the beautiful soil which he cannot fertile himself fertilized by another. Is it positively certain that he is incapable of begetting a child? No, when he is well he does his best, but there seems no likelihood of his ardor having any happy results. There was some ground to hope in the first 6 months of the marriage, but since he has had the gout so badly, there seems reason to fear lest his amorous ecstasies should have a fatal termination. Sometimes he wants to approach her, but she dare not let him, and this pains her very much. I was struck with a lively sense of Lucrezia's merits, and was just revealing to her the sentiments which she had reawakened in my breast, when the Marchioness appeared in the garden, followed by a page and a young lady. I affected great reverence as she came up to us, and as if we had given each other the word, she answered me in a tone of ceremonious politeness. "I have come on an affair of the highest importance," she said, "and if I fail I shall forever lose the reputation of a diplomatist." "Who is the other diplomatist with whom you are afraid of failing?" "Tease yourself." "Then your battle is over, for I consent before I know what you ask. I only make a reserve on one point." "So much the worse, as that may turn out to be just what I want you to do. Tell me what it is." "I was going to Rome, when the Abbé Gallieni told me that Donna Lucrezia was here with you. And can a short delay interfere with your happiness? Are you not your own master? Smile on me once more, your desires are orders which must be obeyed. I have always been my own master, but I cease to be so from this moment, since I am your most humble servant." "Very good. Then I command you to come and spend a few days with us at an estate we have at a short distance. My husband will have himself transported here. You will allow me to send to the inn for your luggage. Here, sweet Marchioness, is the key to my room. Happy the mortal whom you deign to command." Leonilda gave the key to the page, a pretty boy, and told him to see that all my belongings were carefully taken to the castle. Her lady-in-waiting was very fair. I said so to Leonilda in French, not knowing that the young lady understood the language, but she smiled and told her mistress that we were old acquaintances. "When had I the pleasure of knowing you, mademoiselle?" 9 years ago. You have often spoken to me and teased me." "Where may I ask?" "At the Duchess of Madelon's." "That may be, and I think I do begin to remember, but I really cannot recollect having teased you." The Marchioness and her mother were highly amused at this conversation, and pressed the girl to say how I had teased her. She confined herself, however, to saying that I had played tricks on her. I thought I remembered having stolen a few kisses, but I left the ladies to think what they liked. I was a great student of the human heart, and felt that these reproaches of Anastasia's, such was her name, were really advances, but unskillfully made, for if she had wanted more of me, she should have held her peace and bided her time. "It strikes me," said I, "that you were much smaller in those days." "Yes, I was only 12 or 13. You have changed also." "Yes, I have aged." We began talking about the late Duke of Madelon, and Anastasia left us. We sat down in a charming grotto, and began styling each other papa and daughter, and allowing ourselves liberties which threatened to lead to danger. The Marchioness tried to calm my transports by talking of her good husband. Donna Lucrezia remarked our mutual emotion as I held Leonilda in my arms and warned us to be careful. She then left us to walk in a different part of the garden. Her words had the contrary effect to what was intended, for as soon as she left us in so opportune a manner, although we had no intention of committing the double crime, we approached too near to each other, and an almost involuntary movement made, the act complete. We remained motionless, looking into one another's eyes in mute astonishment, as we confessed afterwards, to find neither guilt nor repentance in our breasts. We rearranged our position, and the Marchioness sitting close to me called me her dear husband, while I called her my dear wife. The new bond between us was confirmed by affectionate kisses. We were absorbed and silent, and Lucrezia was delighted to find us so calm when she returned. We had no need to warn each other to observe secrecy. Donna Lucrezia was devoid of prejudice, but there was no need to give her a piece of useless information. We felt certain that she had left us alone, so as not to be a witness of what we were going to do. After some further conversation, we went back to the palace with Anastasia, whom we found in the alley by herself. The Marquis received his wife with joy, congratulating her on the success of her negotiations. He thanked me for my compliance and assured me I should have a comfortable apartment in his country house. "I suppose you will not mind having our friend for a neighbor," he said to Lucrezia. "No," said she, "but we will be discreet, for the flower of our lives has withered." "I shall believe as much of that as I please." The worthy man dearly loved a joke. The long table was laid for 5, and as soon as dinner was served an old priest came in and sat down. He spoke to nobody, and nobody spoke to him. The pretty page stood behind the Marchioness, and we were waited on by 10 or 12 servants. I had only a little soup at dinner, so I ate like an ogre, for I was very hungry, and the Marquis's French cook was a thorough artist. The Marquis exclaimed with delight as I devoured one dish after another. He told me that the only fault in his wife that she was a very poor eater like her mother. At dessert the wine began to take effect, and our conversation, which was conducted in French, became somewhat free. The old priest took no notice, as he only understood Italian, and he finally left us after saying the Agimus. The Marquis told me that this ecclesiastic had been a confessor to the palace for the last 20 years, but had never confessed anybody. He warned me to take care what I said before him if I spoke Italian, but he did not know a word of French. Mirth was the order of the day, and I kept the company at table till an hour after midnight. Before we parted for the night, the Marquis told me that we would start in the afternoon, and that he should arrive an hour before us. He assured his wife that he was quite well, and that he hoped to convince her that I had made him 10 years younger. Leonilda embraced him tenderly, begging him to be careful of his health. "Yes, yes," said he, "but get ready to receive me." I wished them a good night, and a little Marquis at 9 months from date. "Draw the bill," said he to me, "and tomorrow I will accept it." "I promise you," said Lucrezia, "to do my best to ensure your meeting your obligations." Donna Lucrezia took me to my room, where she handed me over to the charge of an imposing-looking servant, and wished me a good night. I slept for 8 hours in a most comfortable bed, and when I was dressed, Lucrezia took me to breakfast with the Marchioness, who was at her toilette. "Do you think I may draw my bill at 9 months?" said I. "It will very probably be met," said she. "Really?" "Yes, really, and it will be to you that my husband will owe the happiness he has so long desired. He told me so when he left me an hour ago. I shall be delighted to add to your mutual happiness." She looked so fresh and happy that I longed to kiss her, but I was obliged to restrain myself as she was surrounded by her pretty maids. The better to throw any spies off the scent, I began to make love to Anastasia, and Leonilda pretended to encourage me. I feigned a passionate desire, and I could see that I should not have much trouble in gaining my suit. I saw I should have to be careful if I did not want to be taken at my word. I could not bear such a surfeit of pleasures. We went to breakfast with the Marquis, who was delighted to see us. He was quite well, except the gout which prevented his walking. After breakfast, we heard Mass, and I saw about 20 servants in the chapel. After the service, I kept the Marquis company till dinner time. He said I was very good to sacrifice the company of the ladies for his sake. After dinner, we set out for his country house, I in a carriage with the 2 ladies, and the Marquis in a litter borne by 2 mules. In an hour and a half, we arrived at his fine and well-situated castle. The first thing the Marchioness did was to take me into the garden, where my ardor returned, and she once more abandoned herself to me. We agreed that I should only go to her room to court Anastasia, as it was necessary to avoid the slightest suspicion. This fancy of mine for his wife's maid amused the Marquis, for his wife kept him well posted in the progress of our intrigue. Donna Lucrezia approved of the arrangement, as she did not want the Marquis to think that I had only come to Salerno for her sake. My apartments were next to Leonilda's, but before I could get into her room, I should be obliged to pass through that occupied by Anastasia, who slept with another maid still prettier than herself. The Marquis came an hour later, and he said he would get his people to carry him in an armchair round the gardens, so that he might point out their beauties to me. After supper, he felt tired and went to bed, leaving me to entertain the ladies. After a few moments' conversation, I led the Marchioness to her room, and she said I had better go to my own apartment through the maid's room, telling Anastasia to show me the way. Politeness obliged me to show myself sensible of such a favor, and I said I hoped she would not be so harsh as to lock her door upon me. "I shall lock my door," said she, "because it is my duty to do so. This room is my mistress's closet, and my companion would probably make some remark if I left the door open contrary to my usual custom. Your reasons are too good for me to overcome, but will you not sit down beside me for a few minutes and help me to recollect how I used to tease you?" "I don't want you to recollect anything about it. Please let me go." "You must please yourself," said I, and after embracing her and giving her a kiss, I wished her good night. My servant came in as she went out, and I told him that I would sleep by myself for the future. The next day the Marchioness, laughingly, repeated the whole of my conversation with Anastasia. I applauded her virtuous resistance, but I said she might safely assist at your toilette every evening. Leonilda gave the Marquis a full account of my talk with Anastasia. The old man thought I was really in love with her, and had her in to supper for my sake, so I was in common decency bound to play the lover. Anastasia was highly pleased at my preferring her to her charming mistress, and at the latter's complaisance towards our love-making. The Marquis, in his turn, was equally pleased, as he thought the intrigue would make me stay longer at his house. In the evening, Anastasia accompanied me to my room with a candle, and seeing that I had no valet, she insisted combing my hair. She felt flattered at my not presuming to go to bed in her presence, and kept me company for an hour. And as I was not really amorous of her, I had no difficulty in playing the part of the timid lover. When she wished me good night, she was delighted to find my kisses as affectionate but not so daring as those of the night before. The Marchioness said, the next morning, that if the recital she had heard were true, she was afraid Anastasia's company tired me, as she very well knew that when I really loved I cast timidity to the winds. "No, she doesn't tire me at all. She is pretty and amusing. But how can you imagine that I really love her, when you know very well that the whole affair is only designed to cast dust in everyone's eyes? Anastasia fully believes that you adore her, and indeed, I am not sorry that you should give her a little taste for gallantry. If I can persuade her to leave her door open, I can easily visit you, for she will not imagine for a moment that after leaving her I go to your room instead of my own. Take care how you set about it. I will see what I can do this evening." The Marquis and Lucrezia had not the slightest doubt that Anastasia spent every night with me, and they were delighted at the idea. The whole of the day I devoted to the worthy Marquis, who said my company made him happy. It was no sacrifice on my part, for I liked his principles and his way of thinking. On the occasion of my third supper with Anastasia, I was more tender than ever, and she was very much astonished to find that I had cooled down when I got to my room. "I am glad to see you so calm," said she. "You quite frightened me at supper. The reason is that I know you think yourself in danger when you are alone with me." "Not at all. You are much more discreet than you were 9 years ago." "What folly did I commit then?" "No folly, but you did not respect my childhood. I only gave you a few caresses, for which I am now sorry, as you are frightened of me and persist in locking your door. I don't mistrust you, but I have told you my reasons for locking the door. I think that you must mistrust me, as you won't go to bed while I am in the room. You must think me very presumptuous. I will go to bed, but you must not leave me without giving me a kiss." I promised to do so. I went to bed, and Anastasia spent half an hour beside me. I had a good deal of difficulty in controlling myself, but I was afraid of her telling the Marchioness everything. As she left me, she gave me such a kind embrace that I could bear it no longer, and guiding her hand, I showed her the power she exercised over me. She then went away, and I shall not say whether my behavior irritated or pleased her. The next day I was curious to know how much she had told the Marchioness, and on hearing nothing of the principal fact I felt certain she would not lock her door that evening. When the evening came I defied her to show the same confidence in me as I had shewn in her. She replied that she would do so with pleasure if I would blow out my candle and promise not to put my hand on her. I easily gave her the required promise, for I meant to keep myself fresh for Leonilda. I undressed hastily, followed her with bare feet, and laid myself beside her. She took my hands and held them, to which I offered no resistance. We were afraid of awakening her bedfellow, and kept perfect silence. Our lips, however, gave themselves free course, and certain motions, natural under the circumstances, must have made her believe that I was in torments. The half-hour I passed beside her seemed extremely long to me, but it must have been delicious to her, as giving her the idea that she could do what she liked with me. When I left her after we had shared an ecstatic embrace, I returned to my room, leaving the door open. As soon as I had reason to suppose that she was asleep, I returned and passed through her room to Leonilda's. She was expecting me, but did not know of my presence till I notified it with a kiss. After I had given her a strong proof of my love, I told her of my adventure with Anastasia, and then our amorous exploits began again, and I did not leave her till I had spent 2 most delicious hours. We agreed that they should not be the last, and I returned to my room on tiptoe as I had come. I did not get up till noon, and the Marquis and his wife jested with me at dinner on the subject of my late rising. At supper it was Anastasia's turn, and she seemed to enjoy the situation. She told me in the evening that she would not lock her door, but that I must not come into her room, as it was dangerous. It would be much better, she said, for us to talk in my room, where there would be no need of putting out the light. She added that I had better go to bed, as then she would feel certain that she was not tiring me in any way. I could not say no, but I flattered myself that I would keep my strength intact for Leonilda. I reckoned without my host, as the proverb goes. When I held Anastasia between my arms in bed, her lips glued to mine, I told her, as in duty bound, that she did not trust in me enough to lie beside me with her clothes off. Thereupon she asked me if I would be very discreet. If I had said no, I should have looked a fool. I made up my mind and told her yes, determined to satisfy the pretty girl's desires. In a moment she was in my arms, not at all inclined to keep me to my promise. Appetite, it is said, comes in eating. Her ardor made me amorous, and I rendered homage to her charms till I fell asleep with fatigue. Anastasia left me while I was asleep, and when I awoke, I found myself in the somewhat ridiculous position of being obliged to make a full confession to the Marchioness as to why I had failed in my duties to her. When I told Leonilda my tale, she began to laugh and agreed that further visits were out of the question. We made up our minds, and for the remainder of my visit our amorous meetings only took place in the summer houses in the garden. I had to receive Anastasia every night, and when I left for Rome and did not take her with me, she considered me as a traitor. The worthy Marquis gave me a great surprise on the eve of my departure. We were alone together, and he began by saying that the Duke of Madelon had told him the reason which had prevented me marrying Leonilda, and that he had always admired my generosity in making her a present of 5,000 ducats, though I was far from rich. These 5,000 ducats, he added, with 7,000 from the Duke, composed her dower, and I have added 100,000, so that she is sure of a comfortable living, even if I die without a successor. Now I want you to take back the 5,000 ducats you gave her, and she herself is as desirous of your doing so as I am. She did not like to ask you herself. She is too delicate. Well, I should have refused Leonilda if she had asked me, but I accept this mark of your friendship. A refusal would have borne witness to nothing but a foolish pride, as I am a poor man. I should like Leonilda and her mother to be present when you give me the money. Embrace me, we will do our business after dinner. Naples has always been a temple of fortune to me, but if I went there now I should starve. Fortune flouts old age. Leonilda and Lucrezia wept with joy when the good Marquis gave me the 5,000 ducats in banknotes, and presented his mother-in-law with an equal sum in witness of his gratitude to her for having introduced me to him. The Marquis was discreet enough not to reveal his chief reason. Donna Lucrezia did not know that the Duke of Madelon had told him that Leonilda was my daughter. An excess of gratitude lessened my high spirits for the rest of the day, and Anastasia did not spend a very lively night with me. I went off at 8 o'clock the next morning. I was sad, and the whole house was in tears. I promised that I would write to the Marquis from Rome, and I reached Naples at 11 o'clock. I went to see Agatha, who was astonished at my appearance as she had thought I was at Rome. Her husband welcomed me in the most friendly manner, although he was suffering a great deal. I said I would dine with them and start directly afterwards, and I asked the advocate to get me a bill on Rome for 5,000 ducats, in exchange for the banknotes I gave him. Agatha saw that my mind was made up, and without endeavoring to persuade me to stay, went in search of Calamna. She too had thought I was in Rome, and was in an ecstasy of delight to see me again. My sudden disappearance and my unexpected return were the mystery of the day, but I did not satisfy anyone's curiosity. I left them at 3 o'clock and stopped at Monte Cassino, which I had never seen. I congratulated myself on my idea, for I met there Prince Xaver de Saxe, who was traveling under the name of Comte de Lusace with Madame Spinucci, a lady of Fermo, with whom he had contracted a semi-clandestine marriage. He had been waiting for 3 days to hear from the Pope, for by Saint Benedict's rule women are not allowed in monasteries. And as Madame Spinucci was extremely curious on the subject, her husband had been obliged to apply for a dispensation to the Holy Father. I slept at Monte Cassino after having seen the curiosities of the place, and I went on to Rome and put up with Roland's daughter in the Place d'Espagny. Chapter 15. Margherita Madame Buon Corsi the Duchess of Fiano Cardinal Bernice the Princess Santa Croce Menicuccio, and his sister. I had made up my mind to spend a quiet 6 months at Rome, and the day after my arrival I took a pleasant suite of rooms opposite the Spanish ambassador, whose name was Dispura. It happened to be the same rooms as were occupied 27 years ago by the teacher of languages, to whom I had gone for lessons while I was with Cardinal Acquaviva. The landlady was the wife of a cook who only slept with his better half once a week. The woman had a daughter of 16 or 17 years old, who would have been very pretty if the smallpox had not deprived her of one eye. They had provided her with an ill-made artificial eye, of a wrong size and a bad color, which gave a very unpleasant expression to her face. Margarita, as she was called, made no impression on me, but I made her a present which she valued very highly. There was an English oculist named Taylor in Rome at that time, and I got him to make her an eye of the right size and color. This made Margarita imagine that I had fallen in love with her, and the mother, a devotee, was in some trouble as to whether my intentions were strictly virtuous. I made arrangements with the mother to supply me with a good dinner and supper without any luxury. I had 3,000 sequins, and I had made up my mind to live in a quiet and respectable manner. The next day I found letters for me in several post offices, and the banker Belloni, who had known me for several years, had been already advised of my bill of exchange. My good friend Dandolo sent me 2 letters of introduction, of which one was addressed to M. Erizzo, the Venetian ambassador. He was the brother of the ambassador to Paris. This letter pleased me greatly. The other was addressed to the Duchess of Fiano by her brother M. Zuliani. I saw that I should be free of all the best houses, and I promised myself the pleasure of an early visit to Cardinal Bernice. I did not hire either a carriage or a servant. At Rome, both these articles are procurable at a moment's notice. My first call was on the Duchess of Fiano. She was an ugly woman, and though she was really very good-natured, she assumed the character of being malicious so as to obtain some consideration. Her husband, who bore the name of Ottoboni, had only married her to obtain an heir, but the poor devil turned out to be what the Romans call Babylano, and we impotent. The Duchess told me as much on the occasion of my 3rd visit. She did not give me the information in a complaining tone, or as if she was fain to be consoled, but merely to defy her confessor, who had threatened her with excommunication if she went on telling people about her husband's condition, or if she tried to cure him of it. The Duchess gave a little supper every evening to her select circle of friends. I was not admitted to these reunions for a week or 10 days, by which time I had made myself generally popular. The Duke did not care for company and supped apart. The Prince of Santa Croce was the Duchess's cavaliere servante, and the Princess was served by Cardinal Bernice. The Princess was a daughter of the Marquis Falconieri, and was young, pretty, lively, and intended by nature for a life of pleasure. However, her pride at possessing the cardinal was so great that she did not give any hope to other competitors for her favor. The prince was a fine man of distinguished manners and great capability, which he employed in business speculations, being of opinion, and rightly, that it was no shame for a nobleman to increase his fortune by the exercise of his intelligence. He was a careful man, and had attached himself to the duchess because she cost him nothing, and he ran no risk of falling in love with her. 2 or 3 weeks after my arrival, he heard me complaining of the obstacles to research in the Roman libraries, and he offered to give me an introduction to the superior of the Jesuits. I accepted the offer and was made free of the library. I could not only go and read when I liked, but I could, on writing my name down, take books away with me. The keepers of the library always brought me candles when it grew dark, and their politeness was so great that they gave me the key of a side door, so that I could slip in and out as I pleased. The Jesuits were always the most polite of the regular clergy, or, indeed, I may say the only polite men amongst them. But during the crisis in which they were then involved, they were simply cringing. The King of Spain had called for the suppression of the order, and the Pope had promised that it should be done. But the Jesuits did not think that such a blow could ever be struck, and felt almost secure. They did not think that the Pope's power was superhuman so far as they were concerned. They even intimated to him, by indirect channels, that his authority did not extend to the suppression of the order, but they were mistaken. The sovereign pontiff delayed the signature of the bull, but his hesitation proceeded from the fact that in signing it, he feared lest he should be signing his own sentence of death. Accordingly, he put it off till he found that his honor was threatened. The King of Spain, the most obstinate tyrant in Europe, wrote to him with his own hand, telling him that if he did not suppress the order, he would publish in all the languages of Europe the letters he had written when he was a cardinal, promising to suppress the order when he became pope. On the strength of these letters, Ganganelli had been elected. Another man would have taken refuge in casuistry and told the king that it was not for a pope to be bound to the cardinal's promises, in which contention he would have been supported by the Jesuits. However, in his heart, Ganganelli had no liking for the Jesuits. He was a Franciscan, and not a gentleman by birth. He had not a strong enough intellect to defy the king and all his threats, or to bear the shame of being exhibited to the whole world as an ambitious and unscrupulous man. I am amused when people tell me that Ganganelli poisoned himself by taking so many antidotes. It is true that having reason, and good reason, to dread poison, he made use of antidotes which, with his ignorance of science, might have injured his health. But I am morally certain that he died of poison which was given by other hands than his own. My reasons for this opinion are as follows. In the year of which I am speaking, the third of the pontificate of Clement Roman XIV, a woman of Viterbo was put in prison on the charge of making predictions. She obscurely prophesied the suppression of the Jesuits without giving any indication of the time. But she said very clearly that the company would be destroyed by a pope who would only reign 5 years 3 months and 3 days, that is, as long as Sixtus V, not a day more and not a day less. Everybody treated the prediction with contempt as the product of a brain-sick woman. She was shut up and quite forgotten. I ask my readers to give a dispassionate judgment, and to say whether they have any doubt as to the poisoning of Ganganelli when they hear that his death verified the prophecy. In a case like this, moral certainty assumes the force of scientific certainty. The spirit which inspired the Pythia of Viterbo took its measures to inform the world that if the Jesuits were forced to submit to being suppressed, they were not so weak as to forgo a fearful vengeance. The Jesuit who cut short Ganganelli's days might certainly have poisoned him before the bull was signed, but the fact was that they could not bring themselves to believe it till it took place. It is clear that if the Pope had not suppressed the Jesuits, they would not have poisoned him, and here again the prophecy could not be taxed with falsity. We may note that Clement Roman XIV, like Sixtus V, was a Franciscan, and both were of low birth. It is also noteworthy that after the Pope's death the prophetess was liberated, and though her prophecy had been fulfilled to the letter, all the authorities persisted in saying that His Holiness had died from his excessive use of antidotes. It seems to me that any impartial judge will scout the idea of Ganganelli having killed himself to verify the woman of Viterbo's prediction. If you say it was a mere coincidence, of course I cannot absolutely deny your position, for it may have been chance, but my thoughts on the subject will remain unchanged. This poisoning was the last sign the Jesuits gave of their power. It was a crime because it was committed after the event, whereas, if it had been done before the suppression of the order, it would have been a stroke of policy and might have been justified on politic grounds. The true politician looks into the future and takes swift and certain measures to obtain the end he has in view. The second time that the Prince of Santa Croce saw me at the Duchess of Fiano's, he asked me, ex abrupta, why I did not visit Cardinal Bernese. "I think of paying my suit to him tomorrow," said I. "Do so, for I have never heard His Eminence speak of anyone with as much consideration as he speaks of yourself. He has been very kind to me, and I shall always be grateful to him." The cardinal received me the next day with every sign of delight at seeing me. He praised the reserve with which I had spoken of him to the prince, and said he need not remind me of the necessity for discretion as to our old Venetian adventures. "Your Eminence," I said, "is a little stouter, otherwise you look as fresh as ever and not at all changed." "You make a mistake. I am very different from what I was then. I am 55 now, and then I was 36. Moreover, I am reduced to a vegetable diet." "Is that to keep down the lusts of the flesh?" "I wish people would think so, but no one does, I am afraid." He was glad to hear that I bore a letter to the Venetian ambassador, which I had not yet presented. He said he would take care to give the ambassador a prejudice in my favor, and that he would give me a good reception. "We will begin to break the ice tomorrow," added this charming cardinal. "You shall dine with me, and His Excellence shall hear of it." He heard with pleasure that I was well provided for as far as money was concerned, and that I had made up my mind to live simply and discreetly so long as I remained in Rome. "I shall write about you to MM," he said. "I have always kept up a correspondence with that delightful nun." I then amused him by the talk of my adventure with the nun of Chambery. "You ought to ask the Prince of Santa Croce to introduce you to the princess. We might pass some pleasant hours with her, though not in our old Venetian style, for the princess is not at all like MM. And yet she serves to amuse your Eminence." "Well, I have to be content with what I can get." The next day, as I was getting up from dinner, the cardinal told me that M. Giuliani had written about me to the ambassador, who would be delighted to make my acquaintance, and when I went I had an excellent reception from him. The Chevalier Erizzo, who is still alive, was a man of great intelligence, common sense, and oratorical power. He complimented me on my travels and on my being protected by the state inquisitors instead of being persecuted by them. He kept me to dinner and asked me to dine with him whenever I had no other engagement. The same evening I met Prince Santa Croce at the Duchess S. and asked him to introduce me to his wife. "I have been expecting that," he replied, "even since the cardinal talked to her about you for more than an hour. You can call any day at 11 in the morning or 2 in the afternoon." I called the next day at 2 o'clock. She was taking her siesta in bed, but as I had the privileges allowed to a person of no consequence, she let me in directly. She was young, pretty, lively, curious, and talkative. She had not enough patience to wait for my answer to her questions. She struck me as a toy, well adapted to amuse a man of affairs who felt the need of some distraction. The cardinal saw her regularly 3 times a day. The first thing in the morning he called to ask if she had had a good night. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon he took coffee with her, and in the evening he met her at the assembly. He always played at piquet, and played with such talent that he invariably lost 6 Roman sequins, no more and no less. These losses of the cardinal S made the princess the richest young wife in Rome. Although the marquis was somewhat inclined to be jealous, he could not possibly object to his wife enjoying a revenue of 1,800 francs a month, and that without the least scandal, for everything was done in public, and the game was honestly conducted. Why should not fortune fall in love with such a pretty woman? The Prince of Santa Croce could not fail to appreciate the friendship of the cardinal for his wife, who gave him a child every year, and sometimes every 9 months, in spite of the doctor's warnings to beware of results. It was said that to make up for his enforced abstinence during the last few days of his wife's pregnancy, the prince immediately set to again when the child was being baptized. The friendship of the cardinal for the prince's wife also gave him the advantage of getting silks from Lyon without the Pope's treasurer being able to say anything, as the packets were addressed to the French ambassador. It must also be noted that the cardinal's patronage kept other lovers from the house. The High Constable Colonna was very much taken with her. The prince had surprised this gentleman talking to the princess in a room of the palace, and at an hour when she was certain that the cardinal would not be in the way. Scarcely had the Colonna gone when the prince told his wife that she would accompany him into the country the next day. She protested, saying that this sudden order was only a caprice and that her honor would not allow of her obeying him. The prince, however, was very determined, and she would have been obliged to go if the cardinal had not come in and heard the story from the mouth of the innocent princess. He showed the husband that it was to his own interests to go into the country by himself and to let his wife remain in Rome. He spoke for her, assuring the prince that she would take more care for the future and avoid such meetings, always unpleasant in a house. In less than a month I became the shadow of the three principal persons in the play. I listened and admired and became as necessary to the personages as a marker at billiards. When any of the parties were afflicted, I consoled them with tales or amusing comments, and naturally they were grateful to me. The cardinal, the prince, and his fair wife amused each other and offended no one. The Duchess of Fiano was proud of being the possessor of the prince who left his wife to the cardinal, but no one was deceived but herself. The good lady wondered why no one acknowledged that the reason why the princess never came to see her was mere jealousy. She spoke to me on the subject with so much fire that I had to suppress my good sense to keep her good graces. I had to express my astonishment as to what the cardinal could see in the princess, who, according to her, was skinny in person and silly in mind, altogether a woman of no consequence. I agreed to all this, but I was far from thinking so, for the princess was just the woman to amuse a voluptuous and philosophically lover like the cardinal. I could not help thinking now and again that the cardinal was happier in the possession of this treasure of a woman than in his honors and dignities. I loved the princess, but as I did not hope for success, I confined myself strictly to the limits of my position. I might, no doubt, have succeeded, but more probably I should have raised her pride against me and wounded the feelings of the cardinal, who was no longer the same as when we shared in common. He had told me that his affection for her was of a purely fatherly character, and I took that as a hint not to trespass on his preserves. I had reason to congratulate myself that she observed no more ceremony with me than with her mail. I accordingly pretended to see nothing, while she felt certain I saw all. It is no easy matter to win the confidence of such a woman, especially if she be served by a king or a cardinal. My life at Rome was a tranquil and happy one. Margarita had contrived to gain my interest by the assiduity of her attentions. I had no servant, so she waited on me night and morning, and her false eye was such an excellent match that I quite forgot its falsity. She was a clever, but a vain girl, and though at first I had no designs upon her eye, flattered her vanity by my conversation and the little presents I bestowed upon her, which enabled her to cut a figure in church on Sundays. So before long I had my eyes opened to two facts, the one that she was sure of my love and wondered why I did not declare it, the other, that if I chose I had an easy conquest before me. I guessed the latter circumstance one day when, after I had asked her to tell me her adventures from the age of 11 to that of 18, she proceeded to tell me tales, the telling of which necessitated her throwing all modesty to the winds. I took the utmost delight in these scandalous narrations, and whenever I thought she had told the whole truth, I gave her a few pieces of money, while whenever I had reason to suppose that she had suppressed some interesting circumstances, I gave her nothing. She confessed to me that she no longer possessed that which a maid can lose but once, that a friend of hers named Buonaccorsi was in the same case, and finally she told me the name of the young man who had relieved them both of their maidenheads. We had for neighbor a young Piedmontese abbé named Cerruti, on whom Margarita was obliged to wait when her mother was too busy. I jested with her about him, but she swore there was no love-making between them. This abbé was a fine man, learned and witty, but he was overwhelmed with debt and in very bad odor at Rome on account of an extremely unpleasant story of which he was the hero. They said that he had told an Englishman, who was in love with Princess Lanti, that she was in want of 200 sequins, that the Englishman had handed over the money to the abbé and that the latter had appropriated it. This act of meanness had been brought to light by an explanation between the lady and the Englishman. On his saying to the princess that he was ready to do anything for her, and that the 200 sequins he had given her were as nothing in comparison with what he was ready to do, she indignantly denied all knowledge of the transaction. Everything came out. The Englishman begged pardon, and the abbé was excluded from the princess's house, and the Englishman, also. This Abbé Cerruti was one of those journalists employed to write the weekly news of Rome by Bianconi. He and I had in a manner become friends since we were neighbors. I saw that he loved Margarita, and I was not in the least jealous, but as he was a handsome young fellow, I could not believe that Margarita was cruel to him. Nevertheless, she assured me that she detested him, and that she was very sorry that her mother made her wait on him at all. Cerruti had already laid himself under obligations to me. He had borrowed a score of crowns from me, promising to repay them in a week, and 3 weeks had gone by without my seeing the money. However, I did not ask for it, and would have lent him as much more if he had requested me. But I must tell the story as it happened. Whenever I supped with the Duchess of Fiano, I came in late, and Margarita waited up for me. Her mother would go to bed. For the sake of amusement, I used to keep her for an hour or two without caring whether our pleasantries disturbed the abbé, who could hear everything we said. One evening I came home at midnight and was surprised to find the mother waiting for me. "Where is your daughter?" I inquired. "She's asleep, and I really cannot allow you to pass the whole night with her any longer. But she only stays with me till I get into bed. This new whim wounds my feelings. I object to such unworthy suspicions. What has Margarita been telling you? If she has made any complaints of me, she has lied, and I shall leave your house tomorrow." "You are wrong. Margarita has made no complaints. On the contrary, she says that you have done nothing to her." "Very good. Do you think there is any harm in a little joking?" "No, but you might be better employed." "And these are your grounds for a suspicion of which you should be ashamed, if you are a good Christian. God save me from thinking evil of my neighbor, but I have been informed that your laughter and your jests are of such a nature as to be offensive to people of morality. Then it is my neighbor the abbé who has been foolish enough to give you this information. I cannot tell you how I heard it, but I have heard it." "Very good. Tomorrow I shall seek another lodging, so as to afford your tender conscience some relief. Can't I attend on you, as well as my daughter?" "No, your daughter makes me laugh, and laughing is beneficial to me, whereas you would not make me laugh at all. You have insulted me, and I leave your house tomorrow. I shall have to tell my husband the reason of your departure, and I do not want to do that. You can do as you like, that's no business of mine. Go away, I want to get into bed." "Allow me to wait on you." "Certainly not. If you want anybody to wait on me, send Margarita." "She's asleep." "Then wake her up." The good woman went her way, and 2 minutes later, the girl came in with little on but her chemise. She had not had time to put in her false eye, and her expression was so amusing that I went off into a roar of laughter. "I was sleeping soundly," she began, "and my mother woke me up all of a sudden and told me to come and wait on you or else you would leave, and my father would think we had been in mischief. I will stay if you will continue to wait on me. I should like to come very much, but we mustn't laugh any more, as the abbé has complained of us." "Oh, it is the abbé, is it?" "Of course it is. Our jests and laughter irritate his passions. The rascal, we will punish him rarely. If we laughed last night, we will laugh 10 times louder tonight." Thereupon we began 1,000 tricks, accompanied by shouts and shrieks of laughter, purposely calculated to drive the little priest desperate. When the fun was at its height, the door opened and the mother came in. I had Margarita's nightcap on my head, and Margarita's face was adorned with 2 huge mustaches, which I had stuck on with ink. Her mother had probably anticipated taking us in the fact, but when she came in, she was obliged to re-echo our shouts of mirth. "Come now," said I, "do you think our amusements criminal?" "Not a bit, but you see your innocent orgies keep your neighbor awake." "Then he had better go and sleep somewhere else. I am not going to put myself out for him. I will even say that you must choose between him and me. If I consent to stay with you, you must send him away, and I will take his room." "I can't send him away before the end of the month, and I am afraid he will say things to my husband which will disturb the peace of the house. I promise you he shall go tomorrow and say nothing at all. Leave him to me. The abbé shall leave of his own free will without giving you the slightest trouble. In future be afraid for your daughter when she is alone with a man and you don't hear laughing. When one does not laugh, one does something serious." After this, the mother seemed satisfied and went off to bed. Margarita was in such high spirits over the promised dismissal of the abbé that I could not resist doing her justice. We passed an hour together without laughing, and she left me very proud of the victory she had gained. Early the next day, I paid the abbé a visit, and after reproaching him for his behavior, I gave him his choice between paying me the money he owed me and leaving the house at once. He did his best to get out of the dilemma, but seeing that I was pitiless, he said he could not leave without paying a few small sums he owed the landlord, and without the wherewithal to obtain another lodging. "Very good," said I will present you with another 20 crowns, but you must go today and not say a word to anyone unless you wish me to become your implacable enemy." I thus got rid of him and entered into possession of the 2 rooms. Margarita was always at my disposal, and after a few days so was the fair Buonacorsi, who was much the prettier of the 2. The 2 girls introduced me to the young man who had seduced them. He was a lad of 15 or 16, and very handsome though short. Nature had endowed him with an enormous symbol of virility, and at Lampsacus he would no doubt have had an altar erected to him beside that of Priapus, with which divinity he might well have contended. He was well-mannered and agreeable, and seemed much above a common workman. He did not love Margarita or M. Deal. Buonacorsi, he had merely satisfied their curiosity. They saw and admired and wished to come to a nearer acquaintance. He read their minds and offered to satisfy them. Thereupon the 2 girls held a consultation, and pretending to submit out of mere complacence, the double deed was done. I liked this young man, and gave him linen and clothes. So before long he had complete confidence in me. He told me he was in love with a girl, but unhappily for him, she was in a convent, and not being able to win her, he was becoming desperate. The chief obstacle to the match lay in the fact that his earnings only amounted to a paolo a day, which was certainly an insufficient sum to support a wife on. He talked so much about her that I became curious and expressed a desire to see her. But before coming to this, I must recite some other incidents of my stay at Rome. One day I went to the capital to see the prizes given to the art students, and the first face I saw was the face of Mengs. He was with Batni and 2 or 3 other painters, all being occupied in adjudging the merits of the various pictures. I had not forgotten his treatment of me at Madrid, so I pretended not to see him. But as soon as he saw me, he came up and addressed me as follows: "My dear Casanova, let us forget what happened at Madrid and be friends once more." "So be it, provided no allusion is made to the cause of our quarrel, for I warn you that I cannot speak of it and keep my head cool." "I dare say, but if you had understood my position at Madrid, you would never have obliged me to take a course which gave me great pain." "I do not understand you." "I dare say not. You must know then that I was strongly suspected of being a Protestant, and if I had shewn myself indifferent to your conduct, I might possibly have been ruined. But dine with me tomorrow. We will make up a party of friends and discuss our quarrel in a good bottle of wine. I know that you do not receive your brother, so he shall not be there. Indeed, I do not receive him myself, for if I did all honest people would give me the cold shoulder." I accepted his friendly invitation and was punctual to the appointment. My brother left Rome a short time afterwards with Prince Boloselsky, the Russian ambassador to Dresden, with whom he had come, but his visit was unsuccessful, as Rezanico proved inexorable. We only saw each other 2 or 3 times at Rome. 3 or 4 days after he had gone, I had the agreeable surprise of seeing my brother the priest, in rags as usual. He had the impudence to ask me to help him. "Where do you come from?" "From Venice. I had to leave the place, as I could no longer make a living there." "Then how do you think of making a living at Rome?" "By saying masses and teaching French." "You a teacher of languages, why, you do not know your native tongue." "I know Italian and French too, and I have already got 2 pupils. They will no doubt make wonderful progress under your fostering care. Who are they?" "The son and daughter of the innkeeper, at whose house I am staying. But that's not enough to keep me, and you must give me something while I am starting. You have no right to count on me. Leave the room." I would not listen to another word, and told Margarita to see that he did not come in again. The wretched fellow did his best to ruin me with all my friends, including the Duchess of Fiano and the Abbé Gama. Everybody told me that I should either give him some help or get him out of Rome. I got heartily sick of the sound of his name. At last the Abbé Cerruti came and told me that if I did not want to see my brother begging his bread in the streets, I must give him some assistance. "You can keep him out of Rome," he said, "and he is ready to go if you will allow him 3 paoli a day." I consented, and Cerruti hit on a plan which pleased me very much. He spoke to a priest who served a convent of Franciscan nuns. This priest took my brother into his service and gave him 3 paoli for saying 1 mass every day. If he could preach well, he might earn more. Thus the Abbé Casanova passed away, and I did not care whether he knew or not where the 3 paoli had come from. As long as I stayed at Rome, the 9 piasters a month came in regularly. But after my departure, he returned to Rome, went to another convent, and died there suddenly 13 or 14 years ago. Medini had also arrived in Rome, but we had not seen each other. He lived in the street of the Ursulines at the house of one of the Pope's light cavalry men, and subsisted on the money he cheated strangers of. The rascal had done well, and had sent to Mantua for his mistress, who came with her mother and a very pretty girl of 12 or 13. Thinking it would be to his advantage to take handsome, furnished apartments, he moved to the Place d'Espagny, and occupied a house 4 or 5 doors from me, but I knew nothing of all this at the time. Happening to dine one day with the Venetian ambassador, His Excellency told me that I should meet a certain Count Manucci who had just arrived from Paris, and had evinced much delight on learning that I was at Rome. "I suppose you know him well," said the ambassador, "and as I am going to present him to the Holy Father tomorrow, I should be much obliged if you could tell me who he really is. I knew him at Madrid, where he lived with Mosnigo, our ambassador. He is well-mannered, polite, and a fine-looking young man, and that's all I know about him." "Was he received at the Spanish court?" "I think so, but I cannot be positive." "Well, I think he was not received, but I see that you won't tell me all you know about him. It's of no consequence. I shall run no risk in presenting him to the Pope. He says he is descended from Manucci, the famous traveler of the 13th century, and from the celebrated printers of the same name who did so much for literature. He showed me the Aldine anchor on his coat of arms, which has 16 quarters. I was astonished beyond measure that this man who had plotted my assassination should speak of me as an intimate friend, and I determined to conceal my feelings and await events. I did not show the least sign of anger, and when after greeting the ambassador he came up to me with open arms, I received him cordially and asked after Mosnigo. Manucci talked a great deal at dinner, telling a score of lies, all in my honor, about my reception at Madrid. I believe his object was to force me to lie too, and to make me do the same for him another time. I swallowed all these bitter pills, for I had no choice in the matter, but I made up my mind I would have a thorough explanation the next day. A Frenchman, the Chevalier de Neuville by name, who had come with Manucci, interested me a great deal. He had come to Rome to endeavor to obtain the annulment of marriage of a lady who was in a convent at Mantua. He had a special recommendation to Cardinal Galli. His conversation was particularly agreeable, and when we left the ambassador's, I accepted the offer to come into his carriage with Manucci, and we drove about till the evening. As we were returning at nightfall, he told us that he was going to present us to a pretty girl with whom we would sup, and where we should have a game of faro. The carriage stopped at the Place d'Espagny, at a short distance from my lodging, and we went up to a room on the 2nd floor. When I went in, I was surprised to see Count Medini and his mistress, the lady whom the Chevalier had praised, and whom I found not at all to my taste. Medini received me cordially, and thanked the Frenchman for having made me forget the past, and having brought me to see him. M. de Neuville looked astonished, and to avoid any unpleasant explanations, I turned the conversation. When Medini thought a sufficient number of punters were present, he sat down at a large table, placed 500 or 600 crowns in gold and notes before him, and began to deal. Manucci lost all the gold he had about him, Neuville swept away half the bank, and I was content with the humble part of spectator. After supper, Medini asked the Chevalier to give him his revenge, and Minucci asked me to lend him 100 sequins. I did so, and in an hour he had not one left. Neuville, on the other hand, brought down Medini's bank to 20 or 30 sequins, and after that we retired to our several homes. Minucci lodged with my sister-in-law, Roland's daughter, and I had made up my mind to give him an early call. But he did not leave me the opportunity, as he called on me early in the morning. After returning me the 100 sequins, he embraced me affectionately, and, showing me a large letter of credit on Bettany, said that I must consider his purse as mine. In short, though he said nothing about the past, he gave me to understand that he wished to initiate a mutual policy of forget and forgive. On this occasion, my heart proved too strong for my brain, such has often been the case with me. I agreed to the articles of peace he offered and required. Besides, I was no longer at that headstrong age which only knows one kind of satisfaction, that of the sword. I remembered that if Minucci had been wrong, so had I, and I felt that my honor ran no danger of being compromised. The day after, I went to dinner with him. The Chevalier de Neuville came in towards the close of the meal, and Medini a few moments later. The latter called on us to hold a bank, each in his turn, and we agreed. Minucci gained double what he had lost. Neuville lost 400 sequins, and I only lost a trifle. Medini, who had only lost about 50 sequins, was desperate and would have thrown himself out of the window. A few days later, Minucci set out for Naples, after giving 100 louis to Medini's mistress, who used to sup with him. But this windfall did not save Medini from being imprisoned for debt, his liabilities amounting to more than 1,000 crowns. The poor wretch wrote me doleful epistles, entreating me to come to his assistance, but the sole effect of his letters was to make me look after what he called his family, repaying myself with the enjoyment of his mistress's young sister. I did not feel called upon to behave generously to him for nothing. About this time, the Emperor of Germany came to Rome with his brother, the Grand Duke of Tuscany. One of the noblemen in their suite made the girl's acquaintance and gave Medini enough to satisfy his creditors. He left Rome soon after recovering his liberty, and we shall meet him again in a few months. I lived very happily amongst the friends I had made for myself. In the evenings, I visited the Duchess of Fiano, in the afternoons the Princess of Santa Croce. The rest of my time I spent at home, where I had Margarita, the fair Buonaccorsi, and young Menicuccio, who told me so much about his ladylove that I felt quite curious to see her. The girl was in a kind of convent where she had been placed out of charity. She could only leave it to get married, with the consent of the cardinal who superintended the establishment. When a girl went out and got married, she received a dower of 200 Roman crowns. Menicuccio had a sister in the same convent and was allowed to visit her on Sundays. She came to the grating, followed by her governess. Though Menicuccio was her brother, she was not permitted to see him alone. 5 or 6 months before the date of which I am writing, his sister had been accompanied to the grating by another girl, whom he had never seen before, and he immediately fell in love with her. The poor young man had to work hard all the week, and could only visit the convent on holidays, and even then he had rarely the good luck to see his ladylove. In 5 or 6 months he had only seen her 7 or 8 times. His sister knew of his love and would have done all in her power for him, but the choice of a companion did not rest with her, and she was afraid of asking for this particular girl for fear of exciting suspicion. As I have said, I had made up my mind to pay the place a visit, and on our way Menicuccio told me that the women of the convent were not nuns, properly speaking, as they had never taken any vow and did not wear a monastic dress. In spite of that, they had few temptations to leave their prison house, as they would only find themselves alone in the world with the prospect of starvation or hard work before them. The young girls only came out to get married, which was uncommon, or by flight, which was extremely difficult. We reached a vast ill-built house, near one of the town gates, a lonely and deserted situation, as the gate led to no highway. When we went into the parlor, I was astonished to see the double grating with bars so thick and close together that the hand of a girl of 10 could scarce have got through. The grating was so close that it was extremely difficult to make out the features of the persons standing on the inner side, especially as this was only lighted by the uncertain reflection from the outer room. The sight of these arrangements made me shudder. "How and where have you seen your mistress?" I asked Menecutio, "for there I see nothing but darkness." "The first time the governess chanced to have a candle, but this privilege is confined, under pain of excommunication, to relations. Then she will have a light today." "I expect not, as the portress will have sent up word that there was a stranger with me." "But how could you see your sweetheart, as you are not related to her?" "By chance. The first time she came, my sister's governess, a good soul, said nothing about it. Ever since, there has been no candle when she has been present. Soon after, the forms of 3 or 4 women were dimly to be seen, but there was no candle, and the governess would not bring one on any consideration. She was afraid of being found out and excommunicated. I saw that I was depriving my young friend of a pleasure, and would have gone, but he told me to stay. I passed an hour which interested me in spite of its painfulness. The voice of Menecutio's sister sent a thrill through me, and I fancied that the blind must fall in love through their sense of hearing. The governess was a woman under 30. She told me that, when the girls attained their 25th year, they were placed in charge of the younger ones, and at 35 they were free to leave the convent if they liked, but that few cared to take this step, for fear of falling into misery. "Then there are a good many old women here." "There are 100 of us, and the number is only decreased by death and by occasional marriages." "But how do those who go out to get married succeed in inspiring the love of their husbands?" "I have been here for 20 years, and in that time only 4 have gone out, and they did not know their husbands till they met at the altar. As might be expected, the men who solicit the cardinal for our hands are either madmen or fellows of desperate fortunes who want the 200 piasters. However, the cardinal superintendent refuses permission unless the postulant can satisfy him that he is capable of supporting a wife." "How does he choose his bride?" "He tells the cardinal what age and disposition he would prefer, and the cardinal informs the Mother Superior." "I suppose you keep a good table and are comfortably lodged?" "Not at all. 3,000 crowns a year are not much to keep 100 persons. Those who do a little work and earn something are the best off." "What manner of people put their daughters in such a prison?" "Either poor people or bigots who are afraid of their children falling into evil ways. We only receive pretty girls here." "Who is the judge of their prettiness?" "The parents, the priest, and on the last appeal the cardinal superintendent, who rejects plain girls without pity, observing that ugly women have no reason to fear the seductions of vice. So you may imagine that, wretched as we are, we curse those who pronounced us pretty." "I pity you, and I wonder why leave is not given to see you openly. You might have some chance of getting married then." "The cardinal says that it is not in his power to give permission, as anyone transgressing the foundation is excommunicated." "Then I should imagine that the founder of this house is now consumed by the flames of hell." "We all think so, and hope he may stay there. The Pope ought to take some order with the house." I gave her 10 crowns, saying that as I could not see her, I could not promise a second visit, and then I went away with Menecutio, who was angry with himself for having procured me such a tedious hour. "I suppose I shall never see your mistress or your sister," said I. Your sister's voice went to my heart. "I should think your 10 pastors ought to work miracles." "I suppose there is another parlor." "Yes, but only priests are allowed to enter it under pain of excommunication, unless you get leave from the Holy Father." I could not imagine how such a monstrous establishment could be tolerated, for it was almost impossible, under the circumstances, for the poor girls to get a husband. I calculated that as 200 piasters were assigned to each as a dowry in case of marriage, the founder must have calculated on 2 marriages a year at least, and it seemed probable that these sums were made away with by some scoundrel. I laid my ideas before Cardinal Bernays in the presence of the princess, who seemed moved with compassion for these poor women, and said I must write out a petition and get it signed by all of them, entreating the Holy Father to allow them the privileges customary in all other convents. The cardinal told me to draft the supplication, to obtain the signatures, and to place it in the hands of the princess. In the meantime, he would get the ear of the Holy Father, and ascertain by whose hands it was most proper for the petition to be presented. I felt pretty sure of the signatures of the greater number of the recluses, and after writing out the petition I left it in the hands of the governess to whom I had spoken before. She was delighted with the idea, and promised to give me back the paper when I came again, with the signatures of all her companions in misfortune. As soon as the Princess Santa Croce had the document, she addressed herself to the Cardinal Superintendent Orsini, who promised to bring the matter before the Pope. Cardinal Bernays had already spoken to His Holiness. The chaplain of the Institute was ordered to warn the superior that for the future visitors were to be allowed to see girls in the large parlor, provided they were accompanied by a governess. Menicuccio brought me this news, which the princess had not heard, and which she was delighted to hear from my lips. The worthy Pope did not stop there. He ordered a rigid scrutiny of the accounts to be made, and reduced the number from 100 to 50, doubling the dower. He also ordered that all girls who reached the age of 25 without getting married should be sent away with their 400 crowns apiece, that 12 discreet matrons should have charge of the younger girls, and that 12 servants should be paid to do the hard work of the house. Chapter 16. I sup at the inn with Armeline and Emily. These innovations were the work of some 6 months. The first reform was the abolition of the prohibition on entering the large parlor and even the interior of the convent. For as the inmates had taken no vows and were not cloistered nuns, the superior should have been at liberty to act according to her discretion. Menicuccio had learnt this from a note his sister wrote him, and which he brought to me in high glee, asking me to come with him to the convent, according to his sister's request, who said my presence would be acceptable to her governess. I was to ask for the governess. I was only too glad to lend myself to this pleasant arrangement, and felt curious to see the faces of the 3 recluses, as well as to hear what they had to say on these great changes. When we got into the large parlor, I saw 2 grates, one occupied by the Abbé Guasco, whom I had known in Paris in 1751, the other by a Russian nobleman, Ivan Ivanovich Shuvalov, and by Father Jacques, a friar minim of the Trinita dei Monti and a learned astronomer. Behind the grate I saw 3 very pretty girls. When our friends came down, we began a very interesting conversation, which had to be conducted in a low tone for fear of our being overheard. We could not talk at our ease till the other visitors had taken their leave. My young friend's mistress was a very pretty girl, but his sister was a ravishing beauty. She had just entered on her 16th year, but she was tall and her figure well developed. In short, she enchanted me. I thought I had never seen a whiter skin or blacker hair and eyebrows and eyes, but still more charming was the sweetness of her voice and expression, and the naive simplicity of her expressions. Her governess, who was 10 or 12 years older than she was a woman of an extremely interesting expression. She was pale and melancholy looking, no doubt from the fires which she had been forced to quench within her. She delighted me by telling me of the confusion which the new regulations had caused in the house. The Mother Superior is well pleased, she said, and all my young companions are overjoyed, but the older ones whom circumstance has made into bigots are scandalized at everything. The Superior has already given orders for windows to be made in the dark parlors, though the old women say that she cannot go beyond the concessions she has already received. To this the Superior answered that as free communication had been allowed, it would be absurd to retain the darkness. She has also given orders for the alteration of the double grating, as there was only a single one in the large parlor. I thought the Superior must be a woman of intelligence, and expressed a desire to see her. Emily obtained this pleasure for me the following day. Emily was the friend of Armeline, Menicuccio's sister. This first visit lasted 2 hours and seemed all too short. Menicuccio spoke to his well-beloved at the other grating. I went away, after having given them 10 Roman crowns as before. I kissed Armeline's fair hands, and as she felt the contact of my lips, her face was suffused by a vivid blush. Never had the lips of man touched more dainty hands before, and she looked quite astounded at the ardor with which I kissed them. I went home full of love for her, and without heeding the obstacles in my path, I gave reins to my passion, which seemed to me the most ardent I had ever experienced. My young friend was in an ocean of bliss. He had declared his love, and the girl had said that she would gladly become his wife if he could get the cardinal's consent. As this consent only depended on his ability to keep himself, I promised to give him 100 crowns and my patronage. He had served his time as a tailor's apprentice and was in a position to open a shop of his own. "I envy your lot," said I, "for your happiness is assured, while I, though I love your sister, despair of possessing her." "Are you married then?" he asked. "Alas, yes. Keep my counsel, for I propose visiting her every day, and if it were known that I was married, my visits would be received with suspicion." I was obliged to tell this lie to avoid the temptation of marrying her, and to prevent Armeline thinking that I was courting her with that intention. I found the superioress a polite and clever woman, wholly free from prejudices. After coming down to the grate to oblige me, she sometimes came for her own pleasure. She knew that I was the author of the happy reform in the institution, and she told me that she considered herself under great obligations to me. In less than 6 weeks, 3 of her girls made excellent marriages, and 600 crowns had been added to the yearly income of the house. She told me that she was ill pleased with one of their confessors. He was a Dominican, and made it a rule that his penitents should approach the holy table every Sunday and feast day. He kept them for hours in the confessional, and imposed penances and fastings which were likely to injure the health of young girls. "All this," said she, "cannot improve them from a mortal point of view, and takes up a lot of their time, so that they have none left for their work, by the sale of which they procure some small comforts for themselves." "How many confessors have you?" "4. "Are you satisfied with the other 3? "Yes, they are sensible men, and do not ask too much of poor human nature." "I will carry your just complaint to the cardinal. Will you write out your petition?" "Kindly give me a model." I gave her a rough draft, which she copied out and signed, and I laid it before His Eminence. A few days after the Dominican was removed, and his penitents divided amongst the 3 remaining confessors. The younger members of the community owed me a great debt of gratitude on account of this change. Menicuccio went to see his sweetheart every holiday, while I, in my amorous ardor, visited his sister every morning at 9 o'clock. I breakfasted with her and Emily, and remained in the parlor till 11. As there was only one grating, I could lock the door behind me, but we could be seen from the interior of the convent, as the door was left open to admit light, there being no window. This was a great annoyance for me. Recluses, young or old, were continually passing by, and none of them failed to give a glance in the direction of the grate. Thus my fair Armeline could not stretch out her hand to receive my amorous kisses. Towards the end of December, the cold became intense, and I begged the superior to allow me to place a screen in front of the door, as I feared I should catch cold otherwise. The worthy woman granted my request without any difficulty, and we were at our ease for the future, though the desires with which Armeline inspired me had become dreadful torment. On the 1st day of January, 1771, I presented each of them with a good winter dress, and sent the superior a quantity of chocolate, sugar, and coffee, all of which were extremely welcome. Emily often came by herself to the grating, as Armeline was not ready, and in the same way Armeline would come by herself when her governess happened to be busy. It was in these quarters of an hour that she succeeded in captivating me, heart and soul. Emily and Armeline were great friends, but their prejudices on the subject of sensual enjoyment were so strong that I could never get them to listen to licentious talk, to allow certain small liberties which I would gladly have taken, or to afford me those pleasures of the eyes that we accept in default of better things. One day they were petrified by my asking them whether they did not sometimes sleep in the same bed, so as to give each other proofs of the tenderness of their mutual affection. How they blushed! Emily asked me, with the most perfect innocence, what there was in common between affection and the inconvenience of sleeping two in a narrow bed. I took care not to explain myself, for I saw that I had frightened them. No doubt they were of the same flesh and blood as I, but our educators had differed widely. They had evidently never confided their little secrets to one another, possibly not even to their confessor, either through shame or with the idea that the liberties they indulged in alone were no sin. I made them a present of some silk stockings, lined with plush to keep out the cold, and vainly endeavored to make them try the stockings on before me. I might say as often as I pleased that there was no real difference between a man's legs and a woman's, and that their confessor would laugh at them if they confessed to showing their legs. They only answered that girls were not allowed to take such a liberty, as they wore petticoats on purpose to conceal their legs. The manner in which Emily spoke, always with Armeline's approbation, convinced me that their modesty was genuine. I penetrated her idea. She thought that in acceding to my request she would be lowering herself in my eyes, and that I should despise her ever after. Nevertheless, Emily was a woman of 27, and by no means a devotee. As for Armeline, I could see that she took Emily for her model, and would have been ashamed of appearing less precise than her friend. I thought she loved me, and that, contrary to the general rule, she would be more easily won by herself than in company with her friend. I made the trial one morning when she appeared at the grating by herself, telling me that her governess was busy. I said that I adored her and was the most hapless of men, for being a married man I had no hope of ever being able to clasp her to my arms and cover her with kisses. Can I continue to live, dear Armeline, with no other consolation than that of kissing your fair hands? At these words, pronounced with so much passion, she fixed her gaze on me, and after a few moments' reflection she began to kiss my hands as ardently as I had kissed hers. I begged her to put her mouth so that I might kiss it. She blushed and looked down and did nothing. I bewailed my fate bitterly, but in vain. She was deaf and dumb till Emily came and asked us why we were so dull. About this time, the beginning of 1771, I was visited by Mariuccia, whom I had married 10 years before to a young hairdresser. My readers may remember how I met her at Abbé Momelo's. During the 3 months I had been in Rome, I had inquired in vain as to what had become of her, so that I was delighted when she made her appearance. "I saw you at St. Peter's," said she, "at the midnight mass on Christmas Eve, but not daring to approach you because of the people with whom I was, I told a friend of mine to follow you and find out where you lived. How is it that I have tried to find you out in vain for the last 3 months? My husband set up at Frascati 8 years ago, and we have lived there very happily ever since. I am very glad to hear it. Have you any children?" "4, and the eldest, who is 9 years old, is very like you." "Do you love her?" "I adore her, but I love the other 3 as well." As I wanted to go to breakfast with Armeline, I begged Margarita to keep Mariuccia company till my return. Mariuccia dined with me, and we spent a pleasant day together without attempting to renew our more tender relationship. We had plenty to talk about, and she told me that Costa, my old servant, had come back to Rome in a splendid coach 3 years after I had left, and that he had married one of Momelo's daughters. "He's a rascal, he robbed me." I guessed as much. His theft did him no good. He left his wife 2 years after their marriage, and no one knows what has become of him. "How about his wife?" "She is living miserably in Rome. Her father is dead." I did not care to go and see the poor woman, for I could not do anything for her, and I could not have helped saying that if I caught her husband I would do my best to have him hanged. Such was indeed my intention up to the year 1785, when I found this runagate at Vienna. He was then Count Erdős' man, and when we come to that period the reader shall hear what I did. I promised Mariuccia to come and see her in the course of Lent. The Princess Santa Croce and the worthy Cardinal Bernays pitied me for my hapless love. I often confided my sufferings to their sympathizing ears. The Cardinal told the Princess that she could very well obtain permission from Cardinal Orsini to take Armeline to the theatre, and that if I cared to join the party I might find her less cruel. "The Cardinal will make no objection," said he, "as Armeline has taken no vows. But as you must know our friend's mistress before making your request, you have only to tell the Cardinal that you would like to see the interior of the house." "Do you think he will give me leave?" "Certainly, the inmates are not cloistered nuns. We will go with you." "You will come too. That will be a delightful party indeed." "Ask for leave, and we will arrange the day." This plan seemed to me a delicious dream. I guessed that the gallant cardinal was curious to see Armeline, but I was not afraid as I knew he was a constant lover. Besides, I felt sure that if he took an interest in the fair recluse, he would be certain to find her a husband. In 3 or 4 days, the princess summoned me to her box in the Alberti Theatre and showed me Cardinal Orsini's note, allowing her and her friends to see the interior of the house. "Tomorrow afternoon," said she, "we will fix the day and the hour for the visit." Next day, I paid my usual visit to the recluses, and the superioress came to tell me that the cardinal had told her that the Princess Santa Croce was coming to visit the house with some friends. "I know it," said I. "I am coming with her." "When is she coming?" "I don't know yet, but I will inform you later on." This novelty has turned the house upside down. The devotees scarcely know whether they are awake or dreaming, for with the exception of a few priests, the doctor, and the surgeon, no one has ever entered the house since its foundation. All these restrictions are now removed, and you need not ask the cardinal's permission to receive visits from your friends. "I know that, but I don't like to go so far." The time for the visit was fixed for the afternoon of the next day, and I let the superioress know early the next morning. The Duchess of Fiano had asked to join us. The cardinal came, of course, dressed as a simple priest, with no indication of his exalted rank. He knew Armeline directly from my description and congratulated her on having made my acquaintance. The poor girl blushed to the roots of her hair, and I thought she would have fainted when the princess, after telling her she was the prettiest girl in the house, gave her 2 affectionate kisses, a mark of friendship strictly forbidden by the rules. After these caresses, the princess proceeded to compliment the superioress. She said that I had done well to praise her parts, as she could judge of them by the order and neatness which reigned everywhere. "I shall mention your name to Cardinal Orsini," she added, "and you may be sure I shall do you all the justice you deserve." When we had seen all the rooms, which contained nothing worth seeing, I presented Emily to the princess, who received her with great cordiality. "I have heard of your sadness," she said, "but I know the reason of it. You are a good girl, and pretty too, and I shall get you a husband who will cure you of your melancholy." The superioress gave a smile of approbation, but I saw a dozen aged devotees pulling wry faces. Emily dared not reply, but she took the princess's hand and kissed it, as if to summon her to keep her promise. As for me, I was delighted to see that though all the girls were really pretty, my Armeline eclipsed them all, as the light of the sun obscures the stars. When we came down to the parlor, the princess told Armeline that she meant to ask leave of the cardinal to take her 2 or 3 times to the theatre before Lent began. This observation seemed to petrify everyone except the superioress, who said that His Eminence had now a perfect right to relax any or all of the rules of the establishment. Poor Armeline was so overwhelmed between joy and confusion that she could not speak. She seemed unable to find words wherein to thank the princess, who commended her and her friend Emily to the superioress before she left the house, and gave her a small present to buy necessaries for them. Not to be outdone, the Duchess of Fiano told the superioress that she would make me the almoner of her bounty towards Armeline and Emily. My expressions of gratitude to the princess when we were back in the carriage may be imagined. I had no need to excuse Armeline, for the princess and the cardinal had gauged her capacities. Her confusion had prevented her showing her cleverness, but her face showed her to possess it. Besides, the influence of the education she had received had to be taken into account. The princess was impatient to take her to the theatre, and afterwards to supper at an inn, according to the Roman custom. She wrote the names of Armeline and Emily upon her tablets, so as to remember them on every occasion. I did not forget the mistress of my poor friend Menicuccio, but the time was not opportune for mentioning her name. The next day, however, I got the cardinal's ear, and told him that I was anxious to do something for the young man. The cardinal saw him, and Menicuccio pleased him so well that the marriage took place before the end of the carnival, the bride having a dowry of 500 crowns. With this sum and the 100 crowns I gave him, he was in a position to open a shop for himself. The day after the princess's visit was a triumphant one for me. As soon as I appeared at the grating, the superioress was sent for, and we had an interview. The princess had given her 50 crowns, which she was going to lay out on linen for Armeline and Emily. The recluses were stupefied when I told them that the fat priest was Cardinal Bernice, as they had an idea that a cardinal can never doff the purple. The Duchess of Fiano had sent a cask of wine, which was an unknown beverage there, and these presents made them hope for others. I was looked upon as the bringer of all this good luck, and gratitude showed itself so plainly in every word and glance that I felt I might hope for everything. A few days later, the princess told Cardinal Orsini that she had taken a peculiar interest in two of the young recluses, and desiring to provide them with suitable establishments, she wished to take them now and again to the theater so as to give them some knowledge of the world. She undertook to take them and bring them back herself, or only to confide them to sure hands. The cardinal replied that the superioress should receive instructions to oblige her in every particular. As soon as I heard of this from the princess, I said that I would ascertain what orders had been actually received at the convent. The next day, the superioress told me that His Eminence had instructed her to do what she thought best for the welfare of the young people committed to her charge. I have also received orders, she added, to send in the names of those who have attained the age of 30 and wish to leave the convent, that they may receive a warrant for their 200 crowns. I have not yet published this command, but I haven't the slightest doubt that we shall get rid of a score at least. I told the princess of the cardinal's orders, and she agreed with me that his behavior was most generous. Cardinal Bernays, who was by, advised her that the first time she took the girls to the theater, she had better go in person, and tell the superioress that she would always send her carriage and liveried servants to fetch them. The princess approved of this advice, and a few days later she called for Emily and Armeline and brought them to her palace, where I awaited them with the cardinal, the prince, and the Duchess of Fiano. They were welcomed warmly, encouraged to reply, to laugh, and to say what was in their minds, but all in vain. Finding themselves for the first time in a splendid apartment surrounded by brilliant company, they were so confounded that they could not say a word. Emily persisted in rising from her seat whenever she was addressed, and Armeline shone only by her beauty and the vivid blush which suffused her face whenever she was addressed. The princess might kiss her as much as she pleased, but the novice had not the courage to return her kisses. At last Armeline mustered up courage to take the princess's hand and kiss it, but when the lady kissed her on the lips, the girl remained inactive, seeming to be absolutely ignorant of such a natural and easy matter as the returning of a kiss. The cardinal and the prince laughed. The duchess said that so much restraint was unnatural. As for me, I was on thorns. Such awkwardness seemed to me near akin to stupidity, for Armeline had only to do to the princess's lips what she had already done to her hand. No doubt she fancied that to do to the princess what the princess had done to her would show too much familiarity. The cardinal took me on one side and said he could not believe that I had not initiated her in the course of 2 months' intimacy, but I pointed out to him the immense force of long-ingrained prejudice. For this first time, the princess had made up her mind to take them to the Torre di Nonna theater, as comic pieces were played there, and they could not help but laugh. After the play, we went to sup at an inn, and at table the good cheer and my exhortations began to take some effect on her. We persuaded them to drink a little wine, and their spirits improved visibly. Emily ceased to be sad, and Armeline gave the princess some real kisses. We applauded their efforts to be gay, and our applause convinced them that they had done nothing wrong. Of course, the princess charged me with the pleasant trust of taking the 2 guests back to the convent. Now, I thought, my time has come, but when we were in the carriage I saw that I had reckoned without my host. When I would have kissed, heads were turned aside. When I would have stretched forth an indiscreet hand, dresses were wrapped more tightly. When I would have forced my way, I was resisted by force. When I complained, I was told that I was in the wrong. When I got in a rage, I was allowed to say on, and when I threatened to see them no more, they did not believe me. When we got to the convent, a servant opened the side door, and noticing that she did not shut it after the girls, I went in too, and went with them to see the superioress, who was in bed, and did not seem at all astonished to see me. I told her that I considered it my duty to bring back her young charges in person. She thanked me, asked them if they had had a pleasant evening, and bade me good night, begging me to make as little noise as possible on my way downstairs. I wished them all happy slumbers, and after giving a sequin to the servant who opened the door, and another to the coachman, I had myself set down at the door of my lodging. Margarita was asleep on a sofa and welcomed me with abuse, but she soon found out by the ardor of my caresses that I had not been guilty of infidelity. I did not get up till noon, and at 3 o'clock I called on the princess and found the cardinal already there. They expected to hear the story of my triumph, but the tale I told and my apparent indifference in the matter came as a surprise. I may as well confess that my face was by no means the index of my mind. However, I did my best to give the thing a comic turn, saying that I did not care for Pamela's and that I had made up my mind to give up the adventure. "My dear fellow," said the cardinal, "I shall take 2 or 3 days before I congratulate you on your self-restraint." His knowledge of the human heart was very extensive. Armeline thought I must have slept till late, as she did not see me in the morning as usual. But when the second day went by without my coming, she sent her brother to ask if I were ill, for I had never let 2 days pass without paying her a visit. Menecutio came accordingly, and was delighted to find me in perfect health. "Go and tell your sister," I said, "that I shall continue to interest the princess on her behalf, but that I shall see her no more." "Why not?" "Because I wish to cure myself of an unhappy passion. Your sister does not love me, I am sure of it. I am no longer a young man, and I don't feel inclined to become a martyr to her virtue. Virtue goes rather too far when it prevents a girl giving the man who adores her a single kiss. Indeed, I would not have believed that of her. Nevertheless, it is the fact, and I must make an end of it. Your sister cannot understand the danger she runs in treating a lover in this fashion. Tell her all that, my dear Menecutio, but don't give her any advice of your own. You can't think how grieved I am to hear all this. Perhaps it's Emily's presence that makes her so cold." "No, I have often pressed her when we have been alone together, but all in vain. I want to cure myself, for if she does not love me, I do not wish to obtain her either by seduction or by any feeling of gratitude on her part. Tell me how your future bride treats you." "Very well, ever since she has been sure of my marrying her." I felt sorry, then, that I had given myself out as a married man. For in my state of irritation, I could even have given her a promise of marriage without deliberately intending to deceive her. Menecutio went on his way distressed, and I went to the meeting of the Arcadians, at the capital, to hear the Marchioness d'Aut recite her reception piece. This marchioness was a young Frenchwoman who had been at Rome for the last 6 months with her husband, a man of many talents, but inferior to her, for she was a genius. From this day I became her intimate friend, but without the slightest idea of an intrigue, leaving all that to a French priest who was hopelessly in love with her, and had thrown up his chances of preferment for her sake. Every day the Princess Santa Croce told me that I could have the key to her box at the theater, whenever I liked to take Armeline and Emily. But when a week passed by without my giving any sign, she began to believe that I had really broken off the connection. The cardinal, on the other hand, believed me to be still in love and praised my conduct. He told me that I should have a letter from the superioress, and he was right, for at the end of the week she wrote me a polite note begging me to call on her, which I was obliged to obey. I called on her, and she began by asking me plainly why my visits had ceased. "Because I am in love with Armeline. If that reason brought you here every day, I do not see how it can have suddenly operated in another direction. And yet it is all quite natural, for when one loves one desires, and when one desires in vain one suffers, and continual suffering is great unhappiness. And so you see that I am bound to act thus for my own sake. I pity you, and see the wisdom of your course. But allow me to tell you that, esteeming Armeline, you have no right to lay her open to a judgment being passed upon her, which is very far from the truth. And what judgment is that? That your love was only a whim, and that as soon as it was satisfied you abandoned her. I am sorry indeed to hear of this, but what can I do? I must cure myself of this unhappy passion. Do you know any other remedy than absence? Kindly advise me. I don't know much about the affection called love, but it seems to me that by slow degrees love becomes friendship, and peace is restored. True, but if it is to become friendship, love must be gently treated. If the beloved object is not very tender, love grows desperate and turns to indifference or contempt. I neither wish to grow desperate nor to despise Armeline, who is a miracle of beauty and goodness. I shall do my utmost for her, just as if she had made me happy, but I will see her no more. I am in complete darkness on the matter. They assure me that they have never failed in their duty towards you, and that they cannot imagine why you have ceased coming here. Whether by prudence or timidity or a delicate wish not to say anything against me, they have told you a lie. But you deserve to know all, and my honor requires that I should tell you the whole story. Please do so, you may count on my discretion. I then told my tale, and I saw she was moved. I have always tried, she said, never to believe evil except on compulsion. Nevertheless, knowing as I do the weakness of the human heart, I could never have believed that throughout so long and intimate an acquaintance you could have kept yourself so severely within bounds. In my opinion, there would be much less harm in a kiss than in all this scandal. I am sure that Armeline does not care about it. She does nothing but weep. Her tears probably spring from vanity, or from the cause her companions assign for my absence. No, I have told them all that you are ill. What does Emily say? She does not weep, but she looks sad, and says over and over again that it is not her fault if you do not come, thereby hinting that it is Armeline's fault. Come tomorrow to oblige me. They are dying to see the opera at the Liberty and the comic opera at the Capranica. Very good, then I will breakfast with them tomorrow morning, and tomorrow evening they shall see the opera. You are very good, I thank you. Shall I tell them the news? Please tell Armeline that I am only coming after hearing all that you have said to me. The princess skipped for joy when she heard of my interview with the superioress, and the cardinal said he had guessed as much. The princess gave me the key of her box and ordered that her carriage and servants should be at my orders. The next day, when I went to the convent, Emily came down by herself to reproach me on my cruel conduct. She told me that a man who really loved would not have acted in such a manner, and that I had been wrong to tell the superioress everything. I would not have said anything if I had had anything important to say. Armeline has become unhappy through knowing you, because she does not want to fail in her duty, and she sees that you only love her to turn her from it. But her unhappiness will cease when I cease troubling her. Do you mean you are not going to see her anymore? Exactly. Do you think that it costs me no pain, but I must make the effort for the sake of my peace of mind? Then she will be sure that you do not love her. She must think what she pleases. In the meanwhile, I feel sure that if she loved me as I loved her, we should be of one mind. We have duties which seem to press lightly on you. Then be faithful to your duties, and permit a man of honor to respect them by visiting you no more. Armeline then appeared. I thought her changed. Why do you look so grave and pale? Because you have grieved me. Come then, be gay once more, and allow me to cure myself of a passion, the essence of which is to induce you to fail in your duty. I shall be still your friend, and I shall come to see you once a week while I remain in Rome. Once a week? You needn't have begun by coming once a day. You are right, it was your kind expression which deceived me, but I hope you will allow me to become rational again. For this to happen, I must try not to see you more than I can help. Think over it, and you will see that I am doing all for the best. It's very hard that you can't love me as I love you. You mean calmly and without desires. I don't say that, but holding your desires in check if they are contrary to the voice of duty. I'm too old to learn this method, and it does not seem to me an attractive one. Kindly tell me whether the restraint of your desires gives you much pain. I don't repress my desires when I think of you, I cherish them. I wish you were the Pope, I wish you were my father, that I might caress you in all innocence. In my dreams I wish you could become a girl, so that we might always live happily together. At this true touch of native simplicity, I could not help smiling. I told them that I should come in the evening to take them to the Liberty, and felt in a better humor after my visit, for I could see that there was no art or coquetry in what Armeline said. I saw that she loved me, but would not come to a parley with her love, hence her repugnance to granting me her favors. If she once did so, her eyes would be opened. All this was pure nature, for experience had not yet taught her that she ought either to avoid me or to succumb to my affection. In the evening, I called for the two friends to take them to the opera, and I had not long to wait. I was by myself in the carriage, but they evinced no surprise. Emily conveyed to me the compliments of the superioress, who would be obliged by my calling on her the following day. At the opera, I let them gaze at the spectacle which they saw for the first time, and answered whatever questions they put to me. As they were Romans, they ought to have known what a castrato was. Nevertheless, Armeline took the wretched individual who sang the prima donna's part for a woman and pointed to his breast, which was really a fine one. "Would you dare to sleep in the same bed with him?" I asked. No, an honest girl ought always to sleep by herself. Such was the severity of the education they had received. Everything connected with love was made a mystery of, and treated with a kind of superstitious awe. Thus Armeline had only let me kiss her hands after a long contest, and neither she nor Emily would allow me to see whether the stockings I had given them fitted well or not. The severe prohibition that was laid on sleeping with another girl must have made them think that to show their nakedness to a companion would be a great sin, and let a man see their beauties a hideous crime. The very idea of such a thing must have given them a shudder. Whenever I had attempted to indulge in conversation which was a little free, I had found them deaf and dumb. Although Emily was a handsome girl in spite of her pallor, I did not take sufficient interest in her to try to dissipate her melancholy. But loving Armeline to desperation, I was cut to the quick to see her look grave when I asked her if she had any idea of the difference between the physical conformation of men and women. As we were leaving, Armeline said she was hungry, as she had scarcely eaten anything for the last week on account of the grief I had given her. "If I had foreseen that," I answered, "I would have ordered a good supper, whereas I have now only potluck to offer you." "Never mind, how many shall we be?" "We 3. "So much the better, we shall be more at liberty." "Then you don't like the princess?" "I beg your pardon, but she wants me to kiss her in a way I don't like." "Nevertheless, you kissed her ardently enough." "I was afraid she would take me for a simpleton if I did not do so." "Then do you think you committed a sin in kissing her like that?" "Certainly not, for it was very unpleasant for me." "Then why won't you make the same effort on my behalf?" She said nothing, and when we got to the inn I ordered them to light a fire and to get a good supper ready. The waiter asked me if I would like some oysters, and noticing the curiosity of my guests on the subject, I asked him how much they were. "They are from the arsenal at Venice," he replied, "and we can't sell them under 50 pains a hundred." "Very good, I will take 100, but you must open them here." Armeline was horrified to think that I was going to pay 5 crowns for her whim, and begged me to revoke the order. But she said nothing when I told her that no pleasure of hers could be bought too dearly by me. At this she took my hand and would have carried it to her lips, but I took it away rather roughly, greatly to her mortification. I was sitting in front of the fire between them, and I was sorry at having grieved her. "I beg pardon, Armeline," I said. "I only took my hand away because it was not worthy of being carried to your fair lips." In spite of this excuse, she could not help 2 big tears coursing down her blushing cheeks. I was greatly pained. Armeline was a tender dove, not made to be roughly treated. If I did not want her to hate me, I felt that I must either not see her at all or treat her more gently for the future. Her tears convinced me that I had wounded her feelings terribly, and I got up and went out to order some champagne. When I came back, I found that she had been weeping bitterly. I did not know what to do. I begged her again and again to forgive me and to be gay once more, unless she wished to subject me to the severest of all punishments. Emily backed me up, and on taking her hand and covering it with kisses, I had the pleasure of seeing her smile once more. The oysters were opened in our presence, and the astonishment depicted on the girls' countenances would have amused me if my heart had been more at ease. But I was desperate with love, and Armeline begged me vainly to be as I was when we first met. We sat down, and I taught my guests how to suck up the oysters, which swam in their own liquid and were very good. Armeline swallowed half a dozen, and then observed to her friend that so delicate a morsel must be a sin. "Not on account of its delicacy," said Emily, "but because at every mouthful we swallow half a paulo." "Half a paulo," said Armeline, "and the Holy Father does not forbid such a luxury. If this is not the sin of gluttony, I don't know what is. These oysters are delightful, but I shall speak about the matter to my director." These simplicities of hers afforded me great mental pleasure, but I wanted bodily pleasure as well. We ate 50 oysters and drank 2 bottles of sparkling champagne, which made my 2 guests erupt and blush and laugh at the same time. I would fain have laughed too and devoured Armeline with my kisses, but I could only devour her with my eyes. I kept the remainder of the oysters for dessert and ordered the supper to be served. It was an excellent meal, and the 2 heroines enjoyed it. Even Emily became quite lively. I ordered up lemons and a bottle of rum, and after having the 50 remaining oysters opened, I sent the waiter away. I then made a bowl of punch, pouring in a bottle of champagne as a finishing touch. After they had swallowed a few oysters and drank 1 or 2 glasses of punch, which they liked amazingly, I begged Emily to give me an oyster with her lips. "I am sure you are too sensible to find anything wrong in that," I added. Emily was astonished at the proposition and thought it over. Armeline gazed at her anxiously, as if curious as to how she would answer me. "Why don't you ask Armeline?" she said at length. "Do you give him one first," said Armeline, "and if you have the courage I will try to do the same." "What courage do you want? It's a child's game, there's no harm in it." After this reply, I was sure of victory. I placed the shell on the edge of her lips, and after a good deal of laughing she sucked in the oyster, which she held between her lips. I instantly recovered it by placing my lips on hers. Armeline clapped her hands, telling Emily that she would never have thought her so brave. She then imitated her example, and was delighted with my delicacy in sucking away the oyster, scarcely touching her lips with mine. My agreeable surprise may be imagined when I heard her say that it was my turn to hold the oysters. It is needless to say that I acquitted myself of the duty with much delight. After these pleasant interludes, we went to drinking punch and swallowing oysters. We all sat in a row with our backs to the fire, and our brains began to whirl, but never was there such a sweet intoxication. However, the punch was not finished and we were getting very hot. I took off my coat, and they were obliged to unlace their dresses, the bodices of which were lined with fur. Guessing at necessities which they did not dare to mention, I pointed out a closet where they could make themselves comfortable, and they went in hand in hand. When they came out, they were no longer timid recluses. They were shrieking with laughter and reeling from side to side. I was their screen as we sat in front of the fire, and I gazed freely on charms which they could no longer conceal. I told them that we must not think of going till the punch was finished, and they agreed, saying, in high glee, that it would be a great sin to leave so good a thing behind. I then presumed so far as to tell them that they had beautiful legs, and that I should be puzzled to assign the prize between them. This made them gayer than ever, for they had not noticed that their unlaced bodices and short petticoats let me see almost everything. After drinking our punch to the dregs, we remained talking for half an hour, while I congratulated myself on my self-restraint. Just as we were going, I asked them if they had any grounds of complaint against me. Armeline replied that if I would adopt her as my daughter, she was ready to follow me to the end of the world. "Then you are not afraid of my turning you from the path of duty?" "No, I feel quite safe with you." "And what do you say, dear Emily?" "I shall love you too, when you do for me what the superioress will tell you tomorrow." "I will do anything, but I shan't come to speak to her till the evening, for it is 3 o'clock now." They laughed all the louder, exclaiming, "What will the mother say?" I paid the bill, gave something to the waiter, and took them back to the convent, where the porteress seemed well enough pleased with the new rules when she saw 2 sequins in her palm. It was too late to see the superioress, so I drove home after rewarding the coachman and the lackey. Margarita was ready to scratch my eyes out if I could not prove my fidelity, but I satisfied her by quenching on her the fires Armeline and the punch had kindled. I told her I had been kept by a gaming party, and she asked no more questions. The next day I amused the princess and the cardinal by a circumstantial account of what had happened. "You missed your opportunity," said the princess. "I don't think so," said the cardinal. "I believe, on the contrary, that he has made his victory more sure for another time." In the evening, I went to the convent where the superioress gave me her warmest welcome. She complimented me on having amused myself with the 2 girls till 3 o'clock in the morning without doing anything wrong. They had told her how we had eaten the oysters, and she said it was an amusing idea. I admired her candor, simplicity, or philosophy, whichever you like to call it. After these preliminaries, she told me that I could make Emily happy by obtaining, through the influence of the princess, a dispensation to marry, without the publication of bans, a merchant of Civita Vecchia, who would have married her long ago, only that there was a woman who pretended to have claims upon him. If bans were published, this woman would institute a suit which might go on forever. If you do this, she concluded, you will have the merit of making Emily happy. I took down the man's name and promised to do my best with the princess. Are you still determined to cure yourself of your love for Armeline? Yes, but I shall not begin the cure till Lent. I congratulate you. The carnival is unusually long this year. The next day I spoke of the matter to the princess. The first requisite was a certificate from the Bishop of Civita Vecchia, stating that the man was free to marry. The cardinal said that the man must come to Rome, and that the affair could be managed if he could bring forward 2 good witnesses who would swear that he was unmarried. I told the superioress what the cardinal said, and she wrote to the merchant, and a few days after I saw him talking to the superioress and Emily through the grating. He commended himself to my protection, and said that before he married, he wanted to be sure of having 600 crowns. The convent would give him 400 crowns, so we should have to obtain a grant of 200 more. I succeeded in getting the grant, but I first contrived to have another supper with Armeline, who asked me every morning when I was going to take her to the comic opera. I said I was afraid of turning her astray from the path of duty, but she replied that experience had taught her to dread me no longer. Chapter 17. The Florentine Marriage of Emily Scholastic Armeline at the Ball. Before the supper I had loved Armeline to such an extent that I had determined to see her no more, but after it I felt that I must obtain her or die. I saw that she had only consented to my small liberties because she regarded them as mere jokes, of no account, and I resolved to take advantage of this way of looking at it to go as far as I could. I began to play the part of indifferent to the best of my ability, only visiting her every other day and looking at her with an expression of polite interest. I often pretended to forget to kiss her hand, while I kissed Emily's and told her that if I felt certain of receiving positive marks of her affection, I should stay at Civita Vecchia for some weeks after she was married. I would not see Armeline's horror, who could not bear me to take a fancy to Emily. Emily said that she would be more at liberty when she was married, while Armeline, vexed at her giving me any hopes, told her sharply that a married woman had stricter duties to perform than a girl. I agreed with her in my heart, but as it would not have suited my purpose to say so openly, I insinuated the false doctrine that a married woman's chief duty is to keep her husband's descent intact, and that everything else is of trifling importance. With the idea of driving Emily to an extremity, I told Emily that if she wanted me to exert myself to my utmost for her, she must give me good hopes of obtaining her favors not only after, but before marriage. I will give you no other favors, she replied, than those which Armeline may give you. You ought to try to get her married also. In spite of her grief at these proposals, gentle Armeline replied, You are the only man I have ever seen, and as I have no hopes of getting married, I will give you no pledges at all, though I do not know what you mean by the word. Though I saw how pure and angelic she was, I had the cruelty to go away, leaving her to her distress. It was hard for me to torment her thus, but I thought it was the only way to overcome her prejudices. Calling on the Venetian ambassador's steward, I saw some peculiarly fine oysters, and I got him to let me have 100. I then took a box at the Capranica Theatre and ordered a good supper at the inn where we had supped before. I want a room with a bed, I said to the waiter. That's not allowed in Rome, signor, he replied. But on the 3rd floor we have 2 rooms with large sofas which might do instead, without the Holy Office being able to say anything. I looked at the rooms and took them, and ordered the man to get the best supper that Rome could offer. As I was entering the box with the 2 girls, I saw the Marchioness Dea was my near neighbor. She accosted me and congratulated herself on her vicinity to me. She was accompanied by her French abbé, her husband, and a fine-looking young man whom I had never seen before. She asked who my companions were, and I told her they were in the Venetian ambassador's household. She praised their beauty and began to talk to Armeline, who answered well enough till the curtain went up. The young man also complimented her, and after having asked my permission, he gave her a large packet of bonbons, telling her to share them with her neighbor. I had guessed him to be a Florentine from his accent and asked him if the sweets came from the banks of the Arno. He told me they were from Naples, whence he had just arrived. At the end of the first act, one was surprised to hear him say that he had a letter of introduction for me from the Marchioness of C. "I have just heard your name," he said, "and tomorrow I shall have the honor of delivering the letter in person if you will kindly give me your address." After these polite preliminaries, I felt that I must comply with his request. I asked after the Marquis, his mother-in-law, and Anastasia, saying that I was delighted to hear from the Marchioness from whom I had been expecting an answer for the last month. "The charming Marchioness has deigned to entrust me with the answer you speak of. I long to read it. Then I may give you the letter now, though I shall still claim the privilege of calling on you tomorrow. I will bring it to you in your box, if you will allow me." "Pray do so." He might easily have given it to me from the box where he was, but this would not have suited his plans. He came in, and politeness obliged me to give him my place next to Armeline. He took out an elaborate pocketbook and gave me the letter. I opened it, but finding that it covered 4 pages, I said I would read it when I got home, as the box was dark. "I shall stay in Rome till Easter," he said, "as I want to see all the sights, though indeed I cannot hope to see anything more beautiful than the vision now before me." Armeline, who was gazing fixedly at him, blushed deeply. I felt that his compliment, though polite, was entirely out of place, and in some sort an insult to myself. However, I said nothing, but decided mentally that the Florentine Adonis must be a fop of the first water. Finding his compliment created a silence, he saw he had made himself offensive, and after a few disconnected remarks withdrew from the box. In spite of myself, the man annoyed me, and I congratulated Armeline on the rapidity of her conquest, asking her what she thought of him. "He is a fine man, but his compliments shows he has no taste. Tell me, is it the custom for people of fashion to make a young girl blush the first time they see her?" "No, dear Armeline, it is neither customary nor polite, and anyone who wishes to mix in good society would never do such a thing." I lapsed into silence, as though I wanted to listen to the music, but as a matter of fact my heart was a prey to cruel jealousy. I thought the matter over, and came to the conclusion that the Florentine had treated me rudely. He might have guessed that I was in love with Armeline, and to make such an open declaration of love to my very face was nothing more nor less than an insult to me. After I had kept this unusual silence for a quarter of an hour, the simple Armeline made me worse by saying that I must calm myself, as I might be sure that the young man's compliment had not given her the slightest pleasure. She did not see that, by saying this, she made me feel that the compliment had had the directly opposite effect. I said that I had hoped he had pleased her. To finish the matter up, she said by way of soothing me that the young man did not mean to vex me, as he doubtless took me for her father. What could I reply to this observation, as cruel as it was reasonable? Nothing. I could only take refuge in silence and a fit of childish ill-humor. At last I could bear it no longer, and begged the 2 girls to come away with me. The second act was just over, and if I had been in my right senses, I should never have made them such an unreasonable request. But the crassness of my proceedings did not strike me till the following day. In spite of the strangeness of my request, they merely exchanged glances and got ready to go. Not knowing what better excuse to give, I told them I did not want the princess's carriage to be noticed as everyone left the theater, and that I would bring them again to the theater the following day. I would not let Armeline put her head inside the Marchioness d'Aut's box, and so we went out. I found the man who accompanied the carriage talking to one of his mates at the door of the theater, and this made me think that the princess had come to the opera. We got down at the inn, and I whispered to the man to take his horses home and to call for us at 3 o'clock, for the cold was intense, and both horses and men had to be considered. We began by sitting down in front of a roaring fire, and for half an hour we did nothing but eat oysters, which were opened in our presence by a clever waiter, who took care not to lose a drop of the fluid. As quick as he opened we ate, and the laughter of the girls, who talked of how we had eaten them before, caused my anger to gradually disappear. In Armeline's gentleness, I saw the goodness of her heart, and I was angry with myself for my absurd jealousy of a man who was much more calculated to please a young girl than I. Armeline drank champagne and stole occasional glances in my direction as if to entreat me to join them in their mirth. Emily spoke of her marriage, and without saying anything about my projected visit to Civita Vecchia, I promised that her future husband should have his plenary dispensation before very long. While I spoke, I kissed Armeline's fair hands, and she looked at me as if thankful for the return of my affection. The oysters and champagne had their natural effect, and we had a delightful supper. We had sturgeon and some delicious truffles, which I enjoyed not so much for my own sake as for the pleasure with which my companions devoured them. A man in love is provided with a kind of instinct, which tells him that the surest way to success is to provide the beloved object with pleasures that are new to her. When Armeline saw me become gay and ardent once more, she recognized her handiwork, and was doubtless proud of the power she exercised over me. She took my hand of her own accord, and continued gazing into my eyes. Emily was occupied in the enjoyment of the meal, and did not trouble herself about our behavior. Armeline was so tender and loving that I made sure of victory after we had had some more oysters and a bowl of punch. When the dessert, the 50 oysters, and all the materials for making the punch were on the table, the waiter left the room, saying that the ladies would find every requisite in the neighboring apartment. The room was small, and the fire very hot, and I bade the two friends arrange their dress more comfortably. Their dresses fitted their figures, and were trimmed with fur and stiffened with whalebones, so they went into the next room, and came back in white bodices and short dimity petticoats, laughing at the slightness of their attire. I had sufficient strength of mind to conceal my emotion, and even not to look at their breasts when they complained of having no neckerchiefs or breastbands to their chemises. I knew how inexperienced they were, and felt certain that when they saw the indifference with which I took their slight attire, they themselves would think it was of no consequence. Armeline and Emily had both beautiful breasts, and knew it. They were therefore astonished at my indifference, perhaps thought that I had never seen a fine breast. As a matter of fact, a fine figure is much more scarce at Rome than a pretty face. Thus, in spite of their modesty, their vanity impelled them to show me that my indifference was ill-placed, but it was my part to put them at their ease, and to make them fling shame to the winds. They were enchanted when I told them to try their hands at a bowl of punch, and they simply danced for joy when I pronounced it better than my own brew. Then came the oyster game, and I scolded Armeline for having swallowed the liquid as I was taking the oyster from her lips. I agreed that it was very hard to avoid doing so, but I offered to show them how it could be done by placing the tongue in the way. This gave me an opportunity of teaching them the game of tongues, which I shall not explain because it is well known to all true lovers. Armeline played her part with such evident relish that I could see she enjoyed it as well as I, though she agreed it was a very innocent amusement. It so chanced that a fine oyster slipped from its shell as I was placing it between Emily's lips. It fell onto her breast, and she would have recovered it with her fingers, but I claimed the right of regaining it myself, and she had to unlace her bodice to let me do so. I got hold of the oyster with my lips, but did so in such a manner as to prevent her suspecting that I had taken any extraordinary pleasure in the act. Armeline looked on without laughing. She was evidently surprised at the little interest I had taken in what was before my eye. Emily laughed and relaced her bodice. The opportunity was too good to be lost, so taking Armeline on my knee, I gave her an oyster, and let it slip as Emily's had slipped, much to the delight of the elder, who wanted to see how her young companion would go through the ordeal. Armeline was really as much delighted herself, though she tried to conceal her pleasure. "I want my oyster," said I. "Take it then." There was no need to tell me twice. I unlaced her corset in such a way as to make it fall still lower, bewailing the necessity of having to search for it with my hands. What a martyrdom for an amorous man to have to conceal his bliss at such a moment. I did not let Armeline have any occasion to accuse me of taking too much license, for I only touched her alabaster spheres so much as was absolutely necessary. When I had got the oyster again, I could restrain myself no more, and affixing my lips to one of the blossoms of her breast, I sucked it with a voluptuous pleasure which is beyond all description. She was astonished, but evidently moved, and I did not leave her till my enjoyment was complete. When she marked my dreamy, languorous gaze, she asked me if it had given me much pleasure to play the part of an infant. "Yes, dearest," I replied, "but it's only an innocent jest." "I don't think so, and I hope you will say nothing about it to the superioress. It may be innocent for you, but it is not for me, as I experienced sensations which must partake of the nature of sin. We will pick up no more oysters." "These are mere trifles," said Emily, "the stain of which will easily be wiped out with a little holy water. At all events, we can swear that there has been no kissing between us." They went into the next room for a moment, I did the same, and we then sat on the sofa before the fire. As I sat between them, I observed that our legs were perfectly alike, and that I could not imagine why women stuck so obstinately to their petticoats. While I talked, I touched their legs, saying it was just as if I were to touch my own. They did not interrupt this examination, which I carried up to the knee, and I told Emily that all the reward I would ask for my services was that I might see her thighs, to compare them with Armeline's. "She will be bigger than I," said Armeline, "though I am the taller." "Well, there would be no harm in letting me see." "I think there would." "Well, I will feel with my hands." "No, you would look at the same time." "I swear I will not." "Let me bandage your eyes." "Certainly, but I will bandage yours too." "Yes, we will play at blindman's buff." Before the bandaging began, I took care to make them swallow a good dose of punch, and then we proceeded to play. The two girls let me span their thighs several times, laughing and falling over me whenever my hands went too high. I lifted the bandage and saw everything, but they pretended not to suspect anything. They treated me in the same way, no doubt to see what it was that they felt when they fell upon me. This delightful game went on, till exhausted, nature would not allow me to play it any more. I put myself in a state of decency, and then told them to take off their bandages. They did so and sat beside me, thinking perhaps that they would be able to disavow everything on the score of the bandage. It seemed to me that Emily had had a lover, though I took good care not to tell her so, but Armeline was a pure virgin. She was meeker than her friend, and her great eyes shone as voluptuously but more modestly. I would have snatched a kiss from her pretty mouth, but she turned away her head, though she squeezed my hands tenderly. I was astonished at this refusal after the liberties I had taken with her. We had talked about balls, and they were both extremely anxious to see one. The public ball was the rage with all the young Romans. For 10 long years the Pope Rezonico had deprived them of this pleasure. Although Rezonico forbade dancing, he allowed gaming of every description. Ganganelli, his successor, had other views, and forbade gaming but allowed dancing. So much for papal infallibility. What one condemns the other approves. Ganganelli thought it better to let his subjects skip than to give them the opportunity of ruining themselves, of committing suicide, or of becoming brigands, but Rezonico did not see the matter in that light. I promised the girls I would take them to the ball as soon as I could discover one where I was not likely to be recognized. 3 o'clock struck, and I took them back to the convent, well enough pleased with the progress I had made, though I had only increased my passion. I was surer than ever that Armeline was born to exercise an irresistible sway over every man who owed fealty to beauty. I was amongst her liegemen, and am so still, but the incense is all gone and the censer of no value. I could not help reflecting on the sort of glamour which made me fall in love with one who seemed all new to me, while I loved her in exactly the same manner as I had loved her predecessor. But in reality there was no real novelty. The piece was the same, though the title might be altered. But when I had won what I coveted, did I realize that I was going over old ground? Did I complain? Did I think myself deceived? Not one whit, and doubtless for this reason, that whilst I enjoyed the piece I kept my eyes fixed on the title which had so taken my fancy. If this be so, of what use is title at all? The title of a book, the name of a dish, the name of a town, of what consequence are all these when what one wants is to read the book, to eat the dish, and to see the town? The comparison is a sophism. Man becomes amorous through the senses, which, touch excepted, all reside in the head. In love, a beautiful face is a matter of the greatest moment. A beautiful female body might well excite a man to carnal indulgence, even though the head were covered, but never to real love. If at the moment of physical delight the covering were taken away, and a face of hideous, revolting ugliness disclosed, one would fly in horror, in spite of the beauties of the woman's body. But the contrary does not hold good. If a man has fallen in love with a sweet, enchanting face, and succeeds in lifting the veil of the sanctuary only to find deformities there, still the face wins the day, atones for all, and the sacrifice is consummated. The face is thus paramount, and hence it has come to be agreed that women's bodies shall be covered and their faces disclosed, while men's clothes are arranged in such a way that women can easily guess at what they cannot see. This arrangement is undoubtedly to the advantage of women. Art can conceal the imperfections of the face and even make it appear beautiful, but no cosmetic can dissemble an ugly breast, stomach, or any other part of the man body. In spite of this, I confess that the Phenomrides of Sparta were in the right, like all women who, though they possess a fine figure, have a repulsive face. In spite of the beauty of the piece, the title drives spectators away. Still, an interesting face is an inseparable accident of love. Thrice happy are they who, like Armeline, have beauty both in the face and body. When I got home, I was so fortunate as to find Margarita in a deep sleep. I took care not to awake her and went to bed with as little noise as possible. I was in want of rest, for I no longer enjoyed the vigor of youth, and I slept till 12. When I awoke, Margarita told me that a handsome young man had called on me at 10 o'clock, and that she had amused him till 11, not daring to awake me. I made him some coffee, said she, and he was pleased to pronounce it excellent. He would not tell me his name, but he will come again tomorrow. He gave me a piece of money, but I hope you will not mind. I don't know how much it is worth. I guessed that it was the Florentine. The piece was of 2 ounces. I only laughed, for not loving Margarita I was not jealous of her. I told her she had done quite right to amuse him and to accept the piece, which was worth 48 paoli. She kissed me affectionately, and thanks to this incident, I heard nothing about my having come home so late. I felt curious to learn more about this generous Tuscan, so I proceeded to read Leonilda's letter. His name, it appeared, was M. He was a rich merchant established in London and had been commended to her husband by a knight of Malta. Leonilda said he was generous, good-hearted, and polished, and assured me that I should like him. After telling me the family news, Leonilda concluded by saying that she was in a fair way to become a mother, and that she would be perfectly happy if she gave birth to a son. She begged me to congratulate the Marquis. Whether from a natural instinct or the effects of prejudice, this news made me shudder. I answered her letter in a few days, enclosing it in a letter to the Marquis, in which I told him that the grace of God was never too late, and that I had never been so much pleased by any news as at hearing he was likely to have an heir. In the following May, Leonilda gave birth to a son, whom I saw at Prague on the occasion of the coronation of Leopold. He called himself Marquis C, like his father, or perhaps we had better say like his mother's husband, who attained the age of 80. Though the young Marquis did not know my name, I got introduced to him and had the pleasure of meeting him a second time at the theater. He was accompanied by a priest, who was called his governor, but such an office was a superfluity for him, who was wiser at 20 than most men are at 60. I was delighted to see that the young man was the living image of the old Marquis. I shed tears of joy as I thought how this likeness must have pleased the old man and his wife, and I admired this chance which seemed to have abetted nature in her deceit. I wrote to my dear Leonilda, placing the letter in the hands of her son. She did not get it till the Carnival of 1792, when the young Marquis returned to Naples, and a short time after I received an answer inviting me to her son's marriage and begging me to spend the remainder of my days with her. Who knows, I may eventually do so. I called on the Princess Santa Croce at 3 o'clock and found her in bed, with the cardinal reading to her. The first question she asked was, why I had left the opera at the end of the second act. Princess, I can tell you an interesting history of my 6 hours of adventure, but you must give me a free hand, for some of the episodes must be told strictly after nature. Is it anything in the style of Sister M.M.? Asked the cardinal. Yes, my lord, something of the kind. Princess, will you be deaf? Said his eminence. Of course I will, she replied. I then told my tale almost as I have written it. The slipping oysters and the game of blind man's buff made the princess burst with laughing in spite of her deafness. She agreed with the cardinal that I had acted with great discretion and told me that I should be sure to succeed on the next attempt. In 3 or 4 days, said the cardinal, you will have the dispensation, and then Emily can marry whom she likes. The next morning the Florentine came to see me at 9 o'clock, and I found him to answer to the Marchioness's description. But I had a bone to pick with him, and I was none the better pleased when he began asking me about the young person in my box at the theater. He wanted to know whether she were married or engaged, if she had father, mother, or any other relations. I smiled sardonically and begged to be excused giving him the required information, as the young lady was masked when he saw her. He blushed and begged my pardon. I thanked him for doing Margarita the honor of accepting a cup of coffee from her hands and begged him to take one with me, saying I would breakfast with him next morning. He lived with Roland, opposite St. Charles, where Madame Gabrieli, the famous singer, nicknamed La Coquette, lived. As soon as the Florentine was gone, I went to St. Paul's in hot haste, for I longed to see what reception I should have from the 2 Vestals I had initiated so well. When they appeared I noticed a great change. Emily had become gay, while Armeline looked sad. I told the former that she should have her dispensation in 3 days, and her warrant for 400 crowns in a week. At the same time, I added, you shall have your grant of 200 crowns. At this happy tidings, she ran to tell the superioress of her good fortune. As soon as I was alone with Armeline, I took her hands and covered them with kisses, begging her to resume her wonted gaiety. What shall I do, said she, without Emily? What shall I do when you are gone? I am unhappy. I love myself no longer. She shed tears which pierced me to the heart. I swore I would not leave Rome till I had seen her married with a dowry of 1,000 crowns. I don't want 1,000 crowns, but I hope you will see me married as you say. If you do not keep your promise, it will kill me. I would die rather than deceive you, but you on your side must forgive my love, which, perhaps, made me go too far the other evening. I forgive you everything if you will remain my friend. I will, and now let me kiss your beautiful lips. After this first kiss, which I took as a pledge of certain victory, she wiped away her tears, and soon after Emily reappeared, accompanied by the superioress, who treated me with great cordiality. I want you to do as much for Armeline's new friend as you have done for Emily, said she. I will do everything in my power, I replied, and in return I hope you will allow me to take these young ladies to the theater this evening. You will find them ready. How could I refuse you anything? When I was alone with the 2 friends I apologized for having disposed of them without their consent. Our consent, said Emily. We should be ungrateful indeed if we refused you anything after all you have done for us. And you, Armeline, will you withstand my love? No, so long as it keeps within due bounds. No more blind man's buff. And it is such a nice game, you really grieve me. Well, invent another game, said Emily. Emily was becoming ardent, somewhat to my annoyance, for I was afraid Armeline would get jealous. I must not be charged with foppishness on this account. I knew the human heart. When I left them, I went to the Tordinona Theater and took a box, and then ordered a good supper at the same inn, not forgetting the oysters, though I felt sure I should not require their aid. I then called on a musician, whom I requested to get me 3 tickets for a ball, where no one would be likely to know me. I went home with the idea of dining by myself, but I found a note from the Marchioness d'Aillet, reproaching me in a friendly manner for not having broken bread with her and inviting me to dinner. I resolved to accept the invitation, and when I got to the house, I found the young Florentine already there. It was at this dinner that I found out many of his good qualities, and I saw that Donna Leonilda had not said too much in his favor. Towards the end of the meal, the Marchioness asked why I had not stayed till the end of the opera. Because the young ladies were getting tired. I have found out that they do not belong to the Venetian ambassador's household. You are right, and I hope you will pardon my small fiction. It was an impromptu effort to avoid telling me who they are, but they are known. Then I congratulate the curious. The one I address deserves to excite general curiosity, but if I were in your place, I should make her use a little powder. I have not the authority to do so, and if I had, I would not trouble her for the world. I was pleased with the Florentine, who listened to all this without saying a word. I got him to talk of England and of his business. He told me that he was going to Florence to take possession of his inheritance and to get a wife to take back with him to London. As I left, I told him that I could not have the pleasure of calling on him till the day after next, as I was prevented by important business. He told me I must come at dinner time, and I promised to do so. Full of love and hope, I went for my two friends, who enjoyed the whole play without any interruption. When we alighted at the inn, I told the coachman to call for me at 2, and we then went up to the 3rd floor, where we sat before the fire while the oysters were being opened. They did not interest us as they had done before. Emily had an important air. She was about to make a good marriage. Armeline was meek, smiling, and affectionate, and reminded me of the promise I had given her. I replied by ardent kisses which reassured her, while they warned her that I would fain increase the responsibility I had already contracted towards her. However, she seemed resigned, and I sat down to table in a happy frame of mind. As Emily was on the eve of her wedding, she no doubt put down my neglect of her to my respect for the sacrament of matrimony. When supper was over, I got on the sofa with Armeline and spent 3 hours which might have been delicious if I had not obstinately endeavored to obtain the utmost favor. She would not give in. All my supplications and entreaties could not move her. She was sweet, but firm. She lay between my arms, but would not grant what I wanted, though she gave me no harsh or positive refusal. It seems a puzzle, but in reality it is quite simple. She left my arms a virgin, sorry, perhaps, that her sense of duty had not allowed her to make me completely happy. At last nature bade me cease, in spite of my love, and I begged her to forgive me. My instinct told me that this was the only way by which I might obtain her consent another time. Half merry and half sad, we awoke Emily, who was in a deep sleep, and then we started. I went home and got into bed, not troubling myself about the storm of abuse with which Margarita greeted me. The Florentine gave me a delicious dinner, overwhelmed me with protestations of friendship, and offered me his purse if I needed it. He had seen Armeline and had been pleased with her. I had answered him sharply when he questioned me about her, and ever since he had never mentioned her name. I felt grateful to him, and as if I must make him some return. I asked him to dinner and had Margarita to dine with us. Not caring for her, I should have been glad if he had fallen in love with her. There would have been no difficulty, I believe, on her part, and certainly not on mine, but nothing came of it. She admired a trinket which hung from his watch chain, and he begged my permission to give it her. I told him to do so by all means, and that should have been enough, but the affair went no farther. In a week all the arrangements for Emily's marriage had been made. I gave her grant, and the same day she was married and went away with her husband to Civita Vecchia. Menicuccio, whose name I have not mentioned for some time, was well pleased with my relations with his sister, foreseeing advantages for himself, and still better pleased with the turn his own affairs were taking. For 3 days after Emily's wedding, he married his mistress, and set up in a satisfactory manner. When Emily was gone, the superioress gave Armeline a new companion. She was only a few years older than my sweetheart and very pretty, but she did not arouse a strong interest in my breast. When violently in love, no other woman has ever had much power over me. The superioress told me that her name was Scholastica, and that she was well worthy of my esteem, being, as she said, as good as Emily. She expressed a hope that I would do my best to help Scholastica to marry a man whom she knew and who was in a good position. This man was the son of a cousin of Scholastica's. She called him her nephew, though he was older than she. The dispensation could easily be got for money, but if it was to be had for nothing, I should have to make interest with the Holy Father. I promised I would do my best in the matter. The carnival was drawing to a close, and Scholastica had never seen an opera or a play. Armeline wanted to see a ball, and I had at last succeeded in finding one where it seemed unlikely that I should be recognized. However, it would have to be carefully managed, as serious consequences might ensue. So I asked the two friends if they would wear men's clothes, to which they agreed very heartily. I had taken a box at the Liberty Theater for the day after the ball, so I told the two girls to obtain the necessary permission from the superioress. Though Armeline's resistance and the presence of her new friend discouraged me, I procured everything requisite to transform them into two handsome lads. As Armeline got into the carriage, she gave me the bad news that Scholastica knew nothing about our relations and that we must be careful what we did before her. I had no time to reply, for Scholastica got in, and we drove off to the inn. When we were seated in front of a good fire, I told them that if they liked I would go into the next room in spite of the cold. So saying, I showed them their disguises, and Armeline said it would do if I turned my back, appealing to Scholastics to confirm her. I will do as you like, said she, but I am very sorry to be in the way. You are in love with each other, and here am I preventing you from giving one another marks of your affection. Why don't you treat me with confidence? I am not a child, and I am your friend. These remarks showed that she had plenty of common sense, and I breathed again. You are right, fair Scholastics, I said. I do love Armeline, but she does not love me, and refuses to make me happy on one pretense or another. With these words I left the room, and after shutting the door behind me, proceeded to make up a fire in the second apartment. In a quarter of an hour Armeline knocked at the door and begged me to open it. She was in her breeches, and said they needed my assistance as their shoes were so small they could not get them on. I was in rather a sulky humor, so she threw her arms round my neck and covered my face with kisses, which soon restored me to myself. While I was explaining the reason of my ill temper and kissing whatever I could see, Scholastica burst out laughing. I was sure that I was in the way, said she, and if you do not trust me, I warn you that I will not go with you to the opera tomorrow. Well then, embrace him, said Armeline. With all my heart. I did not much care for Armeline's generosity, but I embraced Scholastica as warmly as she deserved. Indeed, I would have done so if she had been less pretty, for such kindly consideration deserved a reward. I even kissed her more ardently than I need have done, with the idea of punishing Armeline, but I made a mistake. She was delighted, and kissed her friend affectionately as if in gratitude. I made them sit down and tried to pull on their shoes, but I soon found that they were much too small and that we must get some more. I called the waiter who attended to us and told him to go and fetch a bootmaker with an assortment of shoes. In the meanwhile, I would not be contented with merely kissing Armeline. She neither dared to grant nor to refuse, and as if to relieve herself of any responsibility, made Scholastica submit to all the caresses I lavished on her. The latter seconded my efforts with an ardor that would have pleased me exceedingly if I had been in love with her. She was exceedingly beautiful, and her features were as perfectly chiseled as Armeline's, but Armeline was possessed of a delicate and subtle charm of feature peculiar to herself. I liked the amusement well enough, but there was a drop of bitterness in all my enjoyment. I thought it was plain that Armeline did not love me, and that Scholastica only encouraged me to encourage her friend. At last I came to the conclusion that I should do well to attach myself to the one who seemed likely to give me the completest satisfaction. As soon as I conceived this idea, I felt curious to see whether Armeline would discover any jealousy if I showed myself really in love with Scholastica, and if the latter pronounced me to be too daring, for hitherto my hands had not crossed the Rubicon of their waistbands. I was just going to work when the shoemaker arrived, and in a few minutes the girls were well fitted. They put on their coats, and I saw two handsome young men before me, while their figures hinted their sex sufficiently to make a third person jealous of my good fortune. I gave orders for supper to be ready at midnight, and we went to the ball. I would have wagered 100 to 1 that no one would recognize me there, as the man who got the tickets had assured me that it was a gathering of small tradesmen. But who can trust to fate or chance? We went into the hall, and the first person I saw was the Marchioness d'Aillet, with her husband and her inseparable abbé. No doubt I turned 1,000 colors, but it was no good going back, for the Marchioness had recognized me, so I composed myself and went up to her. We exchanged the usual compliments of polite society, to which she added some good-natured though ironical remarks on my two young friends. Not being accustomed to company, they remained confused and speechless. But the worst of all was to come. A tall young lady who had just finished a minuet came up to Armeline, dropped a curtsy, and asked her to dance. In this young lady I recognized the Florentine who had disguised himself as a girl, and looked a very beautiful one. Armeline thought she would not appear a dupe, and said she recognized him. "You are making a mistake," said he calmly. "I have a brother who is very like me, just as you have a sister who is your living portrait. My brother had the pleasure of exchanging a few words with her at the Capranica." The Florentine's cleverness made the Marchioness laugh, and I had to join in her mirth, though I felt little inclination to do so. Armeline begged to be excused dancing, so the Marchioness made her sit between the handsome Florentine and herself. The Marquis took possession of Scholastica, and I had to be attentive to the Marchioness without seeming to be aware of the existence of Armeline, to whom the Florentine was talking earnestly. I felt as jealous as a tiger, and having to conceal my rage under an air of perfect satisfaction, the reader may imagine how well I enjoyed the ball. However, there was more anxiety in store for me, for presently I noticed Scholastica leave the Marquis and go apart with a middle-aged man, with whom she conversed in an intimate manner. The minuets over, the square dances began, and I thought I was dreaming when I saw Armeline and the Florentine taking their places. I came up to congratulate them, and asked Armeline gently if she was sure of the steps. "This gentleman says I have only to imitate him, and that I cannot possibly make any mistakes." I had nothing to say to this, so I went towards Scholastica, feeling very curious to know who was her companion. As soon as she saw me, she introduced me to him, saying timidly that this was the nephew of whom she had spoken, the same that wished to marry her. I was surprised, but I did not let it appear. I told him that the superioress had spoken of him to me, and that I was thinking over the ways and means of obtaining a dispensation without any costs. He was an honest-looking man, and thanked me heartily, commending himself to my good offices, as he said he was far from rich. I left them together, and on turning to view the dance I was astonished to see that Armeline was dancing admirably and executing all the figures. The Florentine seemed a finished dancer, and they both looked very happy. I was far from pleased, but I congratulated them both on their performance. The Florentine had disguised himself so admirably that no one would have taken him for a man. It was the Marchioness d'Aillet who had been his dresser. As I was too jealous to leave Armeline to her own devices, I refused to dance, preferring to watch her. I was not at all uneasy about Scholastica, who was with her betrothed. About 11:30 the Marchioness d'Aillet, who was delighted with Armeline, and possibly had her protégée's happiness in view, asked me, in a tone that amounted to a command, to sup with her in company with my two companions. "I cannot have the honor," I replied, "and my two companions know the reason." "That is as much as to say," said the Marchioness, "that he will do as you please," turning to Armeline as she spoke. I addressed myself to Armeline, and observed smilingly that she knew perfectly well that she must be home by 12:30 at latest. "True," she replied, "but you can do as you please." I replied somewhat sadly that I did not feel myself at liberty to break my word, but that she could make me do even that if she chose. Thereupon the Marchioness, her husband, the Abbé, and the Florentine urged her to use her power to make me break my supposed word, and Armeline actually began to presume to do so. I was bursting with rage, but making up my mind to do anything rather than appear jealous, I said simply that I would gladly consent if her friend would consent also. "Very well," said she, with a pleased air that cut me to the quick, "go and ask her." That was enough for me. I went to Scholastica and told her the circumstances in the presence of her lover, begging her to refuse without compromising me. Her lover said I was perfectly right, but Scholastica required no persuasion, telling me that she had quite made up her mind not to sup with anyone. She came with me, and I told her to speak to Armeline apart before saying anything to the others. I led Scholastica before the Marchioness, bewailing my want of success. Scholastica told Armeline that she wanted to say a few words to her aside, and after a short conversation they came back looking sorry, and Armeline told the Marchioness that she found it would be impossible for them to come. The lady did not press us any longer, so we went away. I told Scholastica's intended to keep what had passed to himself, and asked him to dine with me on the day after Ash Wednesday. The night was dark, and we walked to the place where I had ordered the carriage to be in waiting. To me, it was as if I had come out of hell, and on the way to the inn I did not speak a word, not even answering the questions which the too simple Armeline addressed to me in a voice that would have softened a heart of stone. Scholastica avenged me by reproaching her for having obliged me to appear either rude or jealous, or a breaker of my word. When we got to the inn, Armeline changed my jealous rage into pity. Her eyes swam with tears, which Scholastica's home truths had drawn forth. The supper was ready, so they had no time to change their dress. I was sad enough, but I could not bear to see Armeline sad also. I resolved to do my best to drive away her melancholy, even though I suspected that it arose from love of the Florentine. The supper was excellent, and Scholastica did honor to it, while Armeline, contrary to her wont, scarcely touched a thing. Scholastica was charming. She embraced her friend and told her to be merry with her, as I had become the friend of her betrothed, and she was sure I would do as much for her as I had done for Emily. She blessed the ball and the chance which had brought him there. In short, she did her best to show Armeline that with my love she had no reason to be sad. Armeline dared not disclose the true cause of her sadness. The fact was that she wanted to get married, and the handsome Florentine was the man to her liking. Our supper came to an end, and still Armeline was gloomy. She only drank 1 glass of punch, and as she had eaten so little I would not try and make her drink more for fear lest it should do her harm. Scholastica, on the other hand, took such a fancy to this agreeable fluid, which she tasted for the first time, that she drank deeply, and was amazed to find it mounting to her head instead of descending to her stomach. In this pleasant state, she felt it was her duty to reconcile Armeline and myself, and to assure us that we might be as tender as we liked without minding her presence. Getting up from table and standing with some difficulty, she carried her friend to the sofa and caressed her in such a way that Armeline could not help laughing, despite her sadness. Then she called me and placed her in my arms. I caressed her, and Armeline, though she did not repulse me, did not respond as Scholastica had hoped. I was not disappointed. I did not think it likely she would grant now what she had refused to grant when I had held her in my arms for those hours, whilst Emily was fast asleep. However, Scholastica began to reproach me with my coldness, though I deserved no blame at all on this score. I told them to take off their men's clothes, and to dress themselves as women. I helped Scholastica to take off her coat and waistcoat, and then aided Armeline in a similar manner. When I brought them their chemises, Armeline told me to go and stand by the fire, and I did so. Before long a noise of kissing made me turn round, and I saw Scholastica, on whom the punch had taken effect, devouring Armeline's breast with kisses. At last this treatment had the desired result. Armeline became gay, and gave as good as she got. At this sight the blood boiled in my veins, and running to them I found Scholastic was not ill pleased that I should do justice to her beautiful spheres, while for the nonce I transformed her into a nurse. Armeline was ashamed to appear less generous than her friend, and Scholastica was triumphant when she saw the peculiar use to which, for the first time, I put Armeline's hands. Armeline called to her friend to help, and she was not backward, but in spite of her 20 years, her astonishment at the catastrophe was great. After it was over I put on their chemises and took off their breeches with all the decency imaginable. And after spending a few minutes in the next room, they came and sat down on my knee of their own accord. Scholastica, instead of being annoyed at my giving the preference to the hidden charms of Armeline, seemed delighted, watching what I did and how Armeline took it, with the closest attention. She no doubt longed to see me perform the magnum opus, but the gentle Armeline would not allow me to go so far. After I had finished with Armeline, I recollected I had duties towards Scholastica, and I proceeded to inspect her charms. It was difficult to decide which of the two deserved to carry off the apple. Scholastica, perhaps, was strictly speaking the more beautiful of the two, but I loved Armeline, and love casts a glamour over the beloved object. Scholastica appeared to me to be as pure a virgin as Armeline, and I saw that I might do what I liked with her. But I would not abuse my liberty, not caring to confess how powerful an ally the punch had been. However, I did all in my power to give her pleasure without giving her the greatest pleasure of all. Scholastica was glutted with voluptuous enjoyment and was certain that I had only eluded her desires from motives of delicacy. I took them back to the convent, assuring them that I would take them to the opera on the following evening. I went to bed, doubtful whether I had gained a victory or sustained a defeat, and it was not till I awoke that I was in a position to give a decided opinion. Episode 29, Florence to Trieste. Chapter 18. Madame Denis de Denizanovich Senai, am obliged to leave. I arrive at Bologna General Albergati. Without speaking at any length, I asked the young Grand Duke to give me an asylum in his dominions for as long as I might care to stay. I anticipated any questions he might have asked by telling him the reasons which had made me an exile from my native land. As to my necessities, I added, I shall ask for help of no one. I have sufficient funds to ensure my independence. I think of devoting the whole of my time to study. So long as your conduct is good, he replied, the laws guarantee your freedom, but I am glad you have applied to me. Whom do you know in Florence? 10 years ago, my lord, I had some distinguished acquaintances here, but now I propose to live in retirement and do not intend renewing any old friendships. Such was my conversation with the young sovereign, and after his assurances, I concluded that no one would molest me. My adventures in Tuscany the years before were in all probability forgotten, or almost forgot, as the new government had nothing in common with the old. After my interview with the Grand Duke, I went to a bookseller's shop and ordered some books. A gentleman in the shop, hearing me making inquiries about Greek works, accosted me, and we got on well together. I told him I was working at a translation of the Iliad, and in return he informed me that he was making a collection of Greek epigrams, which he wished to publish in Greek and Italian. I told him I should like to see this work, whereupon he asked me where I lived. I told him, learnt his name and address, and called on him the next day. He returned the visit, and we became fast friends, though we never either walked or ate together. This worthy Florentine was named, or is named, if he be still alive, Everard de Medici. I was very comfortable with Allegranti. I had the quiet so necessary to literary labors, but nevertheless I made up my mind to change my lodging. Magdalena, my landlord's niece, was so clever and charming, though but a child, that she continually disturbed my studies. She came into my room, wished me good day, asked me what kind of a night I had spent if I wanted anything, and the sight of her grace and beauty and the sound of her voice so ravished me that I determined to seek safety in flight. A few years later, Magdalena became a famous musician. After leaving Allegranti, I took rooms in a tradesman's house. His wife was ugly, and he had no pretty daughters or seductive nieces. There I lived for 3 weeks like La Fontaine's rat, very discreetly. About the same time, Count Stradico arrived at Florence with his pupil, the Chevalier Morosini, who was then 18. I could not avoid calling on Stradico. He had broken his leg some time before and was still unable to go out with his pupil, who had all the vices and none of the virtues of youth. Consequently, Stradico was always afraid of something happening to him, and he begged me to make myself his companion, and even to share his pleasures, so that he might not go into bad company and dangerous houses alone and undefended. Thus my days of calm study vanished away. I had to partake in the debauchery of a young rake, and all out of pure sensibility. The Chevalier Morosini was a thorough-paced profligate. He hated literature, good society, and the company of sensible people. His daily pleasures were furious riding, hard drinking, and hard dissipation with prostitutes, whom he sometimes almost killed. This young nobleman paid a man for the sole service of getting him a woman or a girl every day. During the 2 months which he passed in Florence, I saved his life a score of times. I got very tired of my duty, but I felt bound to persevere. He was liberal to the verge of recklessness and would never allow me to pay for anything. Even here, however, disputes often arose between us. As he paid, he wanted me to eat, drink, and dissipate in the same measures as himself. However, I had my own way on most occasions, only giving in when it suited me to do so. We went to see the opera at Lucca and brought 2 of the dancers home to supper. As the Chevalier was drunk as usual, he treated the woman he had chosen a superb creature very indifferently. The other was pretty enough, but I had done nothing serious with her, so I proceeded to avenge the beauty. She took me for the Chevalier's father and advised me to give him a better education. After the Chevalier was gone, I betook myself to my studies again, but I supped every night with Madame Denis, who had formerly been a dancer in the King of Prussia's service, and had retired to Florence. She was about my age and therefore not young, but still she had sufficient remains of her beauty to inspire a tender passion. She did not look more than 30. She was as fresh as a young girl, had excellent manners, and was extremely intelligent. Besides all these advantages, she had a comfortable apartment on the first floor of one of the largest cafes in Florence. In front of her room was a balcony where it was delicious to sit and enjoy the cool of the evening. The reader may remember how I had become her friend at Berlin in 1764, and when we met again at Florence, our old flames were rekindled. The chief boarder in the house where she lived was Madame Brigance, whom I had met at Memel. This lady, who pretended that she had been my mistress 25 years before, often came into Madame Denis's rooms with an old lover of hers named Marquis Caponi. He was an agreeable and well-educated man, and noticing that he seemed to enjoy my conversation, I called on him, and he called on me, leaving his card as I was not at home. I returned the visit, and he introduced me to his family and invited me to dinner. For the first time since I had come to Florence, I dressed myself with elegance and wore my jewels. At the Marquis Caponi's, I made the acquaintance of Corilla's lover, the Marquis Ginori, who took me to a house where I met my fate. I fell in love with Madame, a young widow who had been spending a few months in Paris. This visit had added to her other attractions the charm of a good manner, which always counts for so much. This unhappy love made the 3 months longer, which I spent in Florence painful to me. It was at the beginning of October, and about that time Count Medini arrived at Florence without a penny in his pocket, and without being able to pay his vetturino, who had arrested him. The wretched man, who seemed to follow me wherever I went, had taken up his abode in the house of a poor Irishman. I do not know how Medini found out that I was at Florence, but he wrote me a letter begging me to come and deliver him from the police, who besieged his room and talked of taking him to prison. He said he only wanted me to go bail for him, and protested that I should not run any risk, as he was sure of being able to pay in a few days. My readers will be aware that I had good reason for not liking Medini, but in spite of our quarrel I could not despise his entreaty. I even felt inclined to become his surety if he could prove his capability of paying the sum for which he had been arrested. I imagined that the sum must be a small one and could not understand why the landlord did not answer for him. My surprise ceased, however, when I entered his room. As soon as I appeared, he ran to embrace me, begging me to forget the past and to extract him from the painful position in which he found himself. I cast a rapid glance over the room and saw 3 trunks almost empty, their contents being scattered about the floor. There was his mistress, whom I knew and who had her reasons for not liking me, her young sister, who wept, and her mother, who swore and called Medini a rogue, saying that she would complain of him to the magistrate and that she was not going to allow her dresses and her daughter's dresses to be seized for his debts. I asked the landlord why he did not go bail, as he had these persons and their effects as security. "The whole lot," he answered, "won't pay the vetturino, and the sooner they are out of my house the better I shall be pleased." I was astonished, and could not understand how the bill could amount to more than the value of all the clothes I saw on the floor, so I asked the vetturino to tell me the extent of the debt. He gave me a paper with Medina's signature. The amount was 240 crowns. "How in the world," I exclaimed, "could he contract this enormous debt?" I wondered no longer when the vetturino told me that he had served them for the last 6 weeks, having conducted the Count and the 3 women from Rome to Leghorn, and from Leghorn to Pisa, and from Pisa to Florence, paying for their board all the way. "The vetturino will never take me as bail for such an amount," I said to Medini, "and even if he would I should never be so foolish as to contract such a debt." "Let me have a word with you in the next room," said he. I will put the matter clearly before you." Certainly. Two of the police would have prevented his going into the next room, on the plea that he might escape through the window, but I said I would be answerable for him. Just then the poor Vetturino came in and kissed my hand, saying that if I would go bail for the Count, he would let me have 3 months wherein to find the money. As it happened, it was the same man who had taken me to Rome with the Englishwoman who had been seduced by the actor Elettle. I told him to wait a moment. Medini, who was a great talker and a dreadful liar, thought to persuade me by showing me a number of open letters, commending him in pompous terms to the best houses in Florence. I read the letters, but I found no mention of money in them, and I told him as much. "I know," said he, "but there is play going on in these houses, and I am sure of gaining immense sums. You may be aware that I have no confidence in your good luck. Then I have another resource." "What is that?" He showed me a bundle of manuscript, which I found to be an excellent translation of Voltaire's Henriade into Italian verse. Tasso himself could not have done it better. He said he hoped to finish the poem at Florence and to present it to the Grand Duke, who would be sure to make him a magnificent present and to constitute him his favorite. I would not undeceive him, but I laughed to myself, knowing that the Grand Duke only made a pretense of loving literature. A certain Abbé Fontaine, a clever man, amused him with a little natural history, the only science in which he took any interest. He preferred the worst prose to the best verse, not having sufficient intellect to enjoy the subtle charms of poetry. In reality, he had only 2 passions: women and money. After spending 2 wearisome hours with Medini, whose wit was great and his judgment small, after heartily repenting of having yielded to my curiosity and having paid him a visit, I said shortly that I could do nothing for him. Despair drives men crazy. As I was making for the door, he seized me by the collar. He did not reflect in his dire extremity that he had no arms, that I was stronger than he, that I had twice drawn his blood, and that the police, the landlord, the Vetturino, and the servants were in the next room. I was not coward enough to call for help. I caught hold of his neck with both hands and squeezed him till he was nearly choked. He had to let go at last, and then I took hold of his collar and asked him if he had gone mad. I sent him against the wall and opened the door, and the police came in. I told the Vetturino that I would on no account be Medini's surety, or be answerable for him in any way. Just as I was going out, he leapt forward crying that I must not abandon him. I had opened the door, and the police, fearing he would escape, ran forward to get hold of him. Then began an interesting battle. Medini, who had no arms and was only in his dressing gown, proceeded to distribute kicks, cuffs, and blows amongst the 4 cowards, who had their swords at their sides, whilst I held the door to prevent the Irishman going out and calling for assistance. Medini, whose nose was bleeding and his dress all torn, persisted in fighting till the 4 policemen let him alone. I liked his courage and pitied him. There was a moment's silence, and I asked his 2 liveried servants who were standing by me why they had not helped their master. One said he owed him 6 months' wages, and the other said he wanted to arrest him on his own account. As Medini was endeavoring to staunch the blood in a basin of water, the Vetturino told him that as I refused to be his surety, he must go to prison. I was moved by the scene that I had witnessed, and said to the Vetturino, "Give him a fortnight's respite, and if he escapes before the expiration of that term, I will pay you." He thought it over for a few moments, and then said, "Very good, sir, but I am not going to pay any legal expenses." I inquired how much the costs amounted to, and paid them, laughing at the policeman's claim of damages for blows they had received. Then the 2 rascally servants said that if I would not be surety in the same manner on their account, they would have Medini arrested. However, Medini called out to me to pay no attention to them whatever. When I had given the Vetturino his acknowledgement and paid the 4 or 5 crowns charged by the police, Medini told me that he had more to say to me. But I turned my back on him and went home to dinner. 2 hours later, one of his servants came to me and promised if I would give him 6 sequins to warn me if his master made any preparations for flight. I told him dryly that his zeal was useless to me, as I was quite sure that the Count would pay all his debts within the term, and the next morning I wrote to Medini informing him of the step his servant had taken. He replied with a long letter full of thanks, in which he exerted all his eloquence to persuade me to repair his fortunes. I did not answer. However, his good genius, who still protected him, brought a person to Florence who drew him out of the difficulty. This person was Przemysław Zanowicz, who afterwards became as famous as his brother who cheated the Amsterdam merchants and adopted the style of Prince Skanderbeg. I shall speak of him later on. Both these finished cheats came to a bad end. Przemysław Zanowicz was then at the happy age of 25. He was the son of a gentleman of Budua, a town on the borders of Albania and Dalmatia, formerly subject to the Venetian Republic and now to the Grand Turk. In classic times, it was known as Epirus. Przemysław was a young man of great intelligence, and after having studied at Venice and contracted a Venetian taste for pleasures and enjoyments of all sorts, he could not make up his mind to return to Budua, where his only associates would be dull sklavs uneducated, unintellectual, coarse, and brutish. Consequently, when Przemysław and his still more talented brother Stephen were ordered by the Council of Ten to enjoy the vast sums they had gained at play in their own country, they resolved to become adventurers. One took the north and the other the south of Europe, and both cheated and duped whenever the opportunity for doing so presented itself. I had seen Przemysław when he was a child, and had already heard reports of a notable achievement of his. At Naples, he had cheated the Chevalier de Morosini by persuading him to become his surety to the extent of 6,000 ducats, and now he arrived in Florence in a handsome carriage, bringing his mistress with him and having 2 tall lackeys and a valet in his service. He took good apartments, hired a carriage, rented a box at the opera, had a skilled cook, and gave his mistress a lady-in-waiting. He then showed himself at the best club, richly dressed and covered with jewelry. He introduced himself under the name of Count Przemysław Zanowicz. There is a club in Florence devoted to the use of the nobility. Any stranger can go there without being introduced, but so much the worse for him if his appearance fails to indicate his right to be present. The Florentines are ice towards him, leave him alone, and behave in such a manner that the visit is seldom repeated. The club is at once decent and licentious, the papers are to be read there, games of all kinds are played, food and drink may be had, and even love is available, for ladies frequent the club. Zanowicz did not wait to be spoken to, but made himself agreeable to everyone, and congratulated himself on mixing in such distinguished company, talked about Naples which he had just left, brought in his own name with great adroitness, played high, lost merrily, paid after pretending to forget all about his debts, and in short pleased everyone. I heard all this the next day from the Marquis Caponi, who said that someone had asked him if he knew me, whereat he answered that when I left Venice he was at college, but that he had often heard his father speak of me in very high terms. He knew both the Chevalier Morosini and Count Medini, and had a good deal to say in praise of the latter. The Marquis asked me if I knew him, and I replied in the affirmative, without feeling it my duty to disclose certain circumstances which might not have been advantageous to him. And as Madame Denis seemed curious to make his acquaintance, the Chevalier Pusey promised to bring him to see her, which he did in the course of a few days. I happened to be with Madame Denis when Pusey presented Zanowicz, and I saw before me a fine-looking young man who seemed by his confident manner to be sure of success in all his undertakings. He was not exactly handsome, but he had a perfect manner and an air of gaiety which seemed infectious, with a thorough knowledge of the laws of good society. He was by no means an egotist, and seemed never at a loss for something to talk about. I led the conversation to the subject of his country, and he gave me an amusing description of it, talking of his fief part, of which was within the domains of the sultanas a place where gaiety was unknown, and where the most determined misanthrope would die of melancholy. As soon as he heard my name, he began speaking to me in a tone of the most delicate flattery. I saw the makings of a great adventurer in him, but I thought his luxury would prove the weak point in his cuirass. I thought him something like what I had been 15 years ago, but as it seemed unlikely that he had my resources, I could not help pitying him. Zanowicz paid me a visit, and told me that Medini's position had excited his pity, and that he had therefore paid his debts. I applauded his generosity, but I formed the conclusion that they had laid some plot between them, and that I should soon hear of the results of this new alliance. I returned Zanovich's call the next day. He was at table with his mistress, whom I should not have recognized if she had not pronounced my name directly she saw me. As she had addressed me as Don Giacomo, I called her Donna Ippolita, but in a voice which indicated that I was not certain of her identity. She told me I was quite right. I had supped with her at Naples in company with Lord Baltimore, and she was very pretty then. Zanovich asked me to dine with him the following day, and I should have thanked him and begged to be excused if Donna Ippolita had not pressed me to come. She assured me that I should find good company there, and that the cook would excel himself. I felt rather curious to see the company, and with the idea of showing Zanovich that I was not likely to become a charge on his purse, I dressed myself magnificently once more. As I had expected, I found Medini and his mistress there, with 2 foreign ladies and their attendant cavaliers, and a fine-looking and well-dressed Venetian, between 35 and 40, whom I would not have recognized if Zanovich had not told me his name, Zen. Zen was a patrician name, and I felt obliged to ask what titles I ought to give him. Such titles as one old friend gives another, though it is very possible you do not recollect me, as I was only 10 years old when we saw each other last. Zen then told me he was the son of the captain I had known when I was under arrest at St. Andrews. That's 28 years ago, but I remember you, though you had not had the smallpox in those days. I saw that he was annoyed by this remark, but it was his fault, as he had no business to say where he had known me or who his father was. He was the son of a noble Venetiana, good for nothing in every sense of the word. When I met him at Florence, he had just come from Madrid, where he had made a lot of money by holding a bank at Faro in the house of the Venetian ambassador, Marco Zen. I was glad to meet him, but I found out before the dinner was over that he was completely devoid of education and the manners of a gentleman. But he was well content with the one talent he possessed, namely, that of correcting the freaks of fortune at games of chance. I did not wait to see the onslaught of the cheats on the dupes, but took my leave while the table was being made ready. Such was my life during the 7 months which I spent at Florence. After this dinner I never saw Zen, or Medini, or Zanovich, except by chance in the public places. Here I must recount some incidents which took place towards the middle of December. Lord Lincoln, a young man of 18, fell in love with a Venetian dancer named Lamberty, who was a universal favorite. On every night when the opera was given, the young Englishman might be seen going to her camerino, and everyone wondered why he did not visit her at her own house, where he would be certain of a good welcome, for he was English, and therefore rich, young, and handsome. I believe he was the only son of the Duke of Newcastle. Zanovich marked him down, and in a short time had become an intimate friend of the fair Lamberty. He then made up to Lord Lincoln and took him to the lady's house, as a polite man takes a friend to see his mistress. Madame Lamberty, who was in collusion with the rascal, was not niggardly of her favors with the young Englishman. She received him every night to supper with Zanovich and Zen, who had been presented by the Sclave, either because of his capital, or because Zanovich was not so accomplished a cheat. For the first few nights they took care to let the young nobleman win. As they played after supper, and Lord Lincoln followed the noble English custom of drinking till he did not know his right hand from his left, he was quite astonished on waking the next morning to find that luck had been as kind to him as love. The trap was baited, the young lord nibbled, and, as may be expected, was finally caught. Zen won £12,000 of him, and Zanovich lent him the money by installments of 300 and 400 louis at a time, as the Englishman had promised his tutor not to play, on his word of honor. Zanovich won from Zen what Zen won from the lord, and so the game was kept up till the young pigeon had lost the enormous sum of 12,000 guineas. Lord Lincoln promised to pay 3,000 guineas the next day, and signed 3 bills of exchange for 3,000 guineas each, payable in 6 months and drawn on his London banker. I heard all about this from Lord Lincoln himself when we met at Bologna 3 months later. The next morning the little gaming party was the talk of Florence. Sasso Sassi, the banker, had already paid Zanovich 6,000 sequins by my lord's orders. Medini came to see me, furious at not having been asked to join the party, while I congratulated myself on my absence. My surprise may be imagined when, a few days after, a person came up to my room and ordered me to leave Florence in 3 days and Tuscany in a week. I was petrified and called to my landlord to witness the unrighteous order I had received. It was December 28th. On the same date, 3 years before, I had received orders to leave Barcelona in 3 days. I dressed hastily and went to the magistrate to inquire the reason for my exile. And on entering the room, I found it was the same man who had ordered me to leave Florence 11 years before. I asked him to give me his reasons, and he replied coldly that such was the will of His Highness. But as His Highness must have his reasons, it seems to me that I am within my rights in inquiring what they are. If you think so, you had better betake yourself to the prince. I know nothing about it. He left yesterday for Pisa, where he will stay 3 days. You can go there. Will he pay for my journey? I should doubt it, but you can see for yourself. I shall not go to Pisa, but I will write to His Highness if you will promise to send on the letter. I will do so immediately, for it is my duty. Very good, you shall have the letter before noon tomorrow, and before daybreak I shall be in the States of the Church. There's no need for you to hurry yourself. There is a very great hurry. I cannot breathe the air of a country where liberty is unknown and the sovereign breaks his word. That is what I am going to write to your master. As I was going out, I met Medini, who had come on the same business as myself. I laughed and informed him of the results of my interview and how I had been told to go to Pisa. What, have you been expelled too? Yes. What have you done? Nothing. Nor I. Let us go to Pisa. You can go if you like, but I shall leave Florence tonight. When I got home, I told my landlord to get me a carriage and to order 4 post horses for nightfall, and I then wrote the following letter to the Grand Duke. My lord, the thunder which Jove has placed in your hands is only for the guilty. In launching it at me, you have done wrong. 7 months ago you promised that I should remain unmolested so long as I obeyed the laws. I have done so scrupulously, and your lordship has therefore broken your word. I am merely writing to you to let you know that I forgive you, and that I shall never give utterance to a word of complaint. Indeed, I would willingly forget the injury you have done me, if it were not necessary that I should remember never to set foot in your realms again. The magistrate tells me that I can go and see you at Pisa, but I fear such a step would seem a hardy one to a prince, who should hear what a man has to say before he condemns him, and not afterwards. I am etc. When I had finished the letter, I sent it to the magistrate, and then I began my packing. I was sitting down to dinner when Medini came in cursing Zen and Zanovich, whom he accused of being the authors of his misfortune, and of refusing to give him 100 sequins, without which he could not possibly go. We are all going to Pisa, said he, and cannot imagine why you do not come too. Very good, I said laughingly, but please to leave me now as I have to do my packing. As I expected, he wanted me to lend him some money, but on my giving him a direct refusal, he went away. After dinner, I took leave of M. Medici and Madame Denis, the latter of whom had heard the story already. She cursed the Grand Duke, saying she could not imagine how he could confound the innocent with the guilty. She informed me that Madame Lamberty had received orders to quit, as also a hunchbacked Venetian priest, who used to go and see the dancer but had never supped with her. In fact, there was a clean sweep of all the Venetians in Florence. As I was returning home, I met Lord Lincoln's governor, whom I had known at Lausanne 11 years before. I told him of what had happened to me through his hopeful pupil getting himself fleeced. He laughed and told me that the Grand Duke had advised Lord Lincoln not to pay the money he had lost, to which the young man replied that if he were not to pay, he should be dishonored since the money he had lost had been lent to him. In leaving Florence, I was cured of an unhappy love, which would doubtless have had fatal consequences if I had stayed on. I have spared my readers the painful story, because I cannot recall it to my mind, even now, without being cut to the heart. The widow whom I loved, and to whom I was so weak as to disclose my feelings, only attached me to her triumphal car to humiliate me, for she disdained my love and myself. I persisted in my courtship, and nothing but my enforced absence would have cured me. As yet I have not learnt the truth of the maxim that old age, especially when devoid of fortune, is not likely to prove attractive to youth. I left Florence poorer by 100 sequins than when I came there. I had lived with the most careful economy throughout the whole of my stay. I stopped at the first stage within the Pope's dominions, and by the last day but one of the year I was settled at Bologna, at St. Mark's Hotel. My first visit was paid to Count Maroli, the Florentine charge d'affaires. I begged him to write and tell his master that, out of gratitude for my banishment, I should never cease to sing his praises. As the Count had received a letter containing an account of the whole affair, he could not quite believe that I meant what I said. "You may think what you like," I observed, "but if you knew all you would see that His Highness has done me a very great service, though quite unintentionally." He promised to let his master know how I spoke of him. On January 1st, 1772, I presented myself to Cardinal Brainaforte, the Pope's legate, whom I had known 20 years before at Paris, when he had been sent by Benedict Roman XVI, with the holy swaddling clothes for the newly born Duke of Burgundy. We had met at the Lodge of Freemasons, for the members of the Sacred College were by no means afraid of their own anathemas. We had also some very pleasant little suppers with pretty sinners in company with Don Francesco Sensate and Count Ranucci. In short, the cardinal was a man of wit, and what is called a bon vivant. "Oh, here you are," cried he when he saw me. "I was expecting you." "How could you, my lord? Why should I have come to Bologna rather than to any other place?" "For 2 reasons. In the first place, because Bologna is better than many other places, and besides, I flatter myself you thought of me. But you needn't say anything here about the life we led together when we were young men. It has always been a pleasant recollection to me." "No doubt. Count Maroli told me yesterday that you spoke very highly of the Grand Duke, and you are quite right. You can talk to me in confidence. The walls of this room have no ears. How much did you get of the 12,000 guineas?" I told him the whole story, and showed him a copy of the letter which I had written to the Grand Duke. He laughed, and said he was sorry I had been punished for nothing. When he heard I thought of staying some months at Bologna, he told me that I might reckon on perfect freedom, and that as soon as the matter ceased to become common talk, he would give me open proof of his friendship. After seeing the cardinal, I resolved to continue at Bologna the kind of life that I had been leading at Florence. Bologna is the freest town in all Italy. Commodities are cheap and good, and all the pleasures of life may be had there at a low price. The town is a fine one, and the streets are lined with arcades, a great comfort in so hot a place. As to society, I did not trouble myself about it. I knew the Bolognese. The nobles are proud, rude, and violent. The lowest orders, known as the Biricini, are worse than the Lazzaroni of Naples, while the tradesmen and the middle classes are generally speaking worthy and respectable people. At Bologna, as at Naples, the 2 extremes of society are corrupt, while the middle classes are respectable and the depository of virtue, talents, and learning. However, my intention was to leave society alone, to pass my time in study, and to make the acquaintance of a few men of letters, who are easily accessible everywhere. At Florence, ignorance is the rule and learning the exception, while at Bologna the tincture of letters is almost universal. The university has thrice the usual number of professors, but they are all ill-paid and have to get their living out of the students, who are numerous. Printing is cheaper at Bologna than anywhere else, and though the Inquisition is established there, the press is almost entirely free. All the exiles from Florence reached Bologna 4 or 5 days after myself. Madame Lamberty only passed through on her way to Venice. Zanovich and Zen stayed 5 or 6 days, but they were no longer in partnership, having quarreled over the sharing of the booty. Zanovich had refused to make one of Lord Lincoln's bills of exchange payable to Zen, because he did not wish to make himself liable in case the Englishman refused to pay. He wanted to go to England, and told Zen he was at liberty to do the same. They went to Milan without having patched up their quarrel, but the Milanese government ordered them to leave Lombardy, and I never heard what arrangements they finally came to. Later on, I was informed that the Englishman's bills had all been settled to the uttermost farthing. Medini, penniless as usual, had taken up his abode in the hotel where I was staying, bringing with him his mistress, her sister, and her mother, but with only one servant. He informed me that the Grand Duke had refused to listen to any of them at Pisa, where he had received a second order to leave Tuscany, and so had been obliged to sell everything. Of course he wanted me to help him, but I turned a deaf ear to his entreaties. I have never seen this adventurer without his being in a desperate state of impecuniosity, but he would never learn to abate his luxurious habits, and always managed to find some way or other out of his difficulties. He was lucky enough to fall in with a Franciscan monk named de Domines at Bologna, the said monk being on his way to Rome to solicit a brief of laicization from the Pope. He fell in love with Medini's mistress, who naturally made him pay dearly for her charms. Medini left at the end of 3 weeks. He went to Germany, where he printed his version of the Henriade, having discovered a Maecenas in the person of the Elector Palatine. After that, he wandered about Europe for 12 years and died in a London prison in 1788. I had always warned him to give England a wide berth, as I felt certain that if he once went there, he would not escape English bolts and bars, and that if he got on the wrong side of the prison doors, he would never come out alive. He despised my advice, and if he did so with the idea of proving me a liar, he made a mistake, for he proved me to be a prophet. Medini had the advantage of high birth, a good education, and intelligence. But as he was a poor man with luxurious tastes, he either corrected fortune at play or went into debt, and was consequently obliged to be always on the wing to avoid imprisonment. He lived in this way for 70 years, and he might possibly be alive now if he had followed my advice. 8 years ago, Count Torrio told me that he had seen Medini in a London prison, and that the silly fellow confessed he had only come to London with the hope of proving me to be a liar. Medini's fate shall never prevent me from giving good advice to a poor wretch on the brink of the precipice. 20 years ago I told Cagliostro, who called himself Count Pellegrini in those days, not to set his foot in Rome, and if he had followed this counsel, he would not have died miserably in a Roman prison. 30 years ago a wise man advised me to beware visiting Spain. I went, but, as the reader knows, I had no reason to congratulate myself on my visit. A week after my arrival at Bologna, happening to be in the shop of Tartuffi, the bookseller, I made the acquaintance of a cross-eyed priest, who struck me, after a quarter of an hour's talk, as a man of learning and talent. He presented me with 2 works which had recently been issued by 2 of the young professors at the university. He told me that I should find them amusing reading, and he was right. The first treatise contended that women's faults should be forgiven them, since they were really the work of the matrix, which influenced them in spite of themselves. The second treatise was a criticism of the first. The author allowed that the uterus was an animal, but he denied the alleged influence, as no anatomist had succeeded in discovering any communication between it and the brain. I determined to write a reply to the 2 pamphlets, and I did so in the course of 3 days. When my reply was finished, I sent it to M. Dandolo, instructing him to have 500 copies printed. When they arrived, I gave a bookseller the agency, and in a fortnight I had made 100 sequins. The first pamphlet was called Lutero Pensante. The second was in French and bore the title La Force Vitale, while I called my reply Lana Caprina. I treated the matter in an easy vein, not without some hints of deep learning, and made fun of the lucubrations of the 2 physicians. My preface was in French, but full of Parisian idioms which rendered it unintelligible to all who had not visited the gay capital, and this circumstance gained me a good many friends amongst the younger generation. The squinting priest, whose name was Zacchirdi, introduced me to the Abbé Severini, who became my intimate friend in the course of 10 or 12 days. This abbé made me leave the inn and got me 2 pleasant rooms in the house of a retired artiste, the widow of the tenor Carlani. He also made arrangements with a pasture cook to send me my dinner and supper. All this, plus a servant, only cost me 10 sequins a month. Severini was the agreeable cause of my losing temporarily my taste for study. I put by my Iliad, feeling sure that I should be able to finish it again. Severini introduced me to his family, and before long I became very intimate with him. I also became the favorite of his sister, a lady rather plain than pretty, 30 years old, but full of intelligence. In the course of Lent, the abbé introduced me to all the best dancers and operatic singers in Bologna, which is the nursery of the heroines of the stage. They may be had cheaply enough on their native soil. Every week the good abbé introduced me to a fresh one, and like a true friend, he watched carefully over my finances. He was a poor man himself, and could not afford to contribute anything towards the expenses of our little parties. But as they would have cost me double without his help, the arrangement was a convenient one for both of us. About this time, there was a good deal of talk about a Bolognese nobleman, Marquis Albergati Capichelli. He had made a present of his private theater to the public, and was himself an excellent actor. He had made himself notorious by obtaining a divorce from his wife, whom he did not like, so as to enable him to marry a dancer, by whom he had 2 children. The amusing point in this divorce was that he obtained it on the plea that he was impotent, and sustained his plea by submitting to an examination, which was conducted as follows. 4 skilled and impartial judges had the Marquis stripped before them, and did all in their power to produce an erection. But somehow or other he succeeded in maintaining his composure, and the marriage was pronounced null and void on the ground of relative impotence, for it was well known that he had had children by another woman. If reason and not prejudice had been consulted, the procedure would have been very different. For if relative impotence was considered a sufficient ground for divorce, of what use was the examination? The Marquis should have sworn that he could do nothing with his wife, and if the lady had traversed this statement, the Marquis might have challenged her to put him into the required condition. But the destruction of old customs and old prejudices is often the work of long ages. I felt curious to know this character, and wrote to M. Dandolo to get me a letter of introduction to the Marquis. In a week my good old friend sent me the desired letter. It was written by another Venetian, M. de Zaguri, an intimate friend of the Marquis. The letter was not sealed, so I read it. I was delighted. No one could have commended a person unknown to himself, but the friend of a friend in a more delicate manner. I thought myself bound to write a letter of thanks to M. Zaguri. I said that I desired to obtain my pardon more than ever after reading his letter, which made me long to go to Venice, and make the acquaintance of such a worthy nobleman. I did not expect an answer, but I got one. M. Zaguri said that my desire was such a flattering one to himself, that he meant to do his best to obtain my recall. The reader will see that he was successful, but not till after 2 years of continuous effort. Albergati was away from Bologna at the time, but when he returned Severini let me know, and I called at the palace. The porter told me that His Excellence, all the nobles are excellences at Bologna, had gone to his country house, where he meant to pass the whole of the spring. In 2 or 3 days I drove out to his villa. I arrived at a charming mansion, and finding no one at the door, I went upstairs, and entered a large room where a gentleman and an exceedingly pretty woman were just sitting down to dinner. The dishes had been brought in, and there were only 2 places laid. I made a polite bow, and asked the gentleman if I had the honor of addressing the Marquis Albergati. He replied in the affirmative, whereupon I gave him my letter of introduction. He took it, read the superscription, and put it in his pocket, telling me I was very kind to have taken so much trouble, and that he would be sure to read it. "It has been no trouble at all," I replied, "but I hope you will read the letter. It is written by M. de Zaguri, whom I asked to do me this service, as I have long desired to make your lordship's acquaintance." His lordship smiled and said very pleasantly that he would read it after dinner, and would see what he could do for his friend Zaguri. Our dialogue was over in a few seconds. Thinking him extremely rude, I turned my back and went downstairs, arriving just in time to prevent the postilion taking out the horses. I promised him a double gratuity if he would take me to some village at hand, where he could bait his horses while I breakfasted. Just as the postilion had got on horseback, a servant came running up. He told me very politely that His Excellence begged me to step upstairs. I put my hand in my pocket and gave the man my card with my name and address, and telling him that that was what his master wanted, I ordered the postilion to drive off at a full gallop. When we had gone half a league, we stopped at a good inn, and then proceeded on our way back to Bologna. The same day I wrote to M. de Zaguri, and described the welcome I had received at the hands of the Marquis. I enclosed the letter in another to M. Dandolo, begging him to read it and to send it on. I begged the noble Venetian to write to the Marquis that having offended me grievously, he must prepare to give me due satisfaction. I laughed with all my heart next day when my landlady gave me a visiting card with the inscription, General the Marquis of Albergati. She told me the Marquis had called on me himself, and on hearing I was out had left his card. I began to look upon the whole of his proceedings as pure Gasconade, only lacking the wit of the true Gascon. I determined to await M. Zagury's reply before making up my mind as to the kind of satisfaction I should demand. While I was inspecting the card, and wondering what right the Marquis had to the title of General, Severini came in, and informed me that the Marquis had been made a Knight of the Order of St. Stanislas by the King of Poland, who had also given him the style of Royal Chamberlain. "Is he a general in the Polish service as well?" I asked. "I really don't know." "I understand it all," I said to myself. "In Poland, a chamberlain has the rank of adjutant general, and the Marquis calls himself general. But general what? The adjective without a substantive is a mere cheat." I saw my opportunity and wrote a comic dialogue, which I had printed the next day. I made a present of the work to a bookseller, and in 3 or 4 days he sold out the whole edition at a bajocco apiece.